Morning, Council. Please come to order. All right, we are ready to continue with our public comments on agenda item D1. I'd like to remind members of the public to please mute your phones if you are not testifying. And if you're having trouble connecting trouble with us hearing you, please try *6 to unmute yourself on the system. So with that, we will continue on our list of testifiers. Next up is Linda Benkin, then Chuck McNamee, and then Torrey Connor.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Linda Benkin, testifying for Alpha. Our members hold quota and fish in areas 2C and 3A. Page 82 of this CSP paper states that if after considering this analysis, the Council determines CSP objectives are being met, then the allocation review is complete and the 10-year trigger is reset. Focusing on those objectives, the analysis makes clear that Objective 1 and 2 of the CSP are being met in both areas. There's separate accountability for each sector, including separate accountability of discard mortality. Likewise, the charter sector has an uninterrupted season with no in-season changes in management measures. Objectives 3 and 4 are partially met in both areas and better achieved in 2C, where the analysis identifies the CSP to be successful. Focusing on 2C, on page 68, the analysis summarizes that Area 2C charter has remained within its allocation, while pre-CSP, the charter fleet exceeded its allocation on average by 22%. Relative to stability, charter management measures have not changed significantly in 2C under the CSP from year to year, remaining at one fish with a reverse slot limit. Although more significant changes were proposed for 2022, those were the results of the interim agreement with Canada, which ends this year, and were avoided. Other 2C charter metrics, page 54 and 55, indicate that angler days of increased participation has been relatively consistent, and average estimated gross revenue per vessel increased slightly since 2006, despite a 70% reduction in Area 2C abundance. Table 35 identifies the gas mechanism for compensated reallocation is utilized in Area 2C with over 7 times as many pounds of IFQs transferred. The gas program affords charter opportunity now, even without the RQE. Yes, gas is expensive. That's because IFQs are expensive. We know that. I would note, while 2C per vessel charter earnings have increased since 2006, they have declined by over 30% per vessel in the commercial sector over the same time frame, page 91. If there's hardship, it's being borne by the commercial sector. Again, CSP objectives are met in 2C, and there is little to no evidence of economic hardship in the Area 2C charter sector metrics, dashboards, or in the extensive tables, charts, appendix, or narrative provided to you with this analysis. What you're hearing from the 2C charter is a reaction to low abundance and the hope or expectation that someone else will foot the conservation bill. I would note that while previous testimony suggested the 2C charter sector was maintaining profitability by relying on resident clients, the data establishes that only 2.5% of the 2C charter clients were residents in 2020. In contrast, 80% of the 2C commercial quota and 86% of the 2C commercial vessels are associated with the Southeast community, as the analysis notes on page 58. The staff has reminded you that the original CSP analysis stated the CSP is not intended to insulate the charter sector from more restrictive management measures if the CCL declines further in the future. Please remember, the CSP already awarded 125% of historic base years to the charter sector at low abundance. The step 1 shown on pages 4 and 5 in both areas, 2C and 3A. 3A charter metrics may be less conclusive than 2C, but as others have noted, the complaints aimed at the CSP are results of reduced abundance, not a CSP shortcoming. In 2014, the commercial sector also took a 30% hit in 3A. Stepping back for a minute, I will remind the Council that the IFQ 20-year review highlighted the high cost of entry and the IFQ program's shortcomings relative to the goal of providing an affordable entry level. When the Council took no action to address this entry-level challenge, Our organization spearheaded the launch of a local fish fund, borrowed $1.5 million, and have deployed that capital to help entry-level fishermen access the quota share fisheries through a low-cost, low-risk revenue-sharing agreement. We trusted the Council's commitment under the CSP, as did our lenders, funders, borrowers, and all the other young people who have bought in since 2014. We are, or maybe we're, hoping to recapitalize our fund because the need for entry-level opportunity has only grown. Your action on this issue will significantly impact our confidence as well as the confidence of our investors in this process and Alaska's commitment to the state's young fishermen. Our fleet is facing the destabilizing effect of charter demands for more fish in every form. Resource limits demand stewardship and conservation, and not just by someone else. The Council has a solid analysis to inform your decision relative to proceeding with allocation options or not. If stability or booking charters a year in advance is the issue, then please consider alternatives to the management process per the AP recommendation or changes to the GAF, but not reallocation. To close, after almost 30 years of fighting to end uncompensated reallocation, ALPHA strongly believes the commercial fleet deserves a measure of stability from this process. This is not just about economic returns to one community or another. It is instead about food security, families, a way of life, and one group of stakeholders who accept conservation. If charter operators can come here and get more quota, despite years of concessions and metrics establishing sector success under the CSP, what will it take to make it stop? As Ryan Nichols said, if not now, when? We say it's enough, and we hope that this is the end of reallocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Let's see if there are any questions. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Benkin. And you were moving pretty quick there, and you did a great job of managing the clock. I think you wrapped up just perfect. So my question was in relation to your letter, which you touched on and hit on most of the points. But in the conclusion section of your letter, you asked that the analysis be corrected to include more accurate and equitable assessment of the commercial fisheries economic impacts. And I won't read the rest of it, but my question is, what needs to be corrected? Is there some misinformation there that misleads the Council in some way as to being able to come to a conclusion on the economic impact of the various things that we might consider, or are you just asking that something particular be added, like you mentioned the Halibut Coalition's economic impact information? So I'm just curious wanted to give you a chance to let me know what you would like to see added to the analysis in that respect.
Thank you, Mr. Down. The computer dropped, or my phone dropped the call. So I think I caught your question, but I was scrambling to dial back in. So I think you were asking about adequately capturing the economic value of the commercial sector if an analysis moves ahead. And the points in our letter was that there is an increasing amount of, well, first off, I would say that halibut commercially caught is almost exclusively staying in domestic markets in the U.S. It's certainly one that's in high demand. And there's an increasing amount of value added processing going on for halibut, as well as the other species that are taken incidental to the halibut fishery, whether it's sablefish IFQs taking on a multi-species trip, or it's rockfish that's brought in with halibut that are being custom processed and provided in a direct-to-consumer community-supported fisheries model that is bringing far higher benefit to the processing sector, prices back to the fishermen, employment in the communities and processors here in Alaska where that processing is happening. We're one of the groups that's doing that, where our halibut selling for $22, $24 a pound without shipping to the places that we're delivering it. So the demand is high, and there's quite a few other groups that are doing similar kind of direct-to-consumer. There also is a huge amount of work that was done during the pandemic to address food insecurity. I know our group was able to secure, working with a host of supporters, processors, fishermen, to provide 630,000 meals to families in need during the pandemic. So at a time when the charter sector was shut down, our fleet was stepping up to really help. And I think if anything moves forward to look at the economics of these fleets, whether you're looking at changes to participation and other measures, or I hope not, allocation alternatives, that kind of value to food security, as well as the economic value of that value-added processing that's happening in the high demand for that halibut needs to be incorporated. And thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you. That was a thorough answer. I just wanted to give you a chance to touch on what you'd like to see in the analysis, just because I thought you could probably say that a lot better than I could. But Mr. Chairman, a second question.
Mr. Down.
Thank you. So, Ms. Benkin, so you mentioned several things about Area 2C staying within its allocation and the percentage of residents and those kinds of things. And I think you're speaking in some respects on behalf of what the AP did, which was to delete the Area 2C from a reallocation consideration. So the question I have is that for your members that hold quota in 2C, I mean, do many of your members or most of your members, what's the percentage? I mean, you guys are still connected to 3A. So I just wanted to give you a chance to clarify that by doing what the AP did, if the council was to consider that, it's not it's not letting your group off. Look, you guys hold quota in 3A, I think, but I don't know what the percentages of that are, and so I want to ask you that question. What percentage of your members hold quota in 3A?
Yeah, thank you for the question to the chair, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Down, our members do hold quota in both 2C and 3A. Our members actually hold more quota in 3A than 2C. If you look at the document, it's quite clear there's very little quota left for the commercial fleet in 2C at 3.51 million pounds. So, yes, 3A is incredibly important to our members, including the processors who support our membership and the communities that our members live in. And what I would comment on is that the analysis makes it very clear that the CSP objectives are being met in 2C. You could certainly see that they're largely being met in 3A. There are places where there are people pointing to a lot more instability. And sorry, I'm getting a lot of echo.
Yeah, me too. I think somebody needs to mute their phone, or possibly a computer needs to be muted as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. That answers my question as well. So I know even with the interference, I was able to get that. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Benkin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't mean to cut off your answer, Ms. Benkin. If you had any other points you wanted to make on that, the interference was getting too distracting. But it sounds like Mr. Down has been satisfied with your answer.
If I could just finish quickly, Mr. Chairman, I would really appreciate it. Just to say, with 2 points. One is that the AP did vote down reallocation alternatives for both areas, and our strong position is there is no room for reallocation at low levels of abundance in either area. And there was some creative ideas put out there of ways of balancing any kind of adjustment to the CSP in a mid-range in 3A that provided some increase to the charter allocation closer to 10 million CCL, balanced by an increase to the commercial fleet at the upper end of a 15.4 sort of mid-range of abundance. And we appreciate the work that went into that. There's a more balanced approach to looking at the CSP impacts. And so I just wanted to draw that distinction between 2C and 3A, the AP motion, and where our group stands. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the question, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Ms. Bankin. Okay, any further questions? All right, I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Chuck McNamee. You're not getting any audio. Again, please try *6 if we are not able to hear you. Okay, we will move to Torrey Connor.
Can I get a radio check?
Loud and clear. Good morning.
All right. Hello, council members. My name is Torrey Connor. I first purchased 2C halibut quota at the age of 16 in 2006. From that point on, I've had to continuously fight for these rights as the charter fleet has unceasingly encroached on them time and time again. During the last reallocation of 18% of the commercial quota to the charter for nothing, I paid a huge price. At the age of 22, I was paying $11,520 in loans for quota I would never see again, and the charter fleet would slowly benefit from. Even with such a financial blow, I trusted CSP in the decision that had been reached. So in 2017, I bought 517 pounds of deep class IFQ. I pay $3,762 every year on this loan. Everything that I make from the year's catch goes to paying it, and some years I still have to pay out of pocket for the difference. Now, once more, I'm being faced with the same situation as in 2012. If 6% more is reallocated to the charter fleet, that means I'll be paying $6,250 to the charter fishermen to reap the benefits. But let's be honest, over the last day, we've heard a lot of testimony about the difficulties, sacrifices, and worries on both the commercial fleet and the charter fleet. But let us take into consideration the impact on the individual person. If the charter fleet, you might see less individuals being able to afford an elite experience, but there will always be a market for it. But for the everyday individual who wants to enjoy the resource and the health benefits, you must look at the whole chain. The commercial fleet supports processing plants, entire communities that do not use tourism as a significant source of income. It supports the restaurants and grocery stores across the U.S., having the opportunity to touch hundreds of thousands of people. But this opportunity and the jobs it creates are already being threatened with worker shortages, COVID regulations, shipping delays, business shutdowns across the country, and now we are entertaining the idea to put an even larger strain on the supplier. A 300,000-pound allocation in 2C alone will hurt, and in some cases, it could put the smaller individual fishermen out of business. But looking at the large picture, it'll be detrimental to the supply chain, and it touches every individual down the line. We have addressed the ideas of the charter sector being allowed to purchase IFQ and to use it to provide their customer with unlimited fish sizes. Even the idea of allowing the GAF program, which already exists, to be modified to allow the use of their entire amount of purchased IFQ as a GAF. There are also different options for the fisheries, ones that have been taken in fisheries such as Bristol Bay and Prince William Sound, where they combine permits to allow longer net lengths. This could be applied to the charter fleet for larger fish sizes. So, council members, I humbly ask, do not allow them to receive any more uncompensated rights. It is easy to allow or to always ask for more when it's being given up for free. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Next up is Chris Mcdowell.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Yeah, my name is Chris Mcdowell. I'm a commercial halibut fisherman. I've been in the fishery for almost 40 years. I started in 1983 as a high school kid working as a crewman. So during all the during the qualifying years in advance of the IFQ system, I worked as a crewman in the fishery and did not receive any quota through initial issuance. So I purchased all of my quota starting in 1999. I think I bought a couple hundred pounds and went from there. So today I have about 16,000 pounds of halibut quota split evenly between 2C and 3A. During the allocation, the entire allocation process, it spanned actually quite a few years. And during that time, I kind of lost faith in the IFQ system and actually sold some of my holdings, reduced my holdings, and because I had lost confidence in the capacity to protect the investment. It's a very expensive entry. So when the council redid the catch sharing plan in 2012, it was an end to uncompensated reallocation, and that really changed my confidence level in the fishery. So I had stayed in it, but reduced my holdings. After the catch sharing plan was approved, I actually regained confidence in the fishery and invested pretty substantially. In 2014, I took a loan for $300,000 to buy more 2C quota. And in 2019, I took another loan for $160,000 to increase my 3A holdings. So as a direct result of the allocation issue being settled 10 years ago, I invested more substantially in the fishery. So at this point, I think we have before us, fishery management issues tend to be pretty nuanced and complicated. I think this one is less so. The charter sector wants more fish, and there's two options on how to provide that. Well, three actually want us to make no changes, but it boils down, in my mind anyway, it boils down to a fairly simple question of whether they can meet that goal through basically for free through uncompensated reallocation, removing some of the commercial sector quota and basically giving it for free to the charter sector, or whether they can, the charter sector can invest in the fish through existing programs. I think that's an important piece here, is that there are existing programs in place. The GAF program, where the industry can get more fish with compensated reallocation, and the RQE program, which is pending. It's in regulation now. So I think there's two options for compensated allocation that meet the same goal.
Yes. I apologize. Your time is up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Great. Thank you. Are there any questions? And members of the public, if you're not testifying, please mute your phones. All right. I don't see any questions for you, Mr. McDowell. Thank you. All right. That will bring us to Malcolm Milne.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning.
Yeah, okay. Well, actually, I had good afternoon, so we'll switch that to good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Malcolm Milne, and I represent the North Pacific Fisheries Association, or NPFA, which is a commercial fishing group based in Homer, Alaska. NPFA was heavily involved in a long history of developing the current commercial charter catch sharing plan, and I think that was my first personal involvement with the council process. We'd like to acknowledge the council, NIMS, and ADFNG staff for their efforts that went into the review document. In our opinion, it does a thorough job of presenting the relevant information and evaluating the program objectives relative to the current fisheries. Table 3 in the summary, and then Section 7 of the document reviews the program objectives and concludes that 2 of the 4 objectives are being met, while the other 2 are more subjective. We agree that some aspects of the program might be improved, including the timeline for setting the charter management measures. For us, the red flag on this one was when the closed day for the charters was switched from Thursday to Wednesday in 2016. For some, it seemed like there was more fish on Thursdays or Wednesdays, but didn't make sense to us at all and provided instability to the charter sector. So and that coupled with the late timing of the final charter measures being set in January of the year that they're being implemented, presents problems to their sector. I also think the GAF program could be improved as well. A previous commenter mentioned owning your own quota for gaffing or self-gaffing is more attractive. Page 75 of the review points out that there could be ways to make the GAF program more appealing, including allowing charter sea time to qualify for quota eligibility certificate. The data collection and use of the permit seems like another area that needs attention. Use of the charter permits, excuse me. So we think there is room for programmatic changes in the catch herring plan and agree with the earlier suggestion of having the Charter Management Committee develop options that suit their sector and could improve the program. In terms of the application itself, that's obviously a much thornier issue, as evidenced from the comments we've heard over the last 2 days. I did attach with the written or the oral comments here, the 3A commercial halibut dashboard metrics, because I would like to refer to them. I apologize if they're turned there, but I did want to highlight the allocation and use chart, which is the top left, if you could get it turned. But if you looked at this chart alone and you noted the big decline between 2013 and 2014, you might conclude that the catch herring plan caused a 30% decline in the commercial use. And we all know that wasn't the case, that wasn't the cause, but that chart points out the same thing that both sectors have seen in the unfortunate timing of the drop in the overall stock at that time frame. Table 21, which we attached to our written comments, does an excellent job of illustrating the overall picture and how both sectors felt that decline and that the overall catch herring plan percentages have actually worked out. We also wanted to point out the value metric. The higher X vessel prices for the commercial fleet have not resulted in a higher value overall due to the stock decline. I will acknowledge that 2021, which is not captured in that data, should show a good uptick, however, because the price and quota did increase. So I'm not saying that we're in desperate straits here, but I do want to note that there hasn't been a huge boon to the commercial sector after the catch herring plan. NPFA was also heavily involved during the council's development of the recreational quota entity. I listened back on the council motion and rationale of the final action for that program, and it's clearly stated in that rationale that the RQE would be the mechanism for future reallocation. Going forward with step 3 of this process at this time could reduce incentives and potentially jeopardize the effectiveness of that program, and that the council put significant time and resources into developing. So we would like to still see that relied on. In the public testimony we've heard just in the last couple of days is a small preview to the proverbial can of worms that could be opened by doing a step 3 of this process. However, if you do choose to wade into the mire, I have a few suggestions. First of all, we did not see data regarding charter halibut permit prices or in end use, I guess, or commercial IFQ prices, the quota prices, and that may be informative if it's even captured anywhere. Judging from my informal information, the rising prices of both metrics points to the success of the catch herring plan. Although, as one wise man said, we're comparing apples and watermelons. It makes it very difficult to do informed analysis of any reallocation. Secondly, in our opinion, the failed AP motion does have some merit, and for 3A especially, we could see the possibility of providing a conservative stability step in the catch herring plan at mid ranges of abundance, while also reducing the charter allocation percentage at higher levels. If the council moves forward, we think having a very, very narrow parameters would alleviate fears and analyze a mechanism that could benefit both sectors. The community of Homer relies on both the charter and commercial sectors economically, and we rely on the stability of the catch herring plan that the catch herring plan provides. We share a harbor, and we do want to see both sectors thrive. As an earlier testifier mentioned, we work together and try to work together. So we want to make this thing work for both sectors. So finally, I mentioned that the catch hearing plan was my first involvement with the council. I'm hoping Sarah can do a review for me, because after these past few days, I think I have a time allocation issue that may be resolved by further analysis. But given that, I do want to thank you all for all the time that you put into it, because I know you're making a lot of extra calls and talking to people and putting a lot of time and effort. So I appreciate the council members for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Let's see if there's any questions. I don't see any hands raising. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Russell Thomas, then Stephen Rhodes, and then Peggy Parker.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So my name is Russell Thomas, and I operate Alaska Sport Fishing Expeditions in Ketchikan. I'm speaking today in favor of a review of allocation under the catch sharing plan. I found the testimony of many of yesterday and today's commercial fishermen very compelling. They have purchased IFQ, leveraged those quota shares with the bank for financing, and have expenses associated with their operation that rely on the revenue produced by fishing their IFQ. Similarly, charter operators have purchased a vessel, incurred business-related expenses, purchased a CHP, and have leveraged those assets against loans at the bank. In short, we are all facing the same situation. Doing nothing will likely bring economic harm to the charter fleet. Reallocating quota will harm the commercial fleet. It's your responsibility to determine how to create the greatest amount of good with a fully allocated resource while doing the least amount of harm. Many speakers today and yesterday have spoken as if the agenda item today was the reallocation of IFQ to the charter fleet. That's not the case. What we're asking for is further analysis by the council of what reallocation might look like, what impacts it would have on the charter fleet and the IFQ fleet, and what harms may come to both fleets if you take action or if you don't take action. This information would allow the council to make an informed decision rather than making your decision without an in-depth analysis. In the end, the council can still decide that harm to the IFQ fishery exceeds the benefits to the charter fleet and decline to allocate additional quota to the charter fleet. I would also like to point out that while the RQE is moving forward, it is doing so at a glacial pace. Some comments over the past 2 days have insinuated that the charter fleet may be dragging its feet in regards to getting the RQE implemented as a way to receive uncompensated allocation from the commercial fleet. Nothing is further from the truth. This process started more than 11 years ago, and I personally flew to Juneau and delivered Catch's application for the RQE the first day the applications were able to be submitted, which was March 4th, 2020. And we've been lobbying for council and congressional approval ever since. People have been throwing around the RQE approval is certain to happen, quote, in a couple months. The RQE continues to remain a pipe dream until the RQE actually purchases its first pound of quota. After years of holding up and opposing the RQE, it appears that the commercial fleet's newfound excitement for the RQE is a result of the council's consideration of an allocation review. Had there been support from the commercial fleet for compensated reallocation from the beginning, the RQE may very well be in a position to address this issue as many have proposed. Unfortunately, we are still likely years away from the RQE making any meaningful difference for the charter fleet. There have been some questions about the tipping point in our fishery as it relates to halibut. When someone comes who has been coming for years and receiving a specific opportunity for the price of a trip, changes in regulation diminish the perceived value of the trip. At some point, previous guests will determine that the price they are paying to come to fish no longer has the value to them that it once did.
Mr.
They'll either stop coming. Yeah.
I apologize. Your time is up. Let's see if anybody has questions for you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank Mr. White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Thomas, thank you for your testimony. I'd like to ask you the same question I asked Mr. Yamada, and that is, given the slow pace of the RQE rollout and the remaining obstacles to actually a successful implementation, what can the RQE organizations be doing to, at this point and over the next couple of years, to to facilitate both success, but also to speed up any rollout?
Yeah, I think it's a really valid question. One of the issues that we have is, if we knew it was going to pass and we knew that we weren't going to have any, other hurdles that might, get in the way of its implementation, I think there would be, charter operators, businesses that rely on this resource. Maybe banks might have a little bit more stomach for investing a substantial amount of money into doing some of this work. But the reality is that because of the time that it's taken us to get to this point, I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but naively, when we started this process, we thought, like, man, in 3 or 4 years, 5 years, we might, have an RQE in place that can purchase quota. Here we are 11 years later, and we still, are waiting on on congressional approval, and then it's got to come back to the council for additional approval. And so I think that there's some reticence on our part to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars into, let's say, developing an app to sell a halibut stamp, or to take care of some of those things that could allow it to go into place really quickly. Not that we're afraid to invest, but we're just a little bit gun shy about whether this is actually going to happen, and when it does, at what point. If we were to borrow money to develop an app, let's say, but we have no way to raise revenue to pay that debt service, that's a problem. And so I think we're sort of in this chicken and egg scenario where if we knew it was going to pass, then investment would be forthcoming and we could make those things happen as quickly as possible. But not knowing what's going to happen and whether it's going to pass, people were throwing around, well, it's going to pass in a couple months. It might be a couple of years before Congress ever gets around to passing something. So I think that that's a problem, and I don't know how to solve it other than just to wait until it passes and then, push as hard as we can, as fast as we can to get it implemented.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Any further questions for Mr. Thomas? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Stephen Rhodes.
Good morning. Is the audio working?
Yes, it is. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Rhodes, and I work for Seafood Producers Cooperative in Sitka, Alaska, as the sales manager. It's a fisherman-owned processing cooperative with 500 fishermen owners. I'm also a vessel owner, a 2C quota holder, and I've participated in the GAF program. SPC is based in Sitka, and we buy 2C and 3A halibut. Our fishermen operate in both areas and depend heavily on the halibut fishery. We are one of the largest buyers of 2C halibut and certainly the biggest buyer of halibut in Sitka. In times of low abundance, it's difficult for processors and the fishermen, as well for our customers. As the quota goes down, the prices go up, and we end up losing wholesale customers, which causes the roller coaster that we see over and over in that fishery. 100% of the halibut we purchase is sold domestically. Much of that is value added. We have heavily invested in processing equipment, crew, and a customer base to handle a higher value halibut. It's mostly prized by our customers, and we seldom have enough to meet the demand. We do not support any allocation changes in the catch sharing plan. The catch sharing plan was implemented to stop the uncompensated reallocation of halibut. Any reallocation, especially at low levels of abundance, has profound effects on our members, our business, and our community. The charter sector has many options available that are not available to the IFQ fleet. Their permits are leasable and transferable. The functioning GAF program works, and the upcoming RQE program are all things that lean toward opportunities for the charter industry. If the CSP is open for modifications, the IFQ sector would certainly benefit from a parallel set of opportunities. The ability to buy up charter permits and transfer them permanently to the IFQ sector would be greatly appreciated. It seems like there has been a lot of work done on how to transfer from IFQ back to the charter industry, and very little work done in parallel to that. The CSP is working, it's meeting the program objectives, especially in Area 2C. The commercial fleet and the processing sector do not want to survive additional uncompensated reallocations. Low abundance is hard for everyone, but it's a catch sharing plan, but also should be a conservation sharing plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Peggy Parker, then Cole Bruce, and then Tim Cashman.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Canine and members of the council. My name is Peggy Parker. I'm the Executive Director of the Halibut Association of North America, representing processors in 2C and 3A. We wholeheartedly support the notion expressed by others that the request for additional uncompensated reallocation from the charter sector is a result of low abundance in the stock, not an inequity in the catch share plan. Hannah would like to thank Sarah Marinan for the excellent review of the CSP. The document answers the question that the program has worked well under varying conditions, including rapid growth in the charter sector, something both sectors and managers anticipated 15 years ago. We have two recommendations to the council. First, take no further action on the basis that remedies are already ahead for more quota share to be in the hands of charter operators without changing the CSP at all. The RQE legislation will very likely pass this year, and the council will approve the mechanism for the charter sector to raise funds for additional purchase of QS, free of conventional financing costs that longliners must endure. In addition, there are indications from halibut management scientists that A, the biomass is increasing thanks to the 2012 year class, which is just beginning to enter the fishery, and the bulk of the spawning biomass is moving back to the core of the stock, Area 3A. These increases will be seen in the next few years. Our second recommendation is an alternative. If you decide to take action for further analysis, please focus on other remedies besides uncompensated reallocation. To provide stability year to year, for instance, in the charter harvest, establishing regulations for more than 1 year would be an option. Another alternative is to take a look at one of the most successful components of the CSP in both areas, the GAF program. And I want to spend a little bit of time talking about how successful that's been. In 2C, it's been an extremely popular program. It's grown from 29,500 IFQ pounds transferred to GAF fish in 2014 to 97,000 IFQ pounds in 2021. The number of GAF permits issued was 92 in 2014 in 2C and 407 in 2021. In 2014, a 6-line halibut charter permit sold for $25,000. Last year, a 2C 6-line sold for $80,000. I spoke to Marcy at Alaska Quota Permits in Petersburg yesterday, who said she hasn't sold one yet this year, but in 2022, the price offered is $100,000. Quota share prices are similar. They are based on the current average ex-vessel price and average size of GAF fish in that area the year before. As you've heard, the price for one GAF fish was $400 last year. This year, the math makes one GAF fish about $518, as both price and average weight in 2C has gone up. Average weight for charter fish is 74 pounds. Average weight for commercial fish is more like 25 or 35 pounds. Even so, the increased price of GAF fish has not kept this market from being vibrant over the years. IFQ holders who offer GAF fish to charter operators also offer terms, as other components of the free market do, such as down payment initially and final payment during the season for their customers. They make it work. Charter operators offer their angler clients the option to buy a halibut tag for the additional cost. In 3A, the growth rate has been smaller, but in the same direction. This is mainly due to the fact that in 3A, the CSP has allowed to fish almost every year. The council could offer more quota to charter operators by making changes to the gas cap and trusting in the free market. Thank you for listening to my comments. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Any questions? Don't see any. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Cole Bruce. Not picking up any audio. Again, *6 will unmute you from the system. Okay, let's move to Tim Cashman.
Thank you for taking my testimony this morning. My name is Tim Cashman, and I'm the owner of Alaska Coastal Marine and Rainbow Tours. We're located in Homer and have been in business since 1988. We operate primarily inspected vessels in the half-day market. Our trips are affordable, and we catch a preponderance of smaller fish. Our clientele are often first-time saltwater fishermen and the next generation of sportsmen. Providing an affordable, quality, and predictable experience to those anglers is extremely important. The catch share plan and its implementation have been terrible for our business, our employees, and our clients. Since the implementation of the CSP, our business opportunity has been cut in half. We've been forced to sell our largest vessel and laid off 5 employees that worked on it at the time. The captain of that vessel had been with us for 17 years, the second mate 6 years, deckhands were all multi-year employees. That boat is now out of state, along with the revenue and fishing opportunity it once provided. I do understand there's simply not enough halibut to go around, and I do support regulation of our fishery, but I don't believe the CSP is it. The management tool that has worked well in the past was a guideline harvest limit. Under the GHL, the charter industry had a defined allocation that did not fluctuate with abundance. In the past, when the abundance was high, we did not receive an increased bag limit. Those fish were left in the water and available for harvest by commercial or other interests. The GHL style will still work when abundance is low. With a reasonable fixed allocation, the charter industry would not be a threat to the biomass. We can only fish a few months of the year, a few hours from the port, and a few hours at a time. If fish were scarce and fishing were more difficult, we would likely catch far less fish than our allocation allowed anyways. Most importantly, under a GHL-type management tool, anglers and businesses would have the opportunity to catch fish without having to reschedule or cancel people. Many people plan these trips years in advance. Calling clients to cancel just a few months before their planned trip does not demonstrate good management. Call it what you want, but we really need a management tool with a reasonable fixed allocation so we can have some level of certainty while planning for the future of our fishery. I do appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Cashman. Any questions? I don't see any. Thanks again. Okay, last up on our list before we run back through for those that we've missed is Amy Dougherty.
Hello.
Hi,
Can you
good
hear
morning.
me? Good morning. My name is Amy Dougherty. I'm the director of Alaska Trollers Association. We comprise much of the small boat fleet that's distributed throughout southeast Alaska up to and including the Yakutat. Although troll permits refer to catching salmon, a large proportion of our small boat fishermen are also invested in halibut IFQ. We face a similar proposal in the Board of Fish Forum presently with salmon. So on behalf of our small boat fleet who endure the general trend of low abundance and specifically lower catch limits in halibut, ATA would like to discourage any further erosion of the small boat commercial allocation of this fully allocated halibut resource. Southeast trollers have already absorbed 3 Pacific Salmon Treaty reductions, which to date have left us with just over a third of our historical allocation of king salmon. So saying that our members with halibut IFQ can transfer into or can economically lean into other fisheries is unrealistic. As you've heard, the growth of the guided harvest is a long-standing issue which only highlights that the charters have had ample opportunity to get their house in order and design mechanisms to live within their means. Trollers view this proposal as a grab by the open-ended sector who regard themselves as a priority user of, again, a finite and fully allocated resource. Please leave the current catch sharing plan in force. It's working. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions? I don't see any. Thanks again.
You bet.
Okay, let's circle back through our list here. Daniel Miller. Kent Huff. I believe Mr. Huff did intend to.
Kent. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kent Huff. I am the owner, with my wife, of Glacier Bay Eagles Nest Lodge in Gustavus. I have been in the fishing lodge business now for 22 years. I am also a member of the Charter Halibut Management Committee for Area 2C. I am requesting an analysis of the catch sharing plan. This analysis should address how to provide, as stated in the 2013 CSP analysis, a higher percentage allocation at a lower abundance level is also intended to keep charter businesses from being severely restricted at times of lower abundance. The analysis should also include if the original allocation was appropriate based on a range of abundances and historical data. All of Alaska's halibut charter fishing fleet are being affected by the allocations in a time of low abundance. Annual limits, days of the week closure, slot limits, and a small size of the under a fisherman is allowed to keep has put a heavy burden on the charter fleet. In Southeast Alaska, there has been a disproportional burden on the remote and inside fisheries. These fisheries must rely on halibut for their main target fish. If these fisheries don't have a major river or a salmon hatchery in their area so that they can target salmon, then they suffer not being able to book enough fishermen to run a viable business. With the closure and restrictions of yelloweye, rockfish, and lingcod, halibut is the only option for many of these charter fishermen. There comes a point that the cost of value of a fishing trip will cause the fishermen to go elsewhere or just not come to Alaska. The current allocation of halibut not only affects the charter fleet, but all businesses that depend on the sports fishermen to provide income for their businesses. If you look at the whole timeline and use the analysis from 2006 forward, there is a reduction in businesses, vessels, trips, and revenue. We are recovering from a previous peak prior to the recession, not a net growth from 2014. Table 31 which is the revenue table, shows a peak in 2007 before the recession, and it doesn't even get back to present levels this past decade. We are hearing about a new investment, commercial fleets not being protected. The longline charter fleet owners feel that they are not being protected either. From our perspective, the point on this timeline should be analyzed from 2006, not 2014. The 2006 timeline tells the true story that we are just recovering from the recession.
Mr. Huff,
I would like...
I apologize. Your time is,
Thank you.
is up. So I'd like to see if there's any questions for you. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Right. Next, Kirill Basarjan. Okay. Andy Kiddums. Nick Versteeg. Chuck McNamee. Cole Bruce. Okay, if any of the names I just called want to give one last try, any of you feel free to speak up. Okay. All right, then. That will conclude public comment on agenda item D1. Let's stand down for about 5 minutes and come back and see what action the council would like to take. Council, please come back to order. We are ready for any action on agenda item D1.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My motion today for the allocation review of the halibut catch share plan was sent to the staff, and my motion is short, and I can probably start reading it before the staff puts it up. There we go. The council accepts the allocation review of the halibut catch sharing plan for area 2C and 3A. Allocation review is complete and final, with additional information to the extent practicable from recommended by the SSC. With a second, I can speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All right, Ms. Vanderhoven. Thank you. Mr. Mesereau.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The document provided an excellent overview of the two fisheries and their history. It also combined a very helpful section on the guidance for the council to help us interpret how to react to this kind of document, which we don't see very often. These reports are not action-forcing documents, but the criteria for taking action is clear. Any future actions resulting from this document will be a logical outgrowth of this review. Clearly, from the public testimony, the charter sector wishes to take a closer look at allocation, and clearly the longline sector does not. There has also concern been expressed about the CSP failing to meet a basic goal of advance notice and interannual predictability. These two separate issues can be addressed at the council's discretion independently in the future at the Charter Halibut Management Committee or some other venue that the council feels is appropriate. I think this document is a very helpful report to guide the council on how to evaluate the future needs of the halibut catch sharing plan. And I want to thank Ms. Marinan and the rest of the staff for the quality work on this issue and for the public's really incredible engagement on this issue. And they did so in such a way that really helped clarify their views on the state of both fisheries and the catch sharing plan. I'm appreciative of that. Any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Are there any questions on the motion? Any amendments to offer? No amendments, then comments on the motion. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also would like to express my appreciation to the staff for the allocation review document. I think we are getting a little more experience with these documents and these reviews, but of course each program that we're reviewing is different. And so I think, as Mr. Mesereau said, I don't have anything much to add other than I thought the document provided us with the appropriate level of information for this kind of review. And I appreciate them using our experience to put this document together, and I think it provides the great foundation and is a complete review as outlined in Mr. Mesereau's motion, which I'll be supporting.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further comments on the motion? Okay. I'll just add my thanks to staff for the very thorough review. Ms. Baker spoke to that well. Okay, is there any opposition to the motion? No opposition. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Further action under this agenda item?
Mr. Chairman, I do have another motion.
Okay, Mr. Mesereau.
Okay, I've sent this motion to the staff as well, and they can put it up by apology in advance. It's a two-page motion, and I think we're going to be shifting between the pages when we deliberate it, unless there's some way to put them both up on the screen. Let me give the staff a minute to put this up and move forward.
And then it will also be posted in the chat box along with on the e-agenda for us to be able to review as well. Just stand by for it to be posted.
There we go. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll get started. The Council adopts the following purpose and need and set of alternatives for initial review. The Council is concerned about the impacts of charter management measures on the halibut catch sharing plan on the charter sector, particularly at times of lower abundance. The measures imposed on the halibut charter fleet have reduced the demand for charter trips and the socioeconomic well-being of some charter operators and coastal communities. The CSP did not anticipate the current and continued low halibut abundance levels for the foreseeable future and recent changes to catch limits across management areas. These changes have increased uncertainty related to annual allocations for the charter sector, contrary to the goals of the catch sharing plan. The preferred mechanism for dealing with allocations in this catch sharing plan is compensated reallocation via the recreational quota entity. Without an operational RQE funding mechanism, the Council intends to review the catch sharing plan allocations as a possible way to alleviate this problem. Alternatives. Alternative 1, status quo. Alternative 2, revise the halibut catch sharing plan allocations. Option 1 in Area 2C, revise the charter allocations as follows. In Tier 1, from 0 to 4,999,000 pounds, increase the charter allocation by sub-option of 1 to 5% of the annual combined catch limit. In Tier 2, adjust the allocation and length of the stair step according to the percentage shift in Tiers 1 and 3. In Tier 3, decrease the charter allocation by sub-option of 1 to 3% of the annual combined catch limit. Option 2, in Area 3A, revise the charter allocation as follows. In Tier 1, 0 to 9,999,099 pounds, increase the allocation by sub-option of 1 to 5% of the annual combined catch limit. In Tier 2, adjust the allocation and length of the stair step according to percentage shifts in Tiers 1 and 3. In Tier 3, decrease the charter allocation by sub-option of 1 to 3% of the annual combined catch limit. In Tier 4, adjust the length of the stair step according to the percentage in shifts in Tier 3 at the combined catch limit of up to 25 million. Allocation of the charter sector remains at 3.5 million. Tier 5 remains the same. The analysis of both options should maintain the current approach for the transition between tiers to ensure stable allocations for the charter sector, i.e. establishing a fixed charter allocation to avoid a cliff drop in charter allocations. Then I provide you with two tables that reflect the current CSP allocations, and then an example of halibut CSP allocations based on about the middle of the range, which increases the charter allocation in step 1 by 3% of the CCL and decreases the charter allocation in step 3 of 1% of the CCL, both of which are sort of mid-range examples. They don't reflect any preferred alternatives or necessarily council actions, but they both show you there where you can see that the allocation shifts accordingly to the sentence above them. That concludes my motion, Mr. Chairman. With a second, I can speak to my rationale.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Is there a second?
Second, this is Bill Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This effort represents my best effort to focus the direction of the staff to conduct a detailed analysis that seeks to evaluate refined allocations between the longline and charter sectors participating in the halibut catch sharing plan at times of lower abundance. Yes, it offers reallocation to the charter sector at this time, but it also holds charter to a level that for much longer than the current plan, increasing the regulatory consistency while likely providing the directed longline fleet a larger allocation at increased levels of abundance by reducing the charter allocation at these higher levels. The proposed allocation changes are not intended to completely reorganize allocations between charter and longline or modify the council's intent for the catch sharing plan. The goal of this action is to moderate the financially burdensome and overly restrictive management measures at times of lower abundance for the charter sector while balancing the needs and capability of the longline fleet to use their fishing power to catch more halibut when abundance goes up. I would like to bring to your attention my purpose and need statement, in particular about the RQE. While individual council members can speak for themselves, I believe that in the case of the RQE, the council prefers compensated reallocation mechanism to address this exact type of management challenge, as well as any future growth to the charter sector. I hope the RQE funding mechanism makes it out of Congress and gets signed by the president as soon as possible, and that the Alaska region of the National Marine Fisheries Service can implement a fee collection system in a timely manner. I too agree with public testimony that the RQE may in fact catch up and may well be in a situation in the near future where the choice before the council is either this action or the RQE. On the other hand, the RQE funding mechanism could either be removed from the bill that's being in conference now or again vetoed for a second time by a president. We need to wait and see what the future holds. I am still of the opinion that the best way to settle these issues is compensated reallocation through the RQE. I hope to see it pass and plan to work hard to get final action in April. The 2016 NMFS allocation review policy is clear that the allocation of fishing access should follow adaptive management, which is an ongoing process of evaluating management objectives have been met and adjusting management strategies in response. This is the spirit of what I'm proposing and requesting, a more detailed analysis of modifications to sector allocations. The charter sector and the council have learned several lessons after participating in this catch sharing plan for 7 years. First, the charter sector has learned that they can make do with less. In 3A, it was helpful to get 125% of our actual catch for the previous year of management, but it was unfortunate that the 3A fishery lost a third of its fishery CEY due to the unprecedented drop in abundance the very year of implementation of the catch sharing plan. Charter operators have learned that for the most part, 2 fish of any size are not necessary to maintain angler demand for charter trips, and that fishing 7 days a week for the entire season is not required to maintain a viable business. Unfortunately, charter operators have also learned which regulations are too restrictive to provide guided fishing trips that fishermen are willing to pay for. At low abundance levels or in times when a single lower than expected survey has the potential in some years to impose really harmful regulations to charter operators and anglers in both areas, sometimes without a strong conservation justification. As the council heard in public comments, closing 2 or more days a week in Area 3A has caused socioeconomic harm to even the larger communities. Since halibut catch limits are unlikely to change in the short term, I think it's appropriate to analyze minor modifications to the charter allocation at low abundance levels to alleviate the possibility of severely negative economic impacts to charter boat operators and communities from overly restrictive charter management measures. It stands to reason that Area 2C's more restrictive halibut regulations incentivize targeting state-managed species like salmon, rockfish, and blackcod on inside waters, all of which are already significantly restricted. Worse yet, the regulations like the 2C charter fleet had to pick for themselves this year would have been some of the most restrictive in any state for any fish. Had the IPHC commissioners not shifted catch limits from Area 3 to Area 2C, charter operators would likely have suffered severe economic loss from the reduced demand for trips due to the annual limit and the day of the week closure in combination with one small fish. All the while, their neighbors to the south continue to reap the benefits of the interim IPHC agreement and are actually considering a 3-fish bag limit in British Columbia, which would be 3 times the Southeast Alaska limit. Finally, I would like to make the point that an allocation review is not intended to be an in-depth analysis, and there are many factors that affect demand for charter trips that may not be apparent in the dashboard metrics and other information in this document, particularly concerning is that angler days, the metric which has been used to determine effort, is not tied to harvesting halibut. This means that it's difficult to determine the impacts of the 2C charter fleet by looking at this metric. I am hopeful that if the council passes this motion, that the staff can find a better way to determine halibut fishing effort in particular in the 2C analysis. The council received public comment about some of these factors and challenges facing charter businesses at low halibut abundance. Additional analysis is appropriate to further evaluate whether any allocation adjustment can help this problem. With all that said, I am suggesting that this request to initiate analysis may help inform the council that there may be a better way to share these halibut based on what we've learned in the last 7 years, or it may inform us that there is absolutely no path forward for reallocation. It is clear that the prior council did an amazing job in the development of the original CSP program. They were incredibly close to getting it right, and getting a detailed look at this potential problem and a possible solution included in a more complete analysis is definitely not presupposing that an allocation shift will occur. It is only designed to direct the staff to investigate how these changes would impact both sectors and their communities. We have significant public comments identifying issues from one sector and significant public comments indicating that everything's fine from the other. That in itself seems to suggest that a more detailed investigation is warranted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for my time to speak to this, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Any questions regarding the motion? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for the motion. I have a couple of questions. The first one related to your proposed purpose and need statement, the last paragraph in terms of the RQE. And the preferred mechanism dealing with allocations in the CSP is compensated reallocation via the RQE. And the council heard a lot of testimony yesterday and today that with the perspective that if the council moves forward with an analysis like you're proposing to modify the CSP allocations, that essentially removes the incentive for the charter sector to support the RQE. And I think you spoke to that a little bit, but I just really would like to ask you to clarify your intent for moving this motion forward to look at an allocation adjustment while at the same time in your purpose and need supporting a preference for the RQE as the preferred mechanism.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for your question. I think it's a legitimate one, but I think that the RQE train has left the station, and we have it in regulation that we have a recreational quota entity. We are taking final action in April on a funding mechanism, and I can't imagine that there's any more incentive for the charter fleet to try to undermine the very program that they've spent 11 years working on than there is the longline fleet, should we not take this action, try to undermine the RQE so that there is no way to have reallocation. I think that the comments from the charter fleet and the longline fleet were clear that independently, they're all supportive of the RQE being the preferred mechanism. And if we had a signed RQE from the last president, I don't think we'd even be having this discussion right now, but we don't. And so I guess my feeling is that the RQE is the preferred mechanism, and I think we should all work towards getting a functional RQE operational so that we can have a discussion about why we would be taking final action on this if we have a functional RQE. And I still think that's possible, and I think we heard from some very knowledgeable members of the longline sector as well that the RQE may well catch up to this action by the time this action comes before the council in the future, and that would be a very different discussion than we're having now, where it is also equally likely that the RQE dies on the vine this summer. That would be the cutoff point for the council to be considering the funding mechanism, because if it doesn't make it in this bill, it won't have a chance after the summer. So I think it's timely to say that I feel like this is the desired mechanism, but we need to have a funding mechanism to make it functional.
Mr. Chair, follow up. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for that. My second question relates to how your proposed options under Alternative 2 would function relative to the current CSP allocation. And you mentioned in your rationale that your proposed options, I believe for both areas, would hold the charter sector to a static level for a longer time. And can you just expand on that a little bit in terms of the impacts of what you're proposing here versus what we currently have in the CSP?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I can give that my best attempt to do that. I think what the idea of this would be to get an analysis back that provides us a range of different reallocations that we can look at and see, much in the way that the example that I provided, what the impacts will be to both sectors. And I think that's really what we need is another metric that shows how those things will impact. And the idea is that if we keep a stair step at an acceptable level that allows some of the challenges that have management challenges that have impacted the charter fleet to hold those off, that as abundance goes up, when we're sitting at that plateau, that basically the long line harvest increases and the charter harvest stays static, which in an increasing abundance, I think an analysis can show will either be mutually beneficial based on the likely trajectory of the stock, or maybe it will have no impact at all on the stock. But excuse me, we currently don't have the ability to really view how an allocation shift will impact both sectors. We can guess, but I think that how it performs at that plateau, how both sectors perform at and above that plateau is going to be a decision point as to whether an allocation adjustment is warranted. I think at this point, we can't do that. We can guess. You can look at one example that I've provided, but I think that particularly in area 2C, that example may not be the one that even gets close. In 3A, maybe it is, but I think if we have a range of them, we'll be able to see how that plateau can benefit both sectors. And my feeling is if there's not going to be some benefit to both sectors, then it's going to be a difficult discussion about allocation. And I think we need an analysis to provide us the basis to make a decision, not to just not look at it at all and count on a piece of legislation that's hanging in Congress. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Mesereau.
Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a series of questions, and maybe I'll just power through them if that's okay with you. So, Andy, first of all, I wanted to ask you about a couple of things that you included in your problem statement. And the first one is, when you're saying the CSP did not anticipate the current and continued low halibut abundance levels, can you explain what you mean by that? Because I was on the council when we adopted the original CSP, and well, I think that statement is very true for 3A, where the abundance level decreased right after the CSP was adopted. It's not consistent with my historical recollection of 2C. Can you talk through that and why you think that is appropriate for a problem statement for both areas?
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Campbell, I think that the anticipation was that if one area improves, that over time the other area would improve. I think that's the way historically there's been a movement eastward of halibut stock abundance, and I think the hope was if it goes up in one area, it goes up in another. And that hasn't really happened. What's really happened is abundance has gone up a little bit in area 3, and then that funded area 2. And that's what was really unforeseen, and it impacts the ability for one area to increase and help another area when those fish are being moved around in the way that they are. And so I guess that's sort of the anticipation that I had during the CSP is that we would all rise and fall together. And I think what's happened is because of the second part of that, which is the distribution through management areas, it's sort of kept everybody low and isn't really based on the same set of criteria that we looked at before that was the case at the Halibut Commission.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mizero. My second question on your problem statement really has to do with the second sentence in the second paragraph. It reads, the measures imposed on the halibut charter fleet have reduced demand for charter trips and the socioeconomic well-being of some charter operators. That's a conclusory statement, but again, doesn't really seem to be true for Area 2C. So when we look at 2C, we have the value up, the gross revenue up, the number of trips up, the unique anglers up, the angler days are up, and businesses and vessels were both increasing until COVID hit, and are now, in 2019 they had a very good year and are now rebounding to those pre-COVID levels. So can you explain, I guess if we're all going to vote to adopt this problem statement, it should probably be true, and none of the data that we have in front of us indicates that that's true in Area 2C. So can you speak to whether you believe that applies to both areas and should be included here? I don't see it.
Thank you through the chair, Ms. Campbell, for that. I think my feeling is it's obviously more clear in 3A than in 2C, and I think that we've heard from charter operators in 2C in public testimony that they face challenges. They've seen their demand of their clients go down, and I think that there are more nuanced ways to look at specific communities and areas that can be teased out in a further analysis that would help substantiate that problem statement in 2C, or maybe it won't. But at this point in time, we've heard from charter operators that they have been really negatively impacted by those measures. And like I said in my rationale, the dashboard metrics are really broad. They're not specific to certain communities and like I said, the angler day metric is questionable, whether it's talking about impacts to charter operators from the CSP or whether charter operators have diversified and are appearing to do okay financially because despite the CSP. And I think that's the sort of information that we can tease out in a further analysis to help substantiate that. If the problem statement is not accurate to both areas, I'm sure that further analysis will guide us to the fact that that is not the case. But I think with the dashboard metrics being general and the angler day designation really telling us what maybe we thought it did when we looked at this analysis, that trying to tease out the impacts of the catch sharing plan on coastal communities and charter operators specifically relevant to halibut fishing is an important piece that I think would help decide if this is all fully accurate.
Okay, thank you for that response. The other question I had really has to do with a couple of questions about how this compares to the AP motion. So the AP had a second motion, as you know, that they passed. That one of the things that we heard a lot in the testimony was about stability and timing of these regulations. I think the AP passed a second motion intended to address that. I'm curious, you didn't include that. Are you thinking of a subsequent motion or anything that would address that timing issue that was brought up quite often?
Through the chair, Ms. Campbell, thank you for the question. Yeah, I guess I did consider including it in this motion, but I feel like from public testimony, particularly some of the questions I asked longline industry representatives, there are two issues in front of us, and there is a very controversial issue that has potentially financial impacts that may make it undesirable to do in one area or two areas. And I think that the non-allocative improvements are certainly worthy of considering, and I would hope to bring those up separately at the Halibut Committee and get the participation of longline industry representatives to make sure that we can provide recommendations to the council for considering some of those structural changes separate from this, so that it's not tied to the fate of this action. It's a separate action that can be considered at a subsequent meeting as a separate, less controversial issue that has a better chance of having support from everybody. And that was what my reason for leaving it out is, that this is uncertain to me as to whether this is going to pass muster with the council in part or in a whole. And I hate to be in a situation down the road where we may be looking at an either-or situation between RQE or uncompensated reallocation and have these real needed structural changes be tied to an action that in the future the council may choose not to take action on. So I chose to just keep them separate, and I would intend to bring them up at staff tasking for consideration for a future discussion paper after receiving input from industry.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I just have one more question. I think similar to Ms. Baker's question on the RQE, but this really relates back to the AP who, had included in their motion that if the RQE is adopted, that this action would sunset. And so the idea that goes back to your, problem statement that the council's preferred is the compensated reallocation, and only in the absence of an RQE are we considering uncompensated. But I noticed you didn't include a sunset or any other explicit linkage in your motion. Can you explain why not?
Through the chair, Ms. Campbell, thank you. I appreciate you thoroughly looking at this. And I think that I would be more than happy to entertain an amendment to this motion regarding that. I feel like there is some question whether a sunset or a trigger is more appropriate to be considered, and I just felt like I'm not an expert in the implementation of regulations, and I think the question really was what's the right thing to consider, and I'm hopeful that we can see an amendment from someone to include the language that's the best language to include in an analysis to provide an ability to make that decision, in a better way. And so I was going to leave that up to the council to decide how they would like to see that. I'm not opposed to having that. I think it's appropriate, and I think it's inappropriate to consider any decision that we make here to be cumulative to the RQE. I think the council deliberated carefully on RQE allocations, and I think the notion that somehow this should be in combination with RQE allocations is not really my intent. This is a short-term measure. And if the council chooses to move forward with this, I would anticipate some way to even this out in the future. And I was hopeful that someone will amend my motion to include that.
Okay, that's all I have for questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mesereau, for your patience.
Thanks, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for your motion. I noticed in your motion that there are differential percentages for the increase in the charter allocation at the lower levels of abundance from 1% to 5%. And then there is a 1% to 3% increase in the commercial allocation at those higher, or reduction rather, in the charter allocation at those higher levels of abundance. And I was curious, what was the rationale of having those differential percentages at the low level of abundance versus the high level of abundance, and sort of your thinking on that process would be helpful for me.
Through the chair, Mr. Merrill, thank you. Appreciate that. I felt like it was wise to consider a wide range of options for allocation, and I believe that what we'll see is that as the charter sector stays on that plateau, that the directed fleet will benefit well before we reach the trigger to decrease the charter allocation. There'll be a period of benefit where abundance goes up and the charter fleet stays at that static level that will also mean a gain for the directed fleet. So what I'm hopeful is that at the end of the day, when we have an analysis to look at, if we do, that we'll be able to see that the benefits are occurring both ways using these ranges. It was just my attempt to balance out the gains made while the charter sector is at that plateau, and then with a straight up reduction at higher levels of abundance. The other issue is that if you have I guess that's the answer to your question, is that I feel like that the analysis will help tease that out. And I think at the end of the day, if you look at the numbers, that it could be still the same. I think there's still room to do that. I just think at the end of the day, the high levels of reallocation are probably too high and the low levels are too low. And an analysis should guide us to be looking in the middle of that range, and that would be covered under the reallocation range. So I think there'll be ample opportunity to balance.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been trying to track as council members asked other questions that I had, but I think just Mr. Mesereau on the last response that you were given, my question was more on the range chosen for the increase to the amount of the CCL that goes to the charter sector. So we heard a little bit in public testimony about the need, the amount of poundage that would make a difference potentially in the management measures. And I'm wondering why the range up to 5% for each area. Was there some thought behind that, or just a broad enough range to look at several different scenarios?
To the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for that. I struggled with that, and I think that range, I tried to pick a range that would include a landing spot, but not create the sentiment that this was some complete reorganization of allocations between the two sectors. And so I chose a 1 to 5% range, with 5 being high and 1 probably being low, and thinking that typically the council lands in the middle of a range when they're making these decisions. But I do think 5% high, and I think 1% low, but being that it's for that purpose of analysis, I think that will speak for itself once we see it on paper.
Thank you for that response. And then, Mr. Mesereau, my second question, and I really do hope it's not too repetitive with other council members, because it's about the last paragraph in the purpose and needs statement again. And I really just wanted, even though I heard you say in response, I believe to Ms. Campbell, that you were open to an amendment to be more specific about what that kind of trigger might be, and that in your mind, the RQE is still the primary approach dealing with the problems that we heard throughout testimony in the charter allocations. And so I'm wondering if you have thoughts that you can share about what that trigger might be, whether the council needs to take final action on the RQE funding mechanism, whether you see approval by Congress of the RQE as that kind of trigger, or having money in hand. And I ask only because if someone might be thinking about an amendment, a sunset is one thing. That's once you get into an analytical process and have taken final action. But another approach might be taking this off the table prior to a full analysis being done, or after initial review, if we know that the RQE is in place and going to be operational. So I don't know if it's fair of me to ask if you have any more specifics on what your thinking is. But I thought I'd better ask if we're thinking about potential amendments.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for that question. And what I will say to that is this, that my commitment has been all along to the long line sector as we embarked on the whole journey of creating the RQE and passing it. And as this bill went to Congress, my commitment to, the long line sector industry representatives like Malcolm Milne and Linda Benkin has been that if we have an operational RQE, that my feeling is that is the preferred method to settle allocation disputes at this council. And I was hopeful we would be at that point now. And What does that mean? It means to me that the RQE has a mechanism to collect money. If they can do that, if they can collect money, if they have any holdings of ISQ, I would be willing to consider either of those two things as ways that we would feel like the RQE could, in a period of a relatively short amount of time, begin correcting this problem. I don't think it's sufficient to say that when it passes Congress or a presidential signature. I think that it would be better to keep the pressure on the agency to create the funding mechanism, because they could hang that up for years and it could end up being too long. And so I agree with the public testimony that says that if we do this right, the RQE may well catch up to this or be close enough so that it's a policy call from the council if we feel like, based on the conditions at the time, that we can wait to do this because the RQE's benefits will be more long-term. And I just don't think we're ready to make that decision. This is just sort of an awkward combination of the RQE not quite being done and this review coming up at its time. And so my feeling is that the RQE is operational, it's capable of collecting money, or it has any holdings or anything like that, means to me that it's a year or two away from starting to make a difference. And I would be willing to support having a trigger or a sunset that would allow me to fulfill my long-term commitment to the longline industry to give preference to a fully operational RQE over doing what we're considering doing now. This is not, I hope to not ever have to have this conversation at my time on the council, and it gives me no more pleasure to be making this motion than it does for any of you to be considering.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Thanks for your question.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Mesereau, thank you for the motion. I have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Mesereau, but I was hoping I might actually start with a third question that I have that I think is best directed to NIMS. So, Mr. Chair, with your leave, can I direct a question to NIMS at this point?
Mr. Twite.
Thank you. Mr. Merrill, there's a couple of the council member questions have sort of looked at, been about the issue of maybe the relative merits of sunset date or a trigger. And I'm aware that in the past, when the council has used sunset date, we've sometimes encountered some issues that the agency has really had with how to implement those and what they actually reflect. And I was wondering if you could sort of elaborate on those, and at least from your perspective as the implementing agency, what the difference between a trigger and a sunset might be.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite. I think there's generally a concern about sunset dates where if then happens, right? So you have some sort of trigger, either it's fixed in time or some event that occurs that requires the expiration of a program. That can be problematic in several ways. One, what is it that you are returning to? And has that clearly been described? So, for example, one of the recent examples that we had as a council was the sunsetting of the rockfish program. And I think the council moved expeditiously in reauthorizing that program. One of the challenges that we had in that analysis, and granted it was a more complicated program than the CSP program, was what did that sunset mean? Is that returning to the LLP program that we had in place? There had been substantive changes in the way that the fisheries had operated since that program was first implemented. Anytime you have a sunset and you're returning to something, those conditions that existed at the time you took that action could be very different once that sunset comes into play. So that's one issue. I think the second issue is really more of a procedural one. What is the process for sunsetting? Is it based on some fixed date? Is it based on some events that may or may not happen on some other conditions? That can be difficult, I think, at times for us administratively to deal with. I don't want to get into the complicated issues of what can be called frameworking and whether or not under the Ninth Circuit and under whose jurisdiction we are currently, that is something that in the past we've identified as potentially being problematic, but that's another issue that's been a challenge with if-then type of events that are tied to specific issues. I think the other final issue is whether or not your trigger or for some event to happen, is that a trigger for a review or a reassessment of the program? That's sort of what we're engaged in here. We're reassessing the allocation based on time that has passed since we implemented the CFP. Depending on the nature of the trigger, if you're just reviewing your program at some fixed time or after some fixed event, some of those challenges about sunsetting, what are you returning to, and do we find ourselves in a problematic condition with frameworking, I think are somewhat avoided. I hope that answers your question.
It does, thanks. I am still sort of listening, but that's definitely helpful in terms of how I might structure a potential amendment to address this. As well, I have a couple, Mr. Mesereau, for you. One is returning to the questions that several council members have asked about the relationship between the potential RQE and this action. And we've, some of what we've discussed has been sort of the best possible scenario. The RQE is up and running with, sort of everything working to get it up and going. And as we've heard, that there's still a fair number of difficulties that make a best possible scenario somewhat unlikely. And so we do, I think, have to think a little bit about this mismatch in timing that I think you've referred to as sort of an awkward place. I would certainly agree with that characterization. If the council takes an action such as you've been proposing for this analysis, and there is some amount of reallocation going in one direction at a low level and another direction at high levels of abundance, and then at some point after that's had effect for several years, an RQE is actually formed. Is there any possible way to have the RQE sort of, in essence, after the fact, so to speak, make that action into more of a compensated reallocation? Have you given any thought to whether that's a possibility? Because it seems to me in a lot of ways, from the timing perspective, that may be the most likely scenario.
Mr. Mesereau, we're not getting your audio.
Sorry, I'm back again. Sorry. You can hear me okay now? Good. Yeah, Mr. Todd, I think I understand your question. I'm going to answer it like I do. You can stop me if I'm answering the wrong question. But I did consider the possibility of somehow incorporating language into this that would have the RQE either remunerate the long line sector somehow for any allocation that occurs, or give it back somehow. But I felt like that was bringing, I'm not opposed to considering that, but it just seemed like it was incredibly complicated, and instead I hoped there was a way to just turn off this action and turn on the RQE as being a cleaner way to get there. I think if there was a way for the RQE to either, when if there was a 1% reallocation in each area, when the RQE accumulated 2%, they returned it back. I think that's a novel idea. I don't know if administratively it just might be a nightmarish scenario to do that. And so I think a trigger and the ability to balance this action, or perhaps consider putting our faith back in the RQE should it become done in time, was just a cleaner way to do this. I'm not opposed to considering that, but I thought that was a complicated administrative task to try to do that. I may be wrong, but that was my feeling. I did think about it and thought that would be the best way. Then, it's in real time as the RQE builds, a quota shares, it would give it back, and then it would not make it cumulative, because I think that's not even close to passing the red face test, that the charter sector would ask for uncompensated reallocation now, and then that just adds to the RQE's potential. That's not fair, and I don't want to do that. So yeah, to answer your question, I think there's a way, but it was administratively so complicated, and this is already a complicated ask for someone like me to be putting together, that I just decided it would be easier to either turn it off or remunerate the long line sector at times of higher abundance and leave it at that.
Mr. Mesereau, that was indeed the question I was asking, so thank you. Appreciate your ability to properly divine the question amidst all the verbiage. And then my final question is, goes back to a question you were asked about consideration of some of the other management measures, and you suggested an alternate path and provided some pretty good reasons in my mind for why you think that's appropriate for addressing some of those others. The question I have, though, sort of the follow-up question I have on that relates to the timing of consideration of those. We've heard from charter operators in both areas some sense of urgency for some form of relief. And as I heard you describing that approach for addressing those, I wasn't clear that it was going to be all that timely. And so I was just wondering if you could give us a sense of how you think that approach would work in terms of developing other changes to the CSP other than allocation changes, and whether, from your perspective, that could be done by the council in a way that would actually address some of the requests for acting urgently.
To the chair, Mr. Twite, I did consider that, and I think that, to be honest with you, obviously I'm the charter industry representative on this council, but I also am aware of other council priorities and staff limitations, and I think we can move that along in a timely manner. I think that saving a few months between actions isn't as big a concern to me. I think the urgency, to me, what I got from all this public testimony and looking at it all, the real urgency, the real elephant in the room is going to be if the IPHC stops reallocating fish from Area 3 to Area 2. That's when things are going to be incredibly difficult for all stakeholders. And I think as long as that's not on the agenda in the next couple of years, that's the point where I don't know what's going to happen in Area 2. And I'm concerned about that, not just on this action, but for all fishermen in Area 2. I think that that is the real reallocation, that if that stops, Area 2 is going to have a really rough go on all sectors. So I think that it can wait a little while, and I think with our staffing limitations and all things considered, that if that trails behind a meeting or two, it's not really going to impact the operational success of the charter sector. But with that said, if the council feels differently, there's ample opportunity to add language that is similar to the AP's motion to this. I just felt like giving both sectors a chance to sort through any concerns or problems before we consider this might just be a better approach. We might get a better motion from the charter committee if they get input from, longline representatives and charter representatives, and we can hash this out prior to the next meeting. We may be able to get a better package put forward than we can doing it on the fly at this particular moment.
Thanks, Mr. Mesereau.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for your motion. I also would like to circle back on the RQE and your purpose and need statement, and thinking about your responses to Ms. Baker and Ms. Kimball and Mr. Twite. I don't think we've quite gotten to my question, and thinking about also your assessment of the timing of the RQE legislation in Congress. Are we being premature putting this action forward here at this meeting if, as you responded to Ms. Baker, we should know hopefully at the April or June meeting whether or not the RQE is going to happen this go around? Would we, and as you noted in your response to Mr. Twite, being cognizant of staff time and our resources there, would we be better off to hold this and look at a future meeting, having this conversation perhaps after the Charter Committee has also discussed the other measures that you just noted in response to Mr. Twite?
Through the Chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thanks for your question. I've given that some thought, and I spoke to Senate staff the day before yesterday, and what I gleaned from that conversation is that we will know for certain whether the RQE and these bills that are being combined through some congressional process, and it turns out the congressional process is much more complicated than even ours, that we will know with certainty whether the RQE survived that complicated process by summertime. And so my feeling is that looking at this, and I guess the other piece to answer your question and to consider is that based on my knowledge of the staff's availability and time, if we move this forward, we would likely see this document back in December. So I think we'll have ample opportunity before significant work gets done on this document to know if the RQE has survived the congressional process. And so I think passing this now is putting this issue to rest until we find out whether the RQE funding mechanism survives its time in Congress. And I think that is a sounder move than postponing this, because if we postpone this and the RQE dies in Congress this summer, we've essentially lost 8 months of time which this work could be getting done, and we can make a decision on this by not doing that. And I thought about delaying it as well, but I think it's delaying a whole lot of public testimony and angst on both sides about this. And I think that by getting this moving forward, we're keeping both things on a parallel path, and we can always, when we know more, we'll know more, and we can decide if it's appropriate at that time to choose a different path. So I did think about your question and thought about whether there was utility in postponement, and I don't think there is. I think we're better off just moving this and the RQE process parallel, and when we get more information, we can either reconsider this or not, but at least we're moving in the direction of addressing the issue.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. That's helpful. I don't have any additional questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for your motion. It's well thought out and it's well laid out. The question I have is, you've come close to answering this. I was hoping you would answer this in your answer to other questions, but I didn't quite get it, and maybe it's just because I don't understand. So I'm asking you to explain this to me. So in the option 1 and option 2, we have the sub options in tier 1 for 1 to 5%. And then there's a tier 3 designation that would help in, as we hope that someday things will move up and we'll have a higher allocations, that they would move up from 1 to 3%. And then I'm noting also on option 2, there's the tier 4 saying that sector will remain at 3.5%. So it seems to me there's a little bit of a mismatch there. Like, why wouldn't you just say 1 to 5% in tier 1, 1 to 5% in tier 3, and why is there a difference there, and we're only looking at the commercial fishery being able in levels of higher abundance to gain some of this back, but not all of it? If the council currently doesn't have a choice there, we could there's times when they would match if the council is selected. You might say 2 or 3% things match, but at 4 or 5% they don't match. So I'm curious as to why you structured it that way.
All right, you're gonna have to bear with me. My dog's barking and I can't deal with it, but sorry. I think I answered that question already, that I felt like the commercial sector will benefit at the plateau as abundance goes up, and that additional metric will help them at higher abundance. I think I answered that question already. Stand by 1 second. Thank you. I have a screaming dog and no way to stop it, so you'll have to bear with me. So anyway, that's when I answered the question before, what the issue is when the charter sector is at the plateau that I proposed, abundance increases, the charter harvest is fixed, and part of that gets reallocated automatically to the directed fleet as part of the benefit of this. And so part of the gain is made back that way. The other part would be made back with the allocation shift. But in addition to that, I suspect at the end of the day, there is going to be the option for the council to select to give it all back at higher abundance. It's just going to have a more dramatic impact on the charter fleet then. And I think an analysis will guide us to do that, but I think the options are there to keep the longline sector receiving benefits throughout the range of this with what I provided for staff direction there.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. To follow up on that, and then I have another question. So to follow up on that, you did explain that earlier already, and I appreciate that. You functionally you explained that, I would say, but I think that just so long as I understand this, if the council, there's options here, that there's no option here to return all of the percentage at if in those higher numbers, 4 or 5%. There's no option here that the council would have to return that. But you said, I think in my question, that yes, the council could do that. Is that right? In other words, we could select something different in another iteration of this. Is that right?
I can give it back. You could select something different at a different iteration, or you can simply choose an option at tier 1 that is consistent with the decreasing number at tier 3.
Great. Thank you so much. And then I just wanted to ask about the problem statement. The problem statement to me seems to lack lack language that identifies that the difficulties on the commercial side of, it does this continued low abundance, the changes for how the catch sharing plan, but it's all for the charter. And I'm just curious as to why you didn't add that there's also been difficulties in these low level of abundance and that people have been sharing the burden. In other words, the idea of sharing the burden is that it's burdensome and it'd be burdensome on both sides. So I'm curious if you had considered that when you were writing your problem statement.
Mr. Down, could you give me that one more time? I'm sorry. I had to move away from a lot of noise that's happening at the most inopportune moment in my existence at this council. So give me that one more time and I'll answer your question. I'm sorry.
Yes. No, I completely understand. So my question was if you considered adding anything in the problem statement that identified that there is also difficulties, financial difficulties, in these low levels of abundance that are burdensome on the commercial sector as well. It seems when I read through your problem statement, the problem identifies correctly the problems in the charter sector, but not in the commercial sector.
Thank you for that, Mr. Down. That's helpful. And it's interesting because I shared my problem statement with someone else and they told me that it wasn't balanced and I didn't understand what they meant. And I think that was an oversight on my part. And I think if it'll make you happy, I would welcome an amendment that included some language that also considered balancing those. And I think I spoke to it in my rationale that I'm interested in considering both sides of this. This isn't going to be mutually acceptable in some way. When we get this information back, then it's not going to work. So I think your point is well taken, and I would welcome a sentence added to the purpose and need statement that includes considering the impact on the directed fleet. It's just an oversight.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I appreciate that. No more questions, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again, Mr. Mesereau.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Mesereau, for your motion. So there's been a couple questions regarding the range of percentages under both options, and I'm trying to think about that a little differently, what that looks like on the ground, and certainly there's that in light of an RQE. There's that in light of what happens in the long term if that didn't go through. I'm banking on the come for sure. But if we look at this as a bridge program until the RQE is in place, what is really the target? You mentioned landing spot, and I don't want to hold you to anything, but I'm trying to think about this in the context of the regulations. And we heard from a couple folks that a 38-inch minimum or less is not acceptable. And I heard at least one person mention a 40-inch minimum that would help keep things sustainable. There was some mention of closure days. And I'm wondering, what does it take to keep a viable program? I mean, this year it looks like we're going to have a 2C of one under 40, one equal to or under 40. And so I'm just trying to gauge from a magnitude standpoint, what is our target here as we think about these percentages and what we may need to achieve as a target rate, or as you mentioned, a landing spot?
Thanks for that, through the chair, Mr. Mark. I guess I don't know. I think we've heard from some people where they think that is, but I think that's going to be a council decision based on the results of this particular analysis. And I think that, we found that closing 2 days a week year round and an annual limit is problematic for 3A. And I think 38 or 40 inches for a fish, it seems to be the floor for the 2C operators. They feel like it's the floor. And I think further investigation will give us a better idea. But I think that's sort of, the levels where we start to see impact and we start to receive negative feedback from our clients and they feel like they're not getting their money's worth. And I think it's hard to quantify that, but I think some stability at the lower levels will help mitigate that. I don't know that we're going to get to where we've heard from the charter sector is nothing's going to permanently fix a catch sharing plan that's based on rising and falling with abundance. But I think we could mitigate some of those impacts at lower abundance levels by a reallocation. I still think that if the charter industry continues to grow in an absence of an RQE, they're going to face more and more restrictions. It's just a fact of life, but I think we could mitigate some of the more restrictive ones if we do a retrospective look at the catch sharing plan. We identify the most restrictive years. We look at what the abundance levels were at those, and we can see that an adjustment, for instance, in 3A of 200,000 pounds would eliminate most of that. The other thing that would have eliminated most of that would have been not reallocating fish out of Area 3A to Area 2, but that has way more socioeconomic implications than looking at either expediting the RQE funding or considering an allocation shift. I think that's going to be a huge decision when it comes and have greater magnitude of impact on everybody than what we're talking about here. So some mitigation of the most severe measures would be an ideal outcome from this investigation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Any further questions on the motion?
we can go to any amendments on the motion. Mr. Marks, your hand is still up. I think that's an old hand raise, so let me know. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment to address the issues that we've talked about a little bit regarding some form of triggered, the council establishing now some triggers for re-examining these based on the success or lack thereof of an RQE. I've sent those to staff, and so hopefully we can bring that up on the screen. It's 2 paragraphs, and my suggestion is that we just go at the end of the current motion. The first paragraph proposes a sort of a performance trigger. Excuse me, I'll read my amendment first. The council will schedule a review of these CSP allocations and consider alternatives for altering these allocations once an RQE holds more than sub-options 0.5, 0.75, and 1% of the quota share allocations in either Area 2C or 3A. This review would be in addition to the regularly scheduled review of the CSP. Second paragraph, the council requests that this analysis explore approaches for transitioning changes the council may make as a result of this action in allocations from the current CSP levels to compensated reallocations by the RQE. And with a second, I can speak to my amendments.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'd second that.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The 2 paragraphs do address 2 somewhat different issues. The first one with some specificity, and the second one with essentially a placeholder almost for some additional consideration. In the first paragraph, I suggest that once the RQE is really operational, and I suggest 3 different potential triggers for how the council might define operational of either 0.5%, 0.75%, or 1% of the quota share allocations, and suggest that can be independent of, the RQE could be somewhat successful in 2C and not as successful in 3A, but still trigger. And then essentially suggest that once the council sees that they've achieved this level of operational, suggest that a future council would schedule a review of the allocation changes that this motion would set in place if, following analysis of those allocations, the council decides to actually implement them in some form. And again, this is all sort of presupposing that the council would actually, after reviewing the analysis, decide that some changes, allocated changes to the catch sharing plan are warranted at this point. If the council decides not to make any changes, then obviously this paragraph would not be operational. So it's sort of addresses though the need for either a sunset or a trigger. The reasons that I chose for adopting a trigger as opposed to a sunset were based primarily on the points that Mr. Merrill made, that we've experienced difficulty in the past figuring out exactly what you're supposed to return to if you simply sunset the changes to the allocations. And I think his point that particularly changes to allocations have very profound changes, and it's difficult to unwind the clock or unwind the action, is is a really good point, and placing that burden on the agency to figure out exactly what that would look like, which is what a sunset would effectively do, is force the agency to reconsider or return to the previous state that I don't think in most cases you really can effectively return to. And his point as well that a sunset might also just be found to be incompatible with the agency current legal guidance regarding frameworks. I'd like to make sure that if we adopt a mechanism, that it's a mechanism that would actually be operative. And it's a little unclear that a sunset date might actually be effective if it turns out to be inconsistent with the agency's guidance on frameworking. The second paragraph acknowledges that we've had difficulty as we consider this action. We've had difficulty in thinking about concepts for how should the council choose to have a functioning RQE actually sort of compensate the industry for these changes in allocation. Again, should a council choose to do that, should a council think that's wise, that it needs a mechanism. As Mr. Mesros described, we've had several of us who've thought about this haven't come up with something clean yet, but also think that there may be some value in it. And so this is functions essentially as a placeholder in an analysis for continuing to consider that, as well as an invitation to staff and to stakeholders to suggest potential approaches for council consideration. I had a little difficulty wording this, so hopefully that intent is clear. I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Are there any questions? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite. In the first paragraph, as I read it, the RQE reaching whatever threshold in either area would trigger review for both areas. And I just wanted to make sure that was your intention, that I'm reading that correctly.
That was my intent, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. On the second paragraph, I guess I just wanted a little bit better to understand what the analysis would come back with. So it's asking us to explore approaches for transitioning changes that we may make as a result of this action. And I guess what is that? Do you have some concrete examples about how that would be done, or what the analyst should be attempting to provide?
Maybe. Let me give it a stab. I think Mr. Mesro suggested in response to an earlier question that, so for instance, if I understood his suggestion correctly, as the RQE began to accumulate revenues, that the RQE should, say, a percent move in one area or the other as a result of future council action based on this analysis. That the council could suggest as part of that a functioning RQE should be provide some form of compensation to the commercial sector for that movement of that percent. And again, I don't know that, as Mr. Mesro said, you can kind of get that far and then you go, okay, exactly how does that work? I'm suggesting that it'd be useful to explore whether there are actually any mechanisms that might allow that to work in a satisfactory way. The answer may be no, there aren't really any ways of doing that, in which case that's useful information to the council. Or if either the analysts or stakeholders can suggest some ways, then the council could think about how to more smoothly transition from what's been characterized as an uncompensated reallocation to what the RQE would provide as a compensated reallocation. Mr. Merrill, I hope that at least in part gets to your question.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. I'll defer to Mr. Witherall, who I believe has a question.
Mr. Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Twite, I'm looking at the second sentence of the first paragraph, and it says the review would be in addition to the regularly scheduled review. Under our allocation policy, those reviews are scheduled every 10 years or sooner if there are reasons to make that review. And so my question is, if the trigger is met in year 9 and we do a review in year 9, you're suggesting that we would do another review in the following year rather than resetting the clock. I just wanted that clarified.
Thanks, Mr. Witherall. No, that would not be the intent. The intent, it was more to signal to both the future council as well as stakeholders that if it achieves it a lot sooner than the typical review period of 10 years, that we would expect the review not to wait until the regularly scheduled review. And I would certainly expect in the case that you outlined that a council would say, well, we did it a year early, which, as you point out, the language allows the council to do that.
Thank you.
Any further questions on the amendment? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. I just wanted to check with you to make sure I understand this. That in the language that you've included in your second paragraph, we may get information, and I guess I just look at you to tell me if this is right or wrong. We may get information back in the analysis that would allow us to, for instance, maybe we get information that a trigger or a sunset date or something included in our final action on this is not as complicated as we might think it is, and we could do that. Then that would eliminate the possibility that we would actually have to return to this in paragraph 1. In other words, we could take care of this so if something would happen automatically, we wouldn't have to schedule council time, because I can see that if we have to schedule council time no matter what due to this amendment, it's going to eat up a lot of time, and we're going to hear a lot of the same testimony we've heard today, and so I have concerns about that we don't eliminate the ability that we might have to take a simpler route than coming back and returning to this at some certain threshold.
Thanks, Mr. Down. That's the classic will versus may problem. And in reality, I think as we've been told repeatedly on these kinds of issues, this council truly doesn't have the means of binding a future council. And so really, regardless of whether we say will or may, it's a may. We can't by rule bind a future council to absolutely do it. The intent, though, is to state a firm commitment. Well, recognizing again that we can't make a binding commitment, the attempt here with using the word will is to indicate the importance that this council, place on having a provision like that.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Mr. Chair, if it's the appropriate time, I have a substitute motion to provide.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I don't see any additional questions, so we can go to a substitute.
I did just send that to staff, so I'll just wait and see if that comes up. Thank you. Mr. Chair, the substitute motion is just the red bolded language is new, and this is a substitute motion to add language at the end of the purpose and need statement, and the new language is in red. So the last paragraph would read, the preferred mechanism for dealing with allocations in this catch sharing plan is compensated reallocation via the recreational quota entity. Without an operational RQE funding mechanism, the council intends to review the catch sharing plan allocations as a possible way to alleviate this problem while balancing impacts to the commercial sector and dependent communities. Should the RQE become authorized by Congress and the council take final action on the RQE funding mechanism, the council intends to table or refine this action. And with a second, I'll speak briefly to it.
Second. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully appreciate Mr. Twight's response. I think we were both trying to think through responses to after listening to some of the questions of Mr. Mesereau, and he did a great job explaining where he is on this issue and what might be appropriate. I don't think this is misaligned with his intent, but the two pieces of this that are added are really ensuring we have some appropriate, I think, balance in terms of considering the impacts to the commercial sector from any new action taken by the council and the communities dependent on that sector. And then a more clear statement about what we're looking for and the opportunity to table this action or refine this action significantly should those two things come into play with the RQE. I think that's consistent with some of the discussion, and I thought it would make it clearer than potentially going through a full analysis, analyzing ways to backtrack on the allocation when we don't have really a clear path to do that, and we'd be sending staff out to work on that when I think this might be a simpler approach. If this analysis isn't fully done, should it pass, there's still an opportunity for the council to revisit whether it wants to pursue it based on the RQE being very much set to be operational. So that was my intent, and I do want to apologize a bit to Mr. Twight. I think we've both been working on approaches. Mine is slightly different, and if this doesn't pass, we can reconsider Mr. Twight's approach.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Are there questions on the substitute? Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. As I read this, the trigger for review would be the council taking final action. And I guess I was curious as to your thoughts on having that trigger be final action at the council versus the implementation of the RQE. In other words, after the final rule is implemented.
Thank you for the question. I had chosen two triggers, that the RQE be authorized by Congress and that is a done deal, and that the council taking final action on the RQE funding mechanism. I didn't know how long it would take the agency to implement such a funding mechanism. If the council thinks a different trigger is appropriate, an amendment I think could be offered. But these are the two triggers I thought were most appropriate, especially with the response provided in the purpose and needs statement. We can't, as was said, bind another council to any action, any future council, but it at least provides a clear intent at that time that we would intend to table or refine. So those are the triggers I offered.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twight.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. I appreciate having sort of another way of looking at this. For the council to consider. Two questions. One is just about why you chose Congress versus actually signed into law by the president, because that was actually the stumbling block last year. Congress did authorize it last year, but it was the presidential veto that got it. So that's one question. And then the second question is, can you give some examples of what you're thinking of when you suggest that the council could refine this action?
Thank you for the questions. On the first question, that's probably just my mistake in trying to generate some language. So that could be amended if needed to be authorized by the president or signed into law by the president. In terms of the latter, I was really trying to be considerate of the idea that we don't bind a future council. And so refine was a little bit broader maybe than some would even want to see. I think it's pretty appropriate. Refining this action might mean taking out an area. Refining this action might mean only looking at some process measures, as were discussed previously when we talked about what could we do that's dealing with how we have a better timing issue so that the charter sector has a better opportunity or more time to understand what the charter measures are before they get put into place. We'd had a long discussion about that, and that's not included in this motion now, but it could be a substitute for what's in there now on the allocation front, is instead, if the charter committee looks at those or other council members think of ways to put alternatives forward, we could be looking at those process measures that we heard in testimony are also necessary for this sector. So those are two examples of what I might mean by refine this action, and council members may have others.
Mr. Mesereau.
Chairman, and thank you for the substitute motion, Ms. Kimball. I appreciate it, and my question was really more what Mr. Twite had mentioned regarding authorized by Congress, and maybe we can consider refining that to include, implemented into law or something else that may be a better language that helps capture what I believe your intent is, which is basically when the RQE is functional, then we could intend to table or refine this action. And it's an appropriate substitute motion, and I think this could very likely provide relief to the directed fleet from any reallocation or consideration of it sooner. I think the longer we have this action hanging over the heads of stakeholders, the more negative impacts there are in communities potentially. And so I think that offering the ability to back out the action we're considering now, should a better alternative like the RQE become available, makes good sense. Thank you.
All right, we are still on questions regarding the substitute motion. Mr. Down.
Thank you. A question on the substitute motion. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. On the need to potentially amend your motion, I'm not certain, but because you've worded the word "and the council take final action on the RQE mechanism," would the council take final action on the RQE mechanism if the RQE was not signed by the president? In other words, I'm wondering if it's necessary. I'm thinking maybe it's not necessary to amend this because with one we wouldn't be doing the other, and you've added the proper and the. I just want to make sure I've got that right, and maybe somebody else would need to answer that question, but I'll ask you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Downs. I could stand to be corrected, but my understanding is we have a final action on the RQE funding mechanism, kind of our portion of that approval, on our agenda for the April 2022 meeting. And so my understanding, I'm watching Mr. Mesereau carefully, is that we are taking action on that regardless. We're getting our piece in place, and when authorized by Congress and signed by the president, we would be ready then for implementation and getting funding into that structure. So I think both are necessary. I wouldn't want to amend to take that out, or anyway, that's my response.
Thank you. That helps clarify for me. Thank you.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually had a amendment to the substitute, assuming that we can do that. I'll look to the parliamentarian.
I was going to have a similar question. I believe that is allowable, though. And Mr. Hansen, if you can also clarify, I believe if we approve this substitute motion, that amends the motion. We don't need to have a second vote. That's my understanding.
Correct. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. All right.
Okay. I wasn't sure I got everything unmuted.
Thank
yes,
you,
you're
Mr. Chairman.
correct.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my amendment...
Mr. Merrill, I just want to make sure that we don't have any further questions. I see Mr. Twite's hand up. Did you have a question?
I do have another question, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. I was thinking about, Ms. Kimball, I was thinking about, as Mr. Mesereau was sort of formulating his question, trying to think through the timing issue of the council part of that, and realized I think I understand your intent, but I'm not sure how the wording actually works. So if things happen this year, then the council would table or refine this action. If things don't happen this year, is your intent then that the council would continue to work on this action until some point in the future when maybe the RQE might be signed into law and the council takes final action? So the council say RQE doesn't get signed into law until 2025 or never gets signed into law. Your intent is that we would have essentially worked on this action, and it would continue through the council process unless we see clear signs that it's likely to be signed into law by the administration. Is that how the timing works on this?
Thank you, Mr. Twite. I didn't include any timing purposely, but I think the effect is if this gets added, is Mr. Mesereau's motion. So if that passes, Mr. Mesereau's motion passes, then that analytical package gets worked on, unless and until these triggers are met, and then we reconsider. That's how I think this works. That's the result. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. I'm still, it seems like it's yes, it does.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Let's see any additional questions, so we can go to amendments to the substitute. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sorry that I do not have the language sent yet, but it is an attempt to try and address the issues that have been raised here. So my motion would read after should the RQE to insert the following new text: the funding mechanism become law, and then to strike become authorized by Congress. So if I may.
Second, this is Bill Twite.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Okay. Looks like that's going to be clear. Okay, Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, setting aside whether the trigger should be the final rule implementation or not, I think what I'm trying to capture with this motion is technically that what we would be looking at is the fee funding mechanism, which has been proposed to become law. Technically, the RQE is already in existence. What is not in existence is the specific fee funding mechanism that Congress has proposed. And so once that fee funding mechanism becomes law and the council takes final action, then the council intends to either table or refine this action. And I believe that captures some of the discussion that we had around the table about what we want our trigger to be and what it is tied to in terms of the specific action taken by ultimately the president.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Ms. Kimball.
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, Mr. Merrill, thanks for fixing that language, and I'll support.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions on the amendment or amendments to the amendment? Right. Don't see any. Okay. Any final comments on the amendment? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think there's probably pros and cons to the two alternatives we have on the table, and I don't think either of them is really wrong. And I think we're both Ms. Kimball and I are trying to grapple with an issue that I think we'll have future abilities to also work on and to maybe refine further. So I'm actually not going to oppose Ms. Kimball's substitute. One of the things it does do that I appreciate is
Mr. Twite. Mr. Twite, I hate to jump in here, but we're still working on Mr. Merrill's amendment to the substitute motion.
Thank you. I'll hold.
Okay. Mr. Mesereau, Mr. Mesereau, do you have comments on Mr. Merrill's amendment? Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and vote on the amendment. Is there any opposition? No opposition. The amendment passes unanimously. Back to Ms. Kimball's substitute motion. Any further amendments? Final comments on the substitute motion. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologies for trying to short circuit the process. I appreciate that Ms. Kimball also added the while balancing impacts to the commercial sector and dependent communities. While I remain concerned that the purpose and need statement in the motion that Mr. Mesereau offered still might need some future adjusting to more clearly, I think, describe the breadth of issues that we're hoping to get at in the analysis. I think this is a great start on that. And so I think that's a very useful, and as I said already, I'm a little agnostic on which of the two approaches we take. I just think it's important for the council to include something along those lines. The biggest concern I have, and it's not going to cause me to vote against this, is just that I think it's going to be important for the council to continue to think about the timing issues of actual implementation of the RQE and how any action the council may take under this to shift allocations. To think of some mechanisms for transitioning from one to the other. My motion contained a awkwardly worded paragraph requesting essentially a placeholder for that. I think we'll get that anyway. I think we've signaled our interest in that pretty well as a council just through a lot of our questions. So appreciate Ms. Kimball's approach. It's a little cleaner than mine and a little less work for staff in the analysis. So.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of you for including this. I think it gets at what I spoke to in my rationale, and I believe this adjustment that Ms. Kimball made will provide, if things all go well, this will provide the ability to not have to take the action we're considering and be able to refine it or substitute it for the RQE, and I think that's an improvement. I also think that the prior amendment would have required the RQE to hold quota, which would have required the congressional appropriations process to be considered, and this provides more relief more quickly back to the directed fleet, which I think would be the ideal situation, would be to have whatever action we're going to take on the main motion be sort of contingent on whether there's an RQE functional or not. And I think this gets more at the spirit of what my original commitment to the directed fleet regarding a functional RQE is. It's not necessarily that they've received quota, but that they are capable of doing so. And I think this gets closer to that. And this should be a more palatable amendment than the last one to the directed fleet that's getting involved in this. So I appreciate everybody's help in getting something that makes sense and is responsive and can help us make the best decision down the road.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill, or Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very briefly, there have been a number of comments about tying this to the RQE being functional, and I think more for the public than anyone, just an understanding that under this trigger, the council could choose to table or refine this action well before the RQE is actually implemented. In other words, after final council action, there's still our regulatory process that we need to go through. And as with all regulatory actions, there is a risk that that may not be able to be implemented for a variety of reasons. I just want to highlight that so that the public understands that there could be a gap between when an RQE, when this trigger is reached and when the RQE is actually implemented and effective. But with that, I think I would support this motion to provide some additional clarity and appreciate Ms. Kimball's reference to the commercial sector and dependent communities in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. I'm also going to support this moving forward for a number of the reasons that Mr. Mesereau stated. I certainly like the more direct route to refining this. I don't see any additional any hands raised, so let's go ahead and vote on the substitute motion. Is there any opposition? No opposition. The substitute passes and amends the main motion. Okay, we are back to any additional amendments on the main motion. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one that I sent to staff, but it's really just a strike through of one area of Mr. Mesereau's motion. And as I'm waiting for it to come up, what it would essentially do is remove the portion of his motion that relates to Area 2C.
I think that's probably clear enough for the council to move on. So I will look to see if there's a second.
Second, Jensen.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel like we have a really thorough review of the CAT sharing plan in front of us. And as I studied the document, it concludes that the CAT sharing plan is largely meeting the goals that were set out by this council. And it provides a great deal of relevant data on how the current allocation is and isn't working across the areas. And we can see divergent trends between Area 3A and 2C. So if you look at the 2C charter metrics that were provided to us, we can see that the number of unique anglers is up since the CAT sharing plan in that area. The value is up. The gross revenue per vessel is up. The number of trips is up. The angler days are up. And in 2019, which was the last pre-COVID year, the number of charter businesses and number of vessels were both up compared to pre-CAT sharing plan levels. So those numbers did shrink in 2020 due to COVID, but rebounded in 2021 and are now again approaching their pre-CAT sharing plan levels. The metrics in 3A are far different, and they show that the charter fleet hasn't been as successful in that area in adapting to the recent low abundance. The other big difference that is identified between the areas is the use of gas. The charter sector in 2C has been much more successful in using gas than 3A, and it's just another indication that the 2C charter operators have been better able to react and use these tools that have been made available to them. And it may just be that gas is a better fit for the business model used by some 2C charter operators than it is for 3A. I think the other big difference that I see between the areas is that the abundance trends in 3A are expected to rebound as the stock changes that we see coming. And so when you talk about Mr. Mesereau's motion and the idea that the charter sector could have more stability in 3A and the commercial sector could receive more at higher levels where they're better able to exploit that, that's a true trade-off that could be made between the sectors. And it's truly a solution that could end up serving both sectors better. We have nothing that would lead us to believe that there truly is a trade-off like that to be made in 2C. I mean, the hard truth of this is that there just isn't the same resource in 2C that both our commercial fleets and our charter fleets built business plans around in the early 2000s. And so if you look at taking halibut from the commercial fleet to fund the charter fleet and provide stability and then giving it back at higher levels of abundance, that's a realistic option for 3A, but it's not in 2C. It changes the allocation at the level of abundance that's predicted to remain in that area for the foreseeable future. I think the other advocacy that we heard that I don't necessarily agree with is that this is just for analysis and we need a thorough analysis. We have an excellent analysis document, review document in front of us where our staff provided many, many tables and graphs measuring every metric by which we might evaluate the health of the commercial and charter sectors. And I don't think further analysis is going to change the fact that every metric by which we have to measure this shows that the charter sector in 2C has adapted to the CSP, and it's the commercial fleet that's struggling with this low abundance. So I want to be clear that I believe charter operators in 2C are struggling. Everyone in 2C is struggling due to the condition of the resource. I also believe that people are nervous that the IPHC might revise allocations in the future. That's not just charter operators. Everyone in 2C is nervous about what the IPHC might do in the future. And that's a burden that's being borne by all users of the resource. And I don't believe that the council should act preemptively to change allocations based on something that the IPHC may or may not do at some point in the future. I agree with the advisory panel's advice where we move forward with 3A and not 2C, and I would just advocate that this council do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Any questions on Ms. Campbell's amendment? Any amendments to the amendment? Or comments on the amendment? Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I coming in okay? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm very supportive of Ms. Campbell's amendment. After listening to all the testimony, reading the documents, and all the stuff that pertains to this, I see the same thing Ms. Campbell does. It's 2C is just having issues where 3A isn't having the issues we are. They're going to see an increase in their fish when the 2012 fish start coming in, and it's going to help their industry. 2C has just sort of been staying stagnant. Everything's, it sounds like Cora said, the businesses are increasing, but the fish aren't. So it just seems like it's a prudent motion to make, or amendment to make, and I'll be supportive of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Denson. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this motion, Ms. Campbell, and I'm going to be supporting this. I think Ms. Campbell did a great job of articulating the things that we know that are in the document now, and I don't believe that moving area 2C forward in this analysis, I don't know that we're going to get any better information or more information or new information. I just think it's going to drag the participants in 2C through another round of disagreements, and it's an area where we can alleviate some strife, at least in one area where it looks like the area is definitely adapting to the catch share plan much better than the charter operators are in 3A. And as Mr. Jensen pointed out, 2C is stuck in this low abundance, and so in that respect, that things are not likely to change there much. And I think that to consider taking the very small amount of fish that we're talking about here and to analyze moving fish from one sector to another in 2C is definitely not warranted. So I'm going to support Ms. Campbell's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Campbell, for bringing this up. I'd like to support this motion, and in fact, I'd prefer to support a motion that strikes both 2C and 3A and has us just examining management measures and welcoming the arrival of an RQE. In my judgment, we're not there, and we're not there really for either area. So I'm actually going to reluctantly support Mr. Mesereau's original motion. As I listened to your arguments for why we can view 2C differently than 3A, I can see how you could be drawing those conclusions. I'm not there yet. I think I need an analysis before I can draw some of those conclusions that you were drawing. I don't agree that the analysis, as Mr. Mesereau suggested a couple times, that the analysis really does get at halibut angling effort. And I'm mindful of Mr. Yamada's point that just because charter businesses are doing well doesn't mean we're actually doing our job as the council, ensuring recreational access to halibut fishing opportunities. And I would expect an analysis to get at that more clearly. And I remain very worried about the IPHC potentially changing the impacts of the IPHC changing their distribution policy on 2C in particular. And I don't agree that waiting until they do that before we even analyze what we might do if they did that is necessarily the best approach either. So as I say, I don't really want to go through with this with either area. I think this kind of reallocation is a poor alternative to having a functioning RQE, which I think would handle this a whole lot better. But I think we have to at least take a look at what analysis, the kind of information and analysis provides us about both areas.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and also thank Ms. Campbell for this amendment and her rationale. I appreciate having this discussion, and while I agree that the allocation review document is well done, and the metrics that we have in front of us do present the information that's available to us. I think, as Mr. Twite mentioned and some other council members, Mr. Mesereau has brought up perhaps some problems with the way that we might be interpreting angler days, for example, in terms of whether that's really angler effort for halibut. I agree with Ms. Campbell that if we go forward with an analysis for either or both areas, we're unlikely to get dramatically different quantitative metrics in terms of the impacts on the different sectors. But what I heard very clearly in testimony from some of the charter operators is their on-the-ground experience with hearing from their clients and the changes to the quality of the charter trip. And I was also reminded every year in our annual halibut management measures, charter management measures process, the one thing we really struggle with is anticipating or projecting angler demand. And it's based on factors that we just don't have quantitative information for. And so for that reason and for some of the reasons that Mr. Twite mentioned, this is a really difficult one, but at this point in time, I won't be able to support Ms. Campbell's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Campbell. I think your points are well taken on this amendment. I think the 2C directed fleet did an excellent job of highlighting their own struggles, and the situation in 2C is in fact different. And my main concern is that I would like to see in another iteration of this an attempt for staff to determine the impacts of the catch sharing plan on halibut fishing effort in 2C. I think that to set realistic expectations for charter operators, that there would have to be something in the analysis that comes back that would have to paint a different picture than what we've seen here. But I think the nuance and the detail is worthy of considering further investigation in 2C as well. I think that the public testimony and your comments regarding your concerns about 2C are well-founded, but I would like to have more detailed information about the performance of the charter fleet catching halibut, not just bottom fish, to really help me be able to support what you're talking about, because I'm representing these charter operators and we've heard from them. I think everyone's struggling, more so perhaps in 2C, and I think it's going to be a long slog for them one way or the other. But I'd like to get a little bit more nuanced information regarding areas and actual halibut fishing effort in order to be able to get to what you're suggesting. So I won't be supporting it at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Any further comments before we vote? Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to say that I appreciate people wanting to take a deeper look at this, but I think people are also acknowledging that we will not get different information. We might get more nuanced information, but it won't paint a different picture. This is not about angler days. Every metric we have is telling us the same story. And unfortunately, this further analysis comes at a real human cost. I live in the community of Sitka, and that community was torn apart by this allocation dispute. And some of those wounds have not yet healed. And the idea that we would do something like this, we shouldn't do it lightly. This is not a situation where advancing something just for analysis doesn't cause any harm. This is not going to get easier in the future. This is a tough decision, and there's a cost in these coastal communities to reopening these allocation disputes when nothing can be done about the state of the resource by this council, and nothing can be done but cause further bitterness and harm in these communities. So I appreciate the council members' desire to do their due diligence. I just wanted folks to understand that there's a human cost to the destabilization that comes with putting something like this on the table, and just wanted to note that before we vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell.
Okay, looks like we are ready to vote. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Calling the roll on the amendment to remove the portion of the main motion as it relates to Area 2C. Ms. Campbell.
Yes.
Mr. Down.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
No.
Mr. Marks.
Yes.
Mr. Merrill.
No.
Mr. Mesereau.
No.
Mr. Twite.
No.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
No.
Ms. Baker.
No.
Mr. Canine.
No.
Motion fails 4-7.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Okay, any further amendments on the main motion? Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a motion, and I believe staff should have it. That can be pulled up on the screen. My amendment would read, the analysis should explore methods of implementing charter measures for more than 1 year through either the existing council/IPHC process or through domestic regulations. And with a second, I can speak to this.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly on this, this motion is attempting to capture kind of two issues. One is the number of the issues that were raised through the AP motion, specifically to explore other methods that might be able to provide some additional stability for charter operators, but do not necessarily require that there be an increase in the allocation to the charter operators themselves. And that could be accomplished either through our council or IPHC process or through our domestic regulations. I believe also this motion is attempting to address an issue that has been raised by a number of stakeholders, which is expressing concern about the continued use of the IPHC process in order to implement a number of our charter management measures. I think, as all of us are well aware, there are ongoing discussions with Canada concerning the long-term allocations between the two parties. This motion is attempting, one, to provide a little bit more of an exploration explicitly within the motion that might be able to provide some stability and would allow us to reflect on the current process that we use for providing for those charter management measures. Attempting to be responsive not only to the issues that were raised in the AP, but also to a number of the concerns that we've also heard through the IPHC process as well. I guess I'd also note that in an ideal world, we would not necessarily be proceeding with some regulatory amendment to modify the allocations, but instead would be relying on the compensated reallocation process of the RQE. However, I think that there could still be additional stability that could be provided if we wanted to pursue measures that are more specific, more refined, without necessarily having to address the larger allocative issues. I think we've all heard today a desire, if at all possible, to move in that direction. And so my amendment is simply trying to better refine or harness some of our analytic tools to be able to come up with solutions that might better refine how we address charter issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. And for clarity, where would this sentence be placed in the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It would be placed at the end of the motion.
All right. Any questions on Mr. Merrill's amendment? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Merrill, for attempting to get this piece in there. I have actually two questions for you. One of them is the way that you worded this and the way that Ms. Kimball's substitute motion regarding the council's actions potentially in the future regarding this action, if the council were to in the future decide to table the allocation portion of this action, would this part of the document be able to still be considered? My first question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, through the chair. Yes, I believe so. That could be a decision point. As I understood Ms. Kimball's motion, we could either choose as a council to table or refine the action. And this would provide us with some of the analytic context to refine the action if we did not want to go down the path of having an allocative modification and instead address some of these more administrative or implementation issues.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. My second question for you is that in the past at the Charter Committee, some members have discussed other alternatives that would accomplish similar things. This motion or amendment wouldn't preclude the Charter Committee from providing other suggestions at a subsequent meeting to the council for other ways in which we could perhaps improve efficiencies within the catch sharing plan or the ability to change how the timing on management measures, like for instance, looking at the preliminary data for the upcoming year, as opposed to looking for the final data the year before and carrying that forward. It's the same sort of concept, but a different way to do it. And I just want to make sure that considering this amendment wouldn't preclude input from the Charter Committee on other, perhaps less administrative burden ways to accomplish the same sort of thing.
Mr. Mesereau, through the chair, no, that's certainly not my intent. My intent is simply to provide a little bit of guidance to the analysts with the understanding that additional input through the Charter Halibut Committee or other processes are appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mesereau's questions and Mr. Merrill helped me understand this a little better. Left me with one other sort of similar related question, though, but I think it's probably better directed to Mr. Witherell. If we include this in our motion, but the Charter Committee sort of gets to these issues fairly soon, does adding this to our motion sort of pose a complication to staff about do they work responsibly to proposals coming out of the Charter Committee, as Mr. Mesereau has described, or do they work on this analysis? Does it create some conflicting guidance to staff in any way that we should be cognizant of as we vote on this?
Mr. Twite,
Chairman,
Chair,
Mr. Twite. I was just going to answer it relative to the tasking. The Charter Committee reports to the council, so the staff would not be working on any different analyses other than what the council assigned them to do.
And then if I may also follow up, Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite, I think in addition, there are some aspects of either moving through multi-year charter management measures or using the domestic regulatory process that gets rather technical rather quickly. And so I do think that there is a role for staff to be able to work on those issues. Certainly that doesn't preclude additional input from the Charter Committee or any other body, but I do think that there are a number of aspects of that could definitely benefit from some specific direction to staff in terms of refining those aspects of our regulatory process.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Any further questions on the amendment? Any amendments to the amendment?
comments on the amendment? Okay. If not, then is there any objection to the amendment? Seeing none, the amendment passes. Back to you, any amendments, further amendments to the main motion? Okay. Comments on the main motion? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I ended up rethinking some of my final comments as I continue to think about Ms. Campbell's admonition to us about the impacts at the community level of this kind of work. And then certainly her words are ringing loudly inside at least my my thinking, and I'm sure they are in the other council members. These are difficult issues, and the admiration I have for the young entrepreneurs entering both the long line and the charter sector is always kindled again when we get testimony on these kinds of things, just from being reminded of the courage they show in taking on the risks of entering into this fishery from really either sector, and the passion and the really the unsettling nature of these discussions, particularly to them who've got the most at risk. And I appreciate Ms. Campbell reminding us of that, and hope we can keep that in mind as we move through this. And I believe in our process as a council. I believe it's important to work through analyses. I understand many people treat an analysis as a signal of where the council's going, and I think that's where I want to focus my final comments is on that. I am trying to dispel that notion, at least from my perspective. I'm not at all convinced that after looking at this analysis that I'll think any of Mr. Mesereau's options are a good idea for 2C or 3A. I think I'm a lot more convinced that I will think that Mr. Merrill's amendment and following through on that and some of the other things may be a good idea. I'm also having this on our agenda has certainly caused me to increase the frequency of outreach to our congressional delegation in Washington, from Washington State, asking them if there's anything I can do to provide information or anything else that will help them see this through to a final resolution, both by Congress and the administration. I think the RQE really is the right answer. I just remain unconvinced that we'll actually ever get there. And I find that really unfortunate. I wish Congress could be listening in to the public testimony that we got on this. I hope that they will get a sense of the angst that these contemplating these kinds of reallocations raises, and the elegance of moving instead to a market-based approach to doing that. I hope somehow that can be conveyed to Congress. I also hope, finally, that the opinion leaders in all these communities will remind their stakeholders that this is just an analysis. This is council process. This is not, by any means, a preordained outcome. And do their best to avoid deepening the divisions that I know, and Ms. Campbell has eloquently described that these kinds of things will raise, that it's incumbent on us as council members, but it's also incumbent on, I think, industry leaders to remind folks that this is a process. This is an early point in the process, and none of us can really forecast what the outcome will be, other than that the issues will have been thoroughly examined from all angles.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. Many of the comments I have been made by other council members. I'll just say that I appreciate all of the discussion we've had today. I will support the main motion. I particularly want to reiterate my support for the purpose and need, the portion of the purpose and need statement. Again, that the council's preferred mechanism for dealing with allocations in this catch sharing plan is compensated reallocation via the RQE. However, as we've heard already, the success and timing of the RQE are quite uncertain. And I think I agree with Mr. Mesereau that as difficult as these issues are, that we need to keep the allocation, evaluation, action, and our support and continued support of the RQE on a parallel track. And I think also I just wanted to mention my appreciation of Ms. Kimball's substitute motion, addressing a concern I had about the purpose and need, about not sort of only considering the charter impacts of the CSP and adding that the further evaluation, should this motion pass, needs to consider the council's complete objectives for the catch sharing plan, which of course is to balance the needs of the charter sector, the commercial sector, and affected communities. And so, Mr. Chair, just thank you for the discussion today and for all of the testifiers. I know it's a difficult process to get up and testify to the council. And I did listen, and I know how challenging these issues are, and much like Mr. Twite, I would just say my vote in support of this motion is definitely a vote in support of the council process. And I also want to say that I have some concerns about moving forward with potential allocation changes under the CSP, but I think it is, at least I'm looking upon it as my responsibility to support that further analysis at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Downs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm struggling with seeing a clear path forward here that would be anything like a win-win situation. That I continue to think that, that there may not be a clear path, and that the analysis that we're going to see coming back is not going to offer a lot of new significant information. I think that the testimony that we might hear in the future on this is going to sound an awful lot like the testimony that we heard today. Concerned about the amount of time this is going to take at the council. I'm concerned about the number of people that have to come and testify to the council. I'm concerned about that we build up perhaps false hopes in some cases and pile on fear in other cases. That this is, I might be wrong about that, and maybe we should be taking the time on this, but I think that the time is going to tell that arguments for and against have not changed. They haven't really changed in all the years that I've been a part of this council process. In these times of low abundance, everybody is disadvantaged by percentages that people that buy quota or have trouble selling these trips because of the measures that have to be taken. I look at this and I think that the council's been pretty responsive to this already in the past. We've come up with this catch sharing plan. We've looked at we've provided the guided angler fish mechanism that's seemingly being used, and I think could be used and will be used more in the future. And we're doing everything we can to support RQE in both the commercial sector and in the charter sector both. I think everybody has worked hard and diligently on that respect. So, there is Ms. Campbell brought up some great points. That there is a human cost to us going forward with this, and just the bitterness and the Mr. Twite mentioned the word angst that is built into this. This is creating more stability than it will solve. That this instability is being created by the council by moving forward with an action like this. So I'm not in favor of any further uncompensated reallocations, and particularly by leaving Area 2C in this and dragging that area through this. It's my intention at this point to not be able to support the motion going forward and for more analysis for the reasons that I stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief. I don't take this issue lightly either, even just as some have stated, just initiating more analysis. I think the participants in both these sectors live in the same communities. They're both dependent on the same resource to continue their livelihoods in these coastal communities. It makes it very difficult. I'm going to support Mr. Mesereau's motion, but I'm very skeptical that we would see something different that would be compelling enough to engage in a reallocation, especially for Area 2C for the reasons that have already been stated by other council members and how that looks different and how we'll be in low abundance for quite some time. I do think that, one thing we got great testimony from all sides. I'm really encouraged by people speaking their minds and their hearts on this issue. I think this council and previous councils do engage in allocation and reallocation issues all the time. I think it's not a unique situation for this council. I think the difference to me is that the catch sharing plan and the RQE were established as a solution to stop doing that in this case, in this particular case. And so my support for this motion has really been contingent on the substitute language I put forward and passed that would give the council the opportunity to provide a little more time for those two triggers that this council is committed to looking at as the solution to this issue, and have the opportunity, as stated very plainly, to then not further pursue reallocation. That's where I'm at. I'll support Mr. Mesereau's motion, and I very much appreciate him responding to all of the council's questions and taking this issue very seriously. I think he's really helped, illuminate some of his thinking and intent. So I'll support it with those caveats. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the time and effort that everyone put into looking at this. I appreciate the comments that Ms. Campbell made regarding the fact that this is not a pleasant issue, and that in these kinds of situations, there are seldom people that walk away feeling good about this. But I think that the reason that we got a policy directive for reviewing allocations, and that it's very specific in why we should do this, is because these are unpleasant issues and it's difficult to open them up and discuss it. And I think we've met the criteria with the level of public comment that requires taking a closer look at it. But again, I want to make sure that the action the council is taking isn't going to create the expectation that just because we're asking for more information in the form of an analysis, that this council or even myself representing the charter sector is necessarily willing to take the next step after that. I need to see compelling evidence that there is some tangible benefit to both sides to this, that it isn't just going to be a open-ended reallocation from here forward. And I would much prefer that the RQE work gets done and we're able to utilize Ms. Kimball's amendment at the end of this motion that will allow us to choose what I think we've all clearly articulated as our desired outcome for this. So I would just hope that people can manage their expectations, understand that we're looking for more information, that there may be some landing spot, there may not, and we really just don't know yet. And that's the reason why I think it's a good idea to support it. Finally, I think that supporting this makes sense because we don't know if the RQE is going to just die on the vine again. And I think if the funding mechanism doesn't really come to fruition, then we may unfortunately have to have this discussion. And hopefully that's not going to be the case. And I think the council's all articulated their desire to have the RQE do this work as our first choice, and that uncompensated reallocation is not our first choice. But getting a look at this one more time, giving us a chance to see if there's a landing place, is doing our due diligence. And so I guess I appreciate everyone's efforts, and I am regretful that I have to bring this issue up this way where people are, it's pitting communities and people against each other. I don't like it any more than Ms. Campbell does. This is an unpleasant issue and unfortunate to have to bring it up, but I feel like it's essential to make sure that we make the right decision at the end of the day. And I think we can't do that unless we get a little bit more information returned back to us that'll make sure that we're making the right decision, even if it's going to be a difficult one. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Mesereau, for all your work on this, and also appreciate all the testimony that went into this. We heard a lot, in particular, a lot of folks have investments, and certainly we all know how it is to work with a bank and have to live up to your obligations once you make those commitments through a loan, and those things, I'll be thinking about those going forward. But I do support this from the standpoint of collecting the information. Let's take a deeper look at this, and hopefully maybe some clarity comes out of it. Perhaps some other options. My personal interest lies within the market-based approach. It would have been helpful to me to have these other elements within this. I understand the complexity, but by combining them, it feels more to me like problem solving. Where we look at a suite of options together. I hope we still do that, even though they're somewhat segmented in the approach we're taking. But overall, I certainly hope we come out with a good outcome for the charter sector. It's since my time on the council, it's the bag limits they dealt with and the time periods have been very dissatisfying. And I understand that. I certainly will hope they receive some relief on this, and it comes through the form of the RQE package. But we should look into it. But I'm also, again, I'm very empathetic to folks in the commercial fishery, and in particular those folks that have recently picked up quota. And so anyway, I support this, but my approach will be very conservative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just got a couple of quick comments. I'm going to align my comments with Mr. Downs. I feel the same way he does. This essentially is going to open up a whole can of worms of fear and loathing around here in Petersburg. When listening to public testimony, I didn't hear one comment from a charter operator here in Petersburg, but I did hear many from local fishermen that have bought IFQs. I think I have at least 10 people living within a mile radius of me that have bought IFQs, and they're going to now have to worry about this until we get something squared away in the future. Again, thank Mr. Mesereau for all his hard work. I know he spent a lot of time putting this together, and I appreciate what he's done. I have the dubious honor of being stuck in the middle of this whole thing. I recently retired from halibut fishing. A couple of years ago, I sold my last IFQs, and then 15 years ago, I started this boat rental business. So I'm right in the middle of both of it. I don't guide fish, but I do rent boats for people to go out and fish. So this is especially hard on me, and I just don't see this analysis ending the need for more fish from everybody. So I won't be in support of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Any other comments on the main motion before we vote? Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Calling the roll on the amended main motion to initiate analysis of revising the halibut catch share program sector allocations. Mr. Down. Mr. Down, you can give me a thumbs up or thumbs down if you need to.
My vote is no.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
No.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Marks.
Yes.
Mr. Merrill.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Campbell.
No.
Mr. Canine.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-3.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell, and thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Any further action on D1? Okay. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to take up too much time, but I do want to express my appreciation to the stakeholders. And one thing that I think many are aware is the agency also has a role with the International Pacific Halibut Commission, and providing stability and recognizing the many challenges that we have with allocation is something that clearly came out in the testimony. I think that's something we all take to heart and try to provide for as many opportunities for all of the stakeholders as we can. And I just want to express my appreciation for everyone's very heartfelt testimony and reiterating the importance of us in that arena to advocate for all U.S. interests. So thank you to all who participated in today's process.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Well said. Okay. Don't see any further hands. So that will conclude agenda item D1. When we come back, I think we will take the balance of the SSC report before moving on with the agenda. So with that, let's come back at 12:45 Alaska time, and we'll take our SSC report.
Good afternoon, Council. Please come to order. We are moving on with our agenda, and we'll now take the balance of the SSC report. And here to give that is Dr. Sherry Dressel. Good afternoon. Need to stand by for Dr. Dressel to reconnect.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me now?
We can. Good afternoon.
Thank you. So good afternoon also to members of the council. For the record, my name is Sherry Dressel, and I am the co-chair of the SSC, and I'm here to present the balance of our report. At this meeting, we had the SSC leadership election, and the SSC re-elected myself from ADF&G and elected Franz Muter from the University of Alaska Fairbanks to be co-chairs for 2022. And the SSC also re-elected Allison Whitman from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife as the vice chair. We also had some general comments. We want to extend a warm welcome to our new members, Dr. Kaylin Kretz and Dr. Robert Foy, and wanted to thank the council for their appointments. In the SSC's administrative discussion, we briefly reviewed changes to the SSC handbook, and these included language to clarify when SSC members should recuse themselves, and also some updated links in the reference section. The SSC is supportive of these changes and additions, and had one additional comment, and that is when the council reviews its standard operating procedures, the SSC refers to a recommendation from last February regarding the description of SSC membership. And that is a suggestion to change the term sociology to anthropology sociology. And that is to reflect the accepted distinction among social scientists between both economic and non-economic focus, and also to highlight the particular value of anthropological methodologies and perspectives for the SSC review. The SSC also reviewed the document that is under your staff, in your E section, their staff tasking, which is reflections on the council process and ideas for change, the staff discussion paper. We had a limited discussion here, and we've got some thoughts and notes for you initially. We didn't come to consensus on any of these, but these are ideas that came from one or more SSC members. I will only name the sections in which we had discussion. So for the first section, reducing the number of council meetings from 5 to 4 and dropping the February meeting, some SSC members expressed support for this. Others expressed concern due to both the time-sensitive nature of issues and then how to fit the current workload into fewer meetings. So it was clear in our SSC discussion that the assumption of some was that we would be having the same workload but fewer meetings. Obviously, this may not be an issue if the workload changes. Some SSC members also expressed support for continuing the February workshops, say like a one-day workshop, even if the number of meetings is reduced. And this is to encourage proactive and strategic discussions that occur at those workshops. We also discussed very briefly creating a schedule that makes 1 to 2 meetings per year virtual and the remaining meetings in person. We honestly didn't address this directly, but we did have members note the value of in-person meetings. We also had members suggest or ask if there could be a virtual option for members that are not able to attend in person to attend virtually. And that was to alleviate SSC workload by allowing review by more members of our committee when they can't attend in person. We do recognize that that's going to depend on technology possibilities. So for the Section 4, change the timing of October meeting to avoid government shutdowns. The SSC did acknowledge the desire to avoid the impacts of holding a meeting during time of potential government shutdown. And that is due to the excessive amount of time that it takes to both develop and operate under multiple schedules with shifting assignments between members, the possibilities of not having federal presenters or not being able to ask questions of federal staff and authors. And some SSC members question whether such excessive efforts should be made, since it's kind of an impossible task, or whether we need to accept that we just may not be able to continue or reschedule a meeting if it falls during a government shutdown. We obviously, however, didn't discuss the impacts of the problems that would cause. For Section 5, to reevaluate the timing of crab and groundfish harvest specifications in light of fishery needs and stock prioritization. The SSC has commented on that, especially in our last October meeting, and highlighted that due to tight timelines between when the surveys come out and when the authors need to have their models done for say, CPT, GPT, or SSC review, there ends up being an inability to include some survey data like the Northern Bering Sea for crab, some modeling methods like being able to use VAST to tie together kind of the Eastern Bering Sea and the Northern Bering Sea. There's also an inability in some cases like snow crab this year to obtain a model that everybody is satisfied with and that provides the best information that we could have due to limited time. We also noted excessive workloads between the authors and review bodies and limited meeting time. So obviously we do see a need to look at this option. There was one idea that the SSC did come up with and discuss in some detail, and that was whether moving preliminary model reviews for groundfish from October to June or an earlier meeting would streamline this specification process. It would require moving a groundfish plan team meeting earlier as well. It would allow more time between preliminary models and final models, and it would also sort of allow more focus on groundfish, possibly, since there's such a focus on crab in October. Anyway, that was just one idea that was put forward for further thought.
Dr. Dressel, let's go to a question from Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I do have a question about this, and I'm sorry if you weren't quite done with this topic. I didn't think to look and see if there was another slide on this, but my question is, this issue to reevaluate the timing of harvest specifications came to the SSC, or from the SSC to the council, I believe in October, with the crab harvest specifications. And so that was identified at that time, given what happened with the snow crab model and the information we received about the status of the stock, really highlighting the compressed timing, as I recall, of the assessment and the harvest specs. And at that time, I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there was an expression, I thought, from the SSC of a sense of urgency to evaluate the timing of the crab harvest specifications or assessment and harvest specifications process. So I know the SSC didn't have a lot of time for this administrative discussion at this meeting, but did you speak at all about, in terms of whether this reevaluation under number 5 in the discussion paper, whether crab and groundfish discussions should occur concurrently, or if crab perhaps has a higher priority, as maybe I had in my mind it did? Can you provide any clarification for that, or did you not speak about that at all?
Thank you for that question, Ms. Baker, through the chair. We did not address sort of which was more critical, crab or groundfish. We did talk somewhat about this idea of moving groundfish to June would address how much time we could spend on each, but we did not go into that. I think, like you mentioned, we have touched on that in previous meetings. So like you said, in October, the SSC expressed, it was a pretty urgent concern, and that partly focused around snow crab because, we don't at this point have Northern Bering Sea data incorporated into that model. And the recommendations that we made would likely require a vast model, which we know really can't be done with recent data under the current timeline. We will mention actually in the snow crab section, we do still have a recommendation for VAST, even if it doesn't include the most recent data. So anyway, yes, you did hear some urgency from us in October. I think you heard a little bit from us in December on groundfish because the authors really had I think one author even mentioned they may have had about 12 days total, including weekend days, to address SSC questions before their initial reports were due. But I don't think you heard the same urgency from us on that. I don't know what the overall urgency is for all of these if you look at everybody, but that's just what I think the SSC has shared with you so far.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Dr. Dressel. That's very helpful. Nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Back to you, Dr. Dressel.
We then skipped to section 12, and that is just changes to the nomination reappointment process for the SSC, and in particular soliciting SSC input. And the SSC did support being able to share recommendations to the council as to the needed areas of expertise relative to SSC workload, assignments, and ability to address best available science. For section 13 on considering how to reduce the SSC workload, I guess first I want to say the SSC really appreciated that there is a consideration of this. And we had a couple different suggestions, and we definitely didn't come to anything unanimous. Some members suggested limiting non-action agenda items. Others felt that many of the non-action agenda items, such as marine mammal updates or the ecosystem status reports, are absolutely critical to the role of the SSC as the Council's scientific review body. And so we did have actually one other recommendation that did not make the slide, and that was a member suggested that maybe we could lump non-action items into one meeting, not include them in our report. And while that wouldn't necessarily save time in an SSC meeting, it would reduce the SSC workload if those reports aren't critical to the council. We also address this a little bit more in our marine mammal section of this presentation later, and that essentially says we support getting those, but we are open to changes in timing, essentially. The second recommendation was that SSC members suggested reducing the peer review role of the SSC. And the example that was given is such as replacing it or augmenting it with more CIE reviews, which would allow the SSC to focus on sort of oversight and strategic discussions and setting harvest specifications. However, other members were concerned about reducing the SSC's focus on pre-review, and that was noting the value of the timeliness. So we address it annually, whereas CIE reviews currently are not. Also noting the institution knowledge of the plant teams and the SSCs, and then the need for transparency of doing this peer review in front of the public and the fleets and stakeholders. So those were our discussions on the Council Reflections document. The next section was plan team nominations, and the SSC reviewed the nomination of Danielle Dixon from North Pacific Research Board, to the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan Team. And the SSC finds Ms. Dixon to be well qualified and recommends the Council approve her nomination. For Bering Sea crab, we had a couple of general comments, and those are that all stock assessments include results from the currently accepted model, the one that was accepted the previous year, adding new data, which is the base model, so that changes in model performance can be assessed. That came up in a couple of different places during this meeting. The second one was that management-related quantities for all models, we requested they be models that may be recommended by the CPT or SSC also be available. And that'll come up when we talk about terms of reference for the crab plan team. We moved on. The full assessment and harvest specifications for this meeting were just for Norton Sound red king crab. And for this, the SSC agreed with the crab plan team, and the author recommended model, which is 21.0, and that places Norton Sound in Tier 4. The SSC supported the crab plan team's recommendation for OFL and ABC, which included a single mortality rate of 0.18% per year. The clarity that I want to provide on this is that the model 21.0 includes two different natural mortalities. One is 0.18, and that's for all length classes less than less than or equal to 123 millimeters. And then the natural mortality is actually much higher, 0.62 per year for length classes greater than 123 millimeters. However, and so because of that, the author actually had recommended specifications that in Tier 4 that included a combination of both of those natural mortality rates. And the CPT noted, and the SSC agreed, that this has not been done before in a Tier 4 specification process. And so we recommended that the natural mortality rate used in Tier 4 remain at 0.018. And we do support I think this will be in the next section, but we support further examination of using multiple mortality rates in a Tier 4 specification process. The results from this model indicate that the Norton Sound is not overfished, and overfishing did not occur. And the SSC supports the CPT recommended buffer, which is what the SSC recommended last year, and that is 40%. And we really did appreciate there's a table in the CPT report that gives a summary of the buffer considerations and what factors remain a concern and which ones have dropped and which ones have added. And we found that really helpful. Concerns that remain include a positive retrospective pattern, the fact that the 2020 survey data is still not fit well. The summer fishery actually didn't operate for a second year, so we are missing that information. And then, like I mentioned before, uncertainty around natural mortality. Recommendations that the SSC has, we supported the list of crab plan team recommendations, and we emphasized the following. And those are, as you may recall, the CPT and SSC recommended moving, and this was from last year's assessment, to accounting for total discards when setting the OFL and ABC. And that was for last year and then again this year. Currently, there actually is no observer program for Norton Sound red king crab. And because of that, we don't have annual estimates of discards. And so how to estimate these discards is an ongoing process, and we encourage the continuation of that. We also support exploring and trying to better understand the biological context for natural mortality in the model. Like I said, there are two natural mortalities, but the approach really didn't resolve the lack of fit to the larger crab, even though I believe that was the goal of including a different natural mortality. Like I mentioned, this was exploring the length-dependent Tier 4 harvest specification using more than one natural mortality as future work. And then also continued work to resolve parameter estimates hitting bounds. And this is critical because it may mean that the model is not converging. There are two more that we have here, and that is we recommended working directly with biological scientists to better justify how the transition size matrix, which is currently informed by tagging data, actually informs the molting probability function. Second, we definitely support continued work towards GMAX and exploring the value of using the VAST model for assessing survey data. And those are my comments for Norton Sound. Then we move on to the remainder of the crab planting report. And the first topic for that is Aleutian Islands golden king crab model lens. The SSE reviewed proposed assessment model for the upcoming May crab planting meeting. And the SSE endorses the 5 models that the crab plan team recommended. The SSE supports the recommendation to include GMAX versions of both the Eastern area and Western area models, and to include those in the Aleutian Island Golden King Crab SAFE if those are ready in May, which it sounds like they will be. One thing that I will add when we talk about the modeling workshop is we really did commend authors and plan team members for their work on transitioning these models to GMAX. There's been a lot of work done, and it's been a huge haul and a very good process. So the SSE also concurs with CPT recommendations for additional work on CPUE standardization, the year area interaction, the possible usefulness of the Aleutian Islands trawl survey in the model, and then also, if it's not useful in the model, to also include it in the stock assessment just as additional information, and then also looking at the revision of size at maturity values. The SSE did recommend that the authors provide a biological rationale for changes in size at maturity, and also a rationale for which years are used to determine that maturity. The SSE was concerned about a continued retrospective pattern in the Eastern area model. The SSE recommends that authors examine catchability parameters, which are about half as large in the Eastern area as they are in the Western area, and that actually may help explain a retrospective pattern. It's possible. The SSE requests rationale for continuing to use 1987 to 2016 for average recruitment, given that there are recent changes in environmental conditions, but yet recent years are not included. The SSE reiterates a previous recommendation, and this was to explore a single area model with shared parameters for the 2 areas, but we did acknowledge that other priorities, the crab plan team recommended priorities, are higher priorities than this, but we wanted to keep this on the list for further examination. We also had in the crab planting report, we got a couple of different survey updates. The first one was on resampling for Bristol Bay red king crab. And this presentation, actually, we received a summary of an evaluation of the 10% threshold for resampling female Bristol Bay red king crab. So resampling currently occurs when greater than or equal to 10% of the mature females within the Bristol Bay red king crab management area have not yet completed the molt mate cycle based on a visual observation during these surveys. And so the SSE concurs with crab planting recommendations, and that is the first one is to clarify the goals of resampling. And the reason that we say that is because the initial purpose of the resampling was to assess reproductive status. But resampling is important to capture the change in the size of red king crab and also to have an accurate estimate of abundance by size. And so, anyway, those will be helpful when clarifying the goals. The second one is a consideration of standardization of station selection. The SSE does suggest that how's this a little bit of background? Resampling results have shown that female abundance does change between the original surveys and resampling time period when resampling occurs. And this suggests that crab movement relative to temperature should be considered when a threshold is determined. The second one is exploring potential drivers in addition to temperature on the timing of the molt mate cycle. We also suggest examining temperatures prior to the leg one because that may be a predictor of the state of embryos during the survey. And finally, the SSC looks forward to updates and the opportunity to weigh in on recommended changes to protocol in the future. The second survey update that we received was on St. Matthew and Crib Island corner stations. The SSC received a summary of examining the impact of dropping the St. Matthew and Crib Island corner stations and what those may have on survey abundance estimates. The SSC appreciates the need to look for cost-saving efficiencies, and we share the CPT's concern about survey reduction and the comparability over time, so for the time series. The SSC supports the CPT recommendations to extend the analysis from solely looking at abundance to also include size compositions and other stock assessments. For instance, what the potential effect on the Tanner crab stock assessment could be given high catches at those stations. We also received a report on updates to the crab plan team terms of reference, and the SSC supports the crab plan team proposed changes to the terms of reference for the crab safe chapters, including clarification and standardization of summary tables. The SSC did encourage coordination with the groundfish plan teams for consistent, standardized, and reproducible documentation. And the SSC recommends that so we made a number of recommendations, and I need to give a little bit of background on this. We did mention this is a follow-up to a recommendation that we made in December to the groundfish plan teams. And the goal of this recommendation is trying to deal with time limitations for review during the fall. And this is, it's in an effort for transparency and allowing the SSC and others who read the SAFE before the crab plan team meeting to understand the changes from the crab plan team meeting. And so the recommendations are that in the executive summary of the SAFE, it provides the author recommended model and that the SAFE chapter itself doesn't change. We then recommended that the BSAI SAFE intro provide the crab plan team recommended model and noting if it differs from the author. And finally, that the crab plan team minutes include the deliberations that occurred at the crab plan team meeting, so that together with the SAFE document, which is not changed, people could get the full picture. The next item in the crab plan team report is the modeling workshop. And the SSC appreciates the continued efforts to improve GMAX. This included both merging base code and for crab that have terminal molts, merging in a terminally molting branch of this model. It also includes improvements to the projection model and updating and improving documentation and visualization. We're really encouraged by the progress in transitioning stock assessments to GMAX, and I believe we said the same thing last year, but we do support similar workshops in the future because it's an opportunity to make significant progress in a short amount of time, and we appreciate the efforts of all the people that are involved. For this section, for snow crab modeling, we actually, in our meeting, combined the crab plan team's report on snow crab modeling with the C3 snow crab rebuilding. So they were combined for us in our discussion. So the SSC did receive an update on snow crab modeling work in preparation for the 2022 assessment. The SSC supports the transition to GMAX platform after additional bridging work is done this spring. And the SSC recognizes the challenges. We talked for quite a while on this. We recognize the challenges in creating a bridging model between the status quo model and GMAX. And we're acknowledging also sort of authors' time in this process. And so we support plans to bring forward additional bridging information in May, and this is as suggested by the CPT. And we do reiterate, though, including the author addresses previous SSC comments, which include concerns on the difference in the recruitment penalty and implausibly high estimates of fishing mortality. So those are just specific areas that the SSC asked for to include. The SSC does recommend the development of a VAST model to include from the Northern Bering Sea, and this would provide both an index that includes the entire surveyed range, which is both Eastern Bering Sea and Northern Bering Sea, and it would also provide a tool for investigating temporal variation in the spatial distribution with different covariates. And the SSC does recognize, as I just spoke about earlier, that currently it's not possible to get the VAST model and Northern Bering Sea data in time for an annual snow crab assessment. But the SSC did believe that even a historical representation would be helpful for understanding. The SSC also, well, I should say, in addition to the Northern Bering Sea, the SSC would be interested in any data that describes snow crab movement into deeper waters, which is west and off the shelf, as highlighted by members of industry in our October meeting. And this leads to our recommendation, this last recommendation, which is to suggest outreach to harvesters in order to allow local knowledge on the stock dynamics and distribution that's going on in the fishery right now to aid in structuring for future work. The SSC highlights that it will be important for the rebuilding, so for when the council considers rebuilding in June, that there's a sufficient range of models available to consider. And so we tried to provide information on what may sort of bookend, allow the author to come up with a range of models that can bookend what values of T-min and T-max might be to fully inform the council. And so we recommended exploring different hypotheses like crab movement or crab mortality, and we know that the author is already looking at that. We recognize that the 2021 assessment identified a really high degree of sensitivity to management outputs based on fishery selectivity and where that is relative to the maturity schedule. And so in relation to this, the SSC recommends that the authors focus on best representing the biology of the species and the selectivity of the fishery, and then how these dynamics impact harvest specification through the tier system should be addressed separately. I do see that this slide was cut off, so I will, when I get there, I'll read the bottom bullet. The SSC, we are moving now into the snow crab rebuilding part of our discussion, and we received a progress report on the development for the rebuilding plan. And the SSC supported including several time periods for recruitment and hypotheses for natural mortality. And these include specifically including recruitment periods of the status quo, then also the period 1989 to 2020, and each with and without a continued high natural mortality. And that the second one was whether to include the 2014 recruitment, which is very high in the equilibrium recruitment, and whether to include recruitment after 2013 in general. Now, for each of these alternatives, the SSC does support the inclusion of alternative projections of fishing mortality, and those include no fishing mortality, bycatch only, and an approximation of the state harvest control rule, and others as necessary. And finally, the SSC notes that 2022 trawl data may be this summer's survey may be very important in structuring the assessment and the rebuilding analysis, and we do recognize that updates may be needed in the fall.
Dr. Dressel, let's go to a question from Mr. Downs.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Dressel. My question, since you'd made the move from the snow crab modeling to rebuilding, I understand you took these both as one item, but you have separated them here, and I'm glad you did for this discussion. So I wanted to ask a question on I think it's more to do with the modeling, and that's the inclusion, whether the SSC had any further discussion on the utility of this year's survey, looking at some of these deeper stations that would help to inform the model, whether that topic came up at SSC or not. And if so, could you articulate the conversations around that topic of including some deeper stations in this year's survey?
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Down, I think the two pieces that touched on that are that we definitely felt, we knew that before May, we're not going to get summer survey information, but we will get fishery information. And so while that's not the extra stations that I think you were talking about as far as what might be added in the summer, we did suggest outreach to harvesters to get local knowledge about what they've seen when they've been fishing. More to your question is that I don't know whether we specifically stated the deep stations. I feel like we did, but I can't recall for certain. But the incorporation of those deep stations falls into our recommendation regarding developing the VAST model. Because the VAST model, it's like a smoothing model that can incorporate different types of information. And so it could incorporate the Eastern Bering Sea, Northern Bering Sea, and possibly even deep stations. And so in our recommendation that a VAST model be developed, even if it doesn't include the most current year's survey, which obviously is the deep stations this year, it was sort of our intent to get an idea of the spatial variation and potential covariance. So I don't know whether the VAST model that we're talking about right now will be in time, because the way to incorporate that would have to be with new survey data, and obviously we don't get the survey data until it's too late to incorporate in the assessment. But I think that our recommendation for VAST was acknowledging other sources of information. So we touched on it tangentially, I think.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Dressel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Down. Dr. Dressel.
Thanks. I believe this is my last slide on snow crab. For the rebuilding, the SSC does recommend that each alternative that is brought forward include specific hypothesis or rationale for why they may be appropriate to consider for the rebuilding plan. This comes into play, and I guess it might be helpful to put it in a little bit bigger context. The model for snow crab last year suggested there was a high mortality period that was included in 2018 and 19. And that was in part to be able to get the index to fit survey abundances that showed high recruitment, or the model ended up showing high recruitment. So, but one of the SSC questions in October that came up, or one of the considerations was, was the natural mortality period only in 2018-19, or does it continue? And if it continues, is it possible that that should be included in the projections for rebuilding? And if a high natural mortality is included in projections, it may give a very different T-min than if it's not. And so what we're asking for is a wide range of models, which we know that the author is working on, but also the rationale for each one. So why does this model include only particular years for natural mortality? Why does this model include it in the projections? So we were trying to get down to the biology in that. We also recommend that each alternative use a consistence assumption say for natural mortality and recruitment, for the population trajectory and the reference points. The SSC recommended inclusion of uncertainty, and this includes covariance in the time series estimates of mature male biomass and the BMSY calculation. And finally, we noted that the 2022 trial, this is the same, I duplicated this bullet. This was from my last slide, so you can ignore the last bullet. And that is the end of our recommendations for snow crab.
Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. This one is on the snow crab rebuilding on the I think it's the slide that was cut off there on that third bullet point there. I just am trying to make sure I understand that bullet point for my own good. But so by supporting the alternative projections for fishing mortality, and then you include no fishing and bycatch only, and you have for an approximation of the state harvest control rule, is the reason that is one of the reasons that the SSC feels this is important? Is that because it could make a difference in whether there's a directed fishery allowed or not? That's the way I'm taking it. And I just want to make sure that that was the point one of the points that would be made by that particular bullet point. Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, council staff may actually have a better description of this than I am, but my understanding is in the rebuilding plan, when you're defining T-min and T-max, those are based on different assumptions. And one is with no fishing at all, and the other one is with these different assumptions. So I believe that our naming of those had to do with the calculation of T-min and T-max. Diana Stram had a really nice description for us in our meeting that was a bit better than mine here.
Okay, thank you. That's funny, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure that Diana gave us a good explanation of this as well, and I can take that with her if I have any further questions. So thank you very much, Dr. Dressel.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I might have been confused on the last question, but I just wanted to make sure I understood the very last bullet that's kind of cut off, and that is, I think in your explanation, you said what's very important is the 2022 survey data. That's what you're referencing there in the last bullet?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yes. So the slide that was cut off, the bullet that was cut off there, I did put on the next slide. So there is the full one for you to read. And yes, it is. We note that the trawl survey data from 2022 will be important next fall. And we recognize, sorry about that. We recognize, come. Sorry, mailman. That may impact things when revisions of this assessment and analysis are done.
Thank you. And Dr. Dressel, as a follow-up, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to, I think we've heard that from the industry and others about how important that survey data may be. Was there anything that SSC was highlighting in terms of timing for our rebuilding plan that makes inclusion of that survey data difficult? I just want to make sure I wasn't missing something there in that discussion.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think that this may also be something that Dr. Strand may be able to describe a bit better for me. My understanding is that in June we will need to name the council will be addressing T-min and T-max, but I also know that that is that the analyses are revised later. And Dr. Strand gave us a nice summary of sort of how that fits together and what impacts that. And my guess is that maybe she can do that better than I can when she gives the presentation, when Katie and she give the presentation. My apologies.
No, thank you. Thank you.
I don't see further questions.
Dr. Dressel.
So the next agenda item for the SSC was D4 trial electronic monitoring. And this was, we did a preliminary review of this EM in the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. And we just noted that it's the first of its kind for the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, using EM for compliance to verify logbooks rather than for estimating catch and discards. We heard that the implementation is targeted for 2024, and we found that it was a great model of collaborative work. The SSC found both the presentation and the document laid out a solid foundation for the initial analysis. And again, we found that it represents just a great collaborative effort with industry. The SSC had some suggestions for the upcoming initial review. And one of them was actually with regard to those collaborations. We suggested documenting the process of these collaborations with industry and other agencies to serve as a model for future collaborations. We also we asked that authors provide scenarios about how any freed up monitoring resources would possibly be reallocated. We also we asked for, we suggested an overview of what the sector could potentially target, given that there's a relaxation of MRAs. And I'm not positive. I do hear stuff in the background, and I'm not sure if that's through me or somewhere else.
I am not sure either, Dr. Dressel. I'm not seeing any other indications on the Adobe Connect platform that it's from somewhere else. I would just remind members of the public, please mute your phones. I'm not sure how to solve this one.
No, I'm not sure either. If you want me to sign back or call back in, I can. Otherwise, if you can hear me, I can just talk. This looks like staff may have solved it for us. Okay.
All right. Great. Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Dressel.
you for that. The last one, so we're on the fourth bullet, and that is we had suggestions that the Pollock assessment authors be consulted, and that is concerning whether the loss of the Hall level spatial information will impact any ongoing or future analyses, and also how the data changes will be treated in the assessment. So in other words, this includes effective sample sizes for biological collections, weighting of samples from tenders versus individual vessels. And we felt that it'll be essential for the authors to be prepared to incorporate these new data streams before they become permanent, rather than having to be done in sort of a post hoc manner. And the last one was suggest to provide details on how catches and biological data could be assigned to trip or Hall level information when catches from multiple catcher vessels are mixed onto tenders. And we are recognizing that this may or may not be possible. The other thing that we suggested is possibly we could look at how pooled data can be tracked and analyzed appropriately.
All right, Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. My question is regarding the bullet that Pollock assessment authors be consulted. And this is listed as a suggestion, but I was under the impression that that had already happened. Can you confirm whether or not that's happened?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, I believe that we heard that there has been conversation, and so I'm not sure that we knew to what level that had been, and our concern was simply that to make sure that it is, and if it's already been done, great.
Thank you. That's a helpful clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Dressel.
So continuing suggestions were that we confirm that this program will not result in a loss of overall specimens and biological samples, and this is particularly where it's challenging in the Gulf. Another suggestion was to evaluate the potential for large shifts in discard estimates during the year within the catchment areas database as compliance monitoring is completed on the video. So with the update to the video. Third one is suggesting more detailed examples of how calculation of prohibited species catch, discards, and other quantities have or will change when catches from multiple catch vessels are mixed on tenders. And the last one is to consider, we did hear that there is a lot of feedback that has been received from captains, fleets, and processors. The SSC suggested considering a formal direct mechanism for gathering this feedback, recognizing that they may continue to have suggestions for this program. And that was the end of our conversation in D4, trial electronic monitoring.
Before we move on, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Dressel. I guess I wanted to understand better the third bullet on the expectation well, it's the third bullet. More detailed examples of how calculation of PSC discards and other quantities will change when catches from multiple CVs are mixed on tenders. And I guess I just wasn't quite understanding that, given this is a near full retention program such that PSC is counted and sampled at the plant and all other discards are really minimized except for maybe some very big exceptions, so that we can use EM as a function on all vessels with the observations and samples at the plant. So I guess I wasn't catching what the concern was here.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's a great question. I do not remember exactly how our minutes were phrased. So what I will do is I'll give you my best expectation of what was meant by this. I know that a lot of our conversation focused on the spatial extent of how to designated where catches have been from or where biological samples have been from. And so without going back and reading our minutes, my guess is that this bullet had to do not necessarily with calculations like you said, and which is what it looks like in this bullet, but possibly how the calculations themselves will change in a spatial context. So the interpretation of all the calculated PSC, what is the interpretation of that given spatially where it's coming from, since it may be mixed from mixed tenders. And so it's a lack of specificity in space and time rather than actual numbers. That would be my guess.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dressel. I'll look back at those minutes as well. And if it's a spatial distribution issue, that's more intuitive to me than just the numbers. So thanks for that explanation.
The next section that we took up at the SSC meeting was essential fish habitat. And there were two components of the presentations that we received. The first one was a review of component one, which is the species distribution models. And for those, we reviewed the results. We reviewed the methods for these in an earlier meeting. And so this was our first view of the results from that. The second part of this that I'll talk about in later slides was the first review of component two, methods. And the component two is the fishing effects model. So SDMs, we looked at the results. Fishing effects, we looked at the methods. All of my slides are split into first the species distribution models and then the fishing effects, except for one of them. And you'll see that overlaps because it addresses the intersection of the two when fishing effects models will be applied to the species distribution models as part of the evaluation of whether habitat disturbance from fisheries is more than minimal and not temporary. So for the species distribution model section, we received a report with the descriptions and the maps for the 2022 5-year review. And the SSC found that this work represents just an impressive and substantial improvement of the essential fish habitat descriptions compared to the previous review, previous EFH the 2017 5-year review. EFH was defined, so the improvements came in multiple forms. The EFH was defined for many more species and up to 3 life stages. There was an advancement from EFH level 1, which was presence-absence, to level 2, which is abundance-based definitions for most species and stages. And also level 3, based on growth and condition for some juvenile stages. Another improvement was that there's an ensemble approach that was used to look at multiple models, and it used weighted average across a set of 5 models, and this weighted average greatly improved model performance. And the last piece on here was that model uncertainty was quantified and mapped. The coefficient of variation was mapped. The SSC found that for a large majority of species and life stages, for the vast majority of them, EFH descriptions reflect the best available science to describe summer habitat. The SSC discussion ended up focusing on, in large part, on, in some cases, the species distribution models did represent or did result in a poor representation of essential fish habitat. And this wasn't because the methods were problematic, but it was actually the data that's currently included in them doesn't well describe a particular species. So in other words, species or life stages in some cases extended well beyond the surveyed area, or species and life stages occupy habitats that are inaccessible to surveyed years. And so in these cases, the SSC found that in these cases, by themselves, the EFH maps for these species and life stages do not provide a sufficient basis alone for assessing adverse fishing impacts. So in other words, just an example, one of the ones that an SSC member noted in the meeting was that for, say, Aleutian Island golden king crab, since the EFH map was based on the summer trawl survey, and the summer trawl survey doesn't describe well the distribution of these species, we know from fishing activity that these species exist in areas that they're not caught in the summer trawl survey. And so since the summer trawl survey was used, it doesn't provide a good picture for what the habitat is. And if we apply a fishing effects model to that, the resulting overlap won't necessarily be representative of the true overlap for these species. So the SSC requested that in these cases, the limitations of the data are clearly highlighted and communicated to other analysts and to the public. The SSC found that additional information will need to be considered when determining fishing impacts for species and life stage combinations that are poorly represented by summer survey data. And this is, like I mentioned, because using the maps alone will not result in reliable indicators of the overall fishing impact. I think it's important to highlight to the council so that you know is that the SSC did hear from analysts, however, that due to resource limitations, changing the species distribution models at this point in time is not possible under the proposed timeline. And so, however, the SSC recommended that to the extent possible, EFH maps be updated with additional information before using the fishing effects model to determine fishing impacts for species where the stock assessment authors had substantial concerns. And the piece that I need to highlight is that the SSC recognized in hearing that there was no time to make any changes and us recommending that changes be made, we recognize that our recommendation, it's certainly going to or has led to, I guess, uncertainty in how we go forward with this. Obviously, the SSC cannot determine or dictate agency time. And so what we did in this meeting was to state what we believed that we would need in order to recommend these SDMs to the council for the FMP when it comes up in front of the council. What we didn't get to is we did not get to a stepwise process of how this is done. We did not it's not possible for us to address whether the timeline can be met or how a timeline would be changed. None of those were addressed, and it's pretty open-ended right now. And we recognize that. So I will say that for species and stocks, we tried to outline some steps that could be made to address species where stock otters have low confidence in these EFH maps. The SSC requested that the SDM team work directly with stock authors to provide a summary table to evaluate the species against at least 3 criteria. First was survey reliability, the second was seasonal representativeness, and third was spatial representativeness. So we do recognize that all of these maps were based on summer surveys, but we do also recognize that some species change dramatically between summer and winter and others don't. The SSC suggested that if these criteria are not met, that the EFH map and text description should be flagged as being potentially unreliable or as only reliable as indicators of limited summer distributions. A follow-up in recommendations actually is in the minutes under our fishing effects model, but for continuity in here, I'd put it in this slide, and that is, in cases where the species distribution model derived essential fish habitat definitions are unreliable or potentially unreliable, the question of whether to elevate a species for possible mitigation should be based on other sources of information. And what we mean by that is that currently there is a, if 10% of the core EFH is disturbed, that is sort of elevated for further examination. And what the SSC is acknowledging is if the SDNs in some cases don't represent sort of a true essential fish habitat, that 10% threshold may not be helpful. In other words, species that if the map doesn't represent where the fish are, there may be species where you need to consider possible mitigation if that 10% threshold doesn't happen to be met, or there may be ones where the 10% threshold is met that don't need to be considered for possible mitigation. And so I think one of the things that the SSC stressed was that we identify which species for which there are concerns ahead of applying that 10% criteria.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Dr. Dressel, thank you for the clarity of your walkthrough on this, I think, incredibly complex subject. I'm left wondering if ultimately, if in the SSC's view, we might be a little premature in concluding this particular 5-year review. And moving to conclude it, given the potential of having to actually flag some of our results as potentially unreliable or only applicable to summer, because not because the methods are flawed, but simply because in developing these very complex but also robust new techniques for estimating species distribution, we essentially just ran out of time to incorporate all the data sources that are really necessary to provide better estimates of species distribution. Is it that enough of a problem to maybe think about trying to find a way to provide the team with more time to really finish out the job?
Through the chair, Mr. Twait, that's a great question, and I think I have multiple answers to it, and I'll start out and see where I get, and I obviously welcome follow-up questions. The SSC really struggled with this because the EFH review, it's always an iterative review. And the question really is, what is the line between what do you do in this 5 years and what do you do in the next 5 years? And if a 5-year extends into a 6-year, should you delay a really good improvement for a vast majority of the species so that you can do a better job on some other species? And so we struggled with that concept. We also struggled with the fact that we fully recognize that these authors, you can only do just so much. In other words, you work hard, and what they've done is they've developed methods that actually form the basis of being able to incorporate new information in future reviews. And so their process of working on the methods first makes real sense. And we approved of those methods I think it was in June. Now, we also did suggest in June to encourage expanded efforts to include additional sources of information. And we recognize that there just may not have been time for that. I think ultimately where we got in a pickle is that we recognize that, so the methods and the process is great, but ultimately what the council needs to determine is this map better than the last map? And we actually have to deal with the output on, is this map really defining what EFH is or not? And then if it doesn't, do you need to change that map, or can you include other information? We came up with a number of different suggestions that I think have differing levels of time that it would take to address. And honestly, I think that some conversation may need to be had with the analysts, because they've got a better understanding of what goes into this, as far as time goes. We also struggled with, well, the only thing that was sort of within our role was to say we were not comfortable with these maps alone. And with these maps alone, our role was to give a heads up to the authors on whether or not we would recommend these maps alone to you, the council, when it comes up. Where we felt in a struggle was that if the authors don't have time under this timeline, or for some reason, if it's not possible to, they extend the timeline, how do you deal with this? And that's something that we weren't able to answer. And so would extending the timeline help? From an SSC perspective, I think it would help address our concerns. Whether staff can actually extend it, that I don't know.
Dr. Dressel, thanks. I appreciate your point, and certainly these have always been. You're exactly right. They've always been iterative, and the 5-year reviews just have in the past just represented capturing what had been done to that point. I'm not sure, though, that kind of process had ever actually resulted in sort of putting out information that you have to actually flag as potentially unreliable. Is the SSC also considering just doing more of a binary as they sort through? Because you also made a very good point that there's a tremendous amount of progress, and a lot of species really do have an improved estimate of the distribution that does have a pretty high level of confidence. And the SSC certainly didn't want to be in a position of not taking advantage of that. I think that's a very good point. But did the SSC consider essentially just almost making a binary determination about either ready for update or not ready for update on a species by species basis when you get to that final point? And for the not ready would obviously be just no changes to the current. Through the chair, Mr. Twite, yes, and I think
I think part of where our idea of flagging as unreliable came up was in an effort to find an intermediate step between having to come up with new maps and new methods, which would take a lot of time, and trying to somehow find an intermediate step. Your question regarding whether we talked about, on a one-to-one basis, yes, I think that, in my summary, we had this discussion over a day and a half, and the SSC did recognize that the analysts may not change these SDMs, and if they don't, then the question that we will have as the SSC is, like you said, on a one-to-one basis, is this worth replacing or not? I think that one piece of the SSC discussion was that currently the maps from the last 5-year review, of course, don't have the updated data. And so I will say the SSC is going to be in a tight spot to say whether this current model is better than the old model, or whether or not, so if you don't think the new model is better than the old model, or the new result, the new map is better than the old map actually has outdated data. And one of the things is that I believe as the ensemble, the analysts have actually rerun the model from the 2017, sorry, it's not a model, have rerun, actually it is, it's one of the 5 models. They have run that with updated data. So that is part of the ensemble right now. It's just not the map that was put forward. And so one of the things that the SSC, instead of having to choose between something that we were not comfortable with and something that had outdated data, one option I believe that we mentioned in our minutes is we could have the same we could use the same model as last time with updated data. And that was one of the options that we could use for some of these species that had maps that authors were concerned with. So I don't know if that answered your question.
You did really well. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I do have one question on a different subject, if I may, Mr. Chair. I mean, on a different aspect of this.
Sure, Mr. Twite.
Thanks. The SSCs, just wondering about the SSCs, as you just think about this methodology in general, the improvements to the methodology in general. Did the SSC have any observations regarding this methodology's ability to really capture the issues that shifting stock dynamics, shifting populations will raise for sort of fixed definition things like EFH?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, yes, that was definitely a topic. And that was one where we recognized that the work of the analysts during this 5 years hasn't yet gotten there, but we know that that's where they're going in the next 5 years. So I actually have this in a later slide on recommendations for the future. We didn't necessarily, I don't believe that we made any recommendations for during the current 5-year period for that to be addressed, but we did recognize the concern with that.
Thanks.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I had a lot of questions, and your very complete minutes that were released have helped answer quite a bit of those, and your answers to Mr. Twite's first couple of questions, I think, kind of fall in line with some of where I had questions and concerns. But it seems to me in reading through the materials and the minutes that I guess kind of like Mr. Twite was getting at, this whole process feels kind of rushed. And I guess I was concerned when I was reading through like the stock assessment author's concerns and the responses to those concerns. And it felt like a lot of it was just, oh, we'll get to that in 2027. We're not going to worry about it this time. But these maps and models have real world implications and applications, and there are things that we know are likely to come up before the 2027 review that I think it would be important to have these maps accurate, or at least not with the kinds of caveats that we've had to put on them. And I've been watching around the country, wind permitting sites, and, I don't know if there's any that are on the horizon for Alaska, but looking at how it's going, I wouldn't be surprised. We've got snow crab rebuilding, and so it's really important to have these right. In this process, we've slowed down the snow crab rebuilding to get GMAX right, but EFH is pushing forward really hard. And if the maps aren't right, if the species distribution maps aren't right, then the fishing effects models won't be right either. And as you noted, we could make poor decisions in either direction, make things really bad, or for the stock or for the fisheries, or both. And so I guess my question at this point is, did the SSC discuss like the real world application and implication of these maps if they're not right or have so many caveats attached to them?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, yes, we did. And I believe it was because of the real world implications that what we came down to was we believe that additional information needs to be included for these species. And so that obviously doesn't address the time problem. If it has to stay in the current time frame, I'm not sure that can be done, but the SSC's recommendation was that additional steps be made.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven. Okay, back to you, Dr. Dressel.
So we had some additional recommendations for species distribution models, and one was, to better communicate uncertainty about the overall reliability of the EFH descriptions to the public. The SSC had a suggestion that the summary table that already exists of model performance include plain language reliability score, qualitative based on performance criteria and any identified concerns. And we gave some examples in our minutes of statements like reliability, high, medium, and low, or yes or no, or something like that. And we do recognize that this is going to go across a number of categories, and so it's going to take some judgment call on the part of analysts. But the SSC felt that was important for transparency and communication. The SSC does emphasize the tremendous value of these products, and that they go way beyond meeting the Magnuson-Stevens Act mandates. They support research on habitat change and climate change impacts. They also provide habitat information to improve stock assessments. And so one recommendation that the SSC had to help inform the next 5-year review and to enable sharing these EFH projects more effectively and broadly to enhance their impact was we recommended that the authors collect information on what the current and future use of these are for the next 5-year review. The SSC, so that actually, it gets into our future recommendations, and the SSC had a number of recommendations for developing the next EFH research plan. The analysts, the presenters told us that there is a proposed EFH working group, which the SSC was supportive of. And so considerations that working group might look at include adapting the EFH definition to better use abundance information. So for example, saying that EFH might encompass the highest density areas that cumulatively encompass 95% of the proportion of a species abundance, rather than what now is 95% of the total area occupied. And so we did, however, recognize that such a change could have actually substantial impacts on the resulting EFH area, and on any analyses that use the EFH, so looking at fishing effects. And so changing a definition like this would have to be carefully evaluated before implementation. And so this would need to be explored by this proposed working group and during the development of the next EFH research plan to identify both the advantages and the disadvantages of different EFH definitions. And we just had one example in our minutes that sort of highlights what a change in definition like this could mean. And it could be a drawback for species that have multiple stocks within an FMP area. So say red king crab, where red king crab is 3 mantis stocks, Bristol Bay, Pribilof Islands, Northern Sound. Currently, they're clearly distinguished under the current EFH description. However, if we define it and incorporate abundance information, which sounds like a step forward, the problem would be that likely the Pribilof Island region and the Norton Sound region wouldn't show up because the highest abundance is actually in Bristol Bay. So similar issues could apply to stock groups that combine species with low and high abundance. And there are different ways that this could be addressed, such as by defining EFH separately by stock, as suggested by the crab plan team. But we suggest exploration as we recognize that it'll need to be looked at closely. The second one is sort of an extension of our current conversation, and that is to extend analyses to use fishery-dependent data, long-line surveys in addition to trawl surveys, acoustic surveys to enhance the summer maps, and to map distributions during other seasons. The SSC did have a number of recommendations. Sorry, these are continued. So the continued recommendations are they actually apply to the time period that Mr. Twite asked about, and that is we suggested, or regarding both time and space, we suggested that analysts may want to select data from recent periods based on changing oceanographic conditions to better reflect the current extent of potential habitat. Analysts may want to look at extending analyses to include dynamic EFH descriptions that map EFH under contrasting conditions for a species whose distribution is known to be linked to some ocean conditions such as temperature. So you could do, a map for warm years, a map for cold years. The consideration I mentioned on the last slide, which is, mapping EFH by management area for separate stocks. This is suggested by the CPT and in public testimony. And then we had a number of technical recommendations, which you can find in our minutes, but I didn't want to take the time to go through with you now. We then moved on.
Thanks, Dr. Dressel. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I realized she had an additional slide or two. I'll hold until the end of the presentation on the fishing effects model.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Dressel.
Great. The SSC then received a presentation on the fishing effects model from the Alaska Regional Office and the Alaska Pacific University staff. And overall, the SSC finds the document adequate for understanding the structure, development, and data inputs which form this model. And we support using the current version of that FE model for analyzing fishing impacts for the 2022 5-year cycle after addressing SSC suggestions as practicable. And I have some slides with those. The SSC does support the current method of averaging recovery time across habitat features. And this is given the absence of specific methods or information ahead of time to assign relative weight to certain habitat features. The SSC requests expanded descriptions and justifications for the assumed recovery time. The SSC requests an expanded description of the origin of the assumed values for fishing gear nominal width, bottom contact adjustment, and susceptibility of different habitat features. The SSC recommended that authors work with the Alaska Regional Office personnel to determine if there's one table in particular that talks about fishery definitions, and to determine if that table of fishery definitions is complete. The SSC does note, which I'll get into future recommendations, that the fishing effects may need to consider in the future additional gear categories, such as the slinky pots that we've heard about, or longline pots. And so we encourage for future research on that. The SSC does support decision to base values for habitat feature susceptibility to fishing gear and recovery time on a global synthesis that they presented. However, the SSC supports using any data possible that is specific to the North Pacific, including forthcoming results from the 2020 to 2024 Alaska Deep Sea Coral and Sponge Initiative, as well as NIMS survey products. The SSC recommends including a table or a map showing the extent of unobserved groundfish and halibut fishing relative to the observed fishing in recent years. I will note, and we'll get into future recommendations next, but I will, I guess, highlight that unobserved fishing effects, they're not included in the current fishing effects model. And they may account for 7 to 12% of total unobserved fishing events where vessel monitoring system, VMS, data was available. The SSC did note, however, that a large proportion of unobserved events is due to vessels that do not have VMS, such as the IFQ fishery, and so considerable development is going to need to be required to incorporate this information, and that is why the SSC didn't recommend including it in this 5 years. So the SSC does recommend, however, to the extent possible, the authors provide a qualitative discussion how gaps in coverage may influence the outputs, and recommends that impact metrics not be aggregated to the North Pacific scale, because the proportion of the observed fishing events actually varies across regions. One of the notes that I thought was important to bring in to you as the council was that the SSC did note, and this came, the SSC notes that for groundfish species in Tier 4 and below, there's not currently an available definition for the minimum stock size threshold. And so we suggest that species analysis of core habitat disturbance shouldn't depend on biomass relative to reference points for these species. And I can go more into that if you have questions. For future EFH reviews, the SSC recommends including these unobserved fishing events or developing a multiplier for observed fishing events to expand cumulative impact assessments. I think that was the highest priority recommendation that we have for the future, I believe. The SSC recommends review of the fishing effects model by a CIE review, Center of Independent Experts. And this review, we suggested, may include model structure, parameter assumption, and data inputs. And that's the end of my summary of essential fish habitat.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Just a quick question on your last bullet there on CIE review. You know way better than I do, but I'm of the impression that it takes a while, like a year or more, to get through those by the time you set up terms of references and do the review and get the reports back. And so if this is for a future model, obviously, because there wouldn't be time under this current review timeline that we're looking at, would that be the current fishing effects model that we would have them review, or are there significant changes? I got the impression that the current model is good, so I think that's what you would be looking at having reviewed, is the current model for 2022. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, that's a great question, and honestly, we didn't specify that in the SSC's discussion. like you said, to get it done in time with the next 5-year review, this may need to be the current model. I think that it might also, and this is just my personal comments on this, is that it would probably be something to talk about with the analysts or the authors of it, because if there were big changes that they were going to make, that they wanted to be reviewed, perhaps it would be delayed. But that wasn't something that we specifically spoke to at the SSC.
That's helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. When the Ecosystem Committee received the presentation on the fishing effects model from the team working on it, there was a couple of areas that sort of sparked comment both from some committee members as well as some stakeholders regarding potential bias. And I just wanted to check in with you about whether the SSC, you've mentioned them, but you haven't suggested that they might be provide a source of bias. And so I just thought I'd like to delve into both of those. One of the areas was some of the simplifying assumptions in the model regarding differing sort of potential for differing impacts at different depths. For instance, if I understood correctly, the model at present really focuses most on the coral populations in waters greater than a certain depth, and I can't recall what that depth was. And really, at least in some people's estimation, discounted the potential of impacts to any corals in waters shallower than that depth. Does that fit with the SSC's understanding of that? And did the SSC any potential for bias there with that? And again, understanding it was just a simplifying assumption for the model, but.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I know that we did talk about that because I remember, I think it was a 300-meter depth break, and I also think that we received.
That's my memory too.
Okay, great. And I also know that we received public testimony on that. What I don't remember is I don't remember our discussion on that, and I was trying to look real quick at our minutes, and I'm not certain that I'm gonna here. Wait, I do see. Yes, so when we talked about yes, that's probably when I mentioned that we felt that it was important to include data specific to the North Pacific to the extent practicable. And that had to do with the difference in growth and recovery at northern latitudes. And so I think that what we said was, and that it also related to incorporating results from the Alaska Deep Coral and Sponge Initiative. And that was to help, we said we didn't discuss this as a bias, but we said that it may help inform the current assumption that long-lived habitat features with assumed recovery times only occur in deep and rocky sediments below 300 meters. And so what we asked is, prior to finalizing the document, we requested expanded descriptions and justifications for the assumed recovery times. I think that's the most that we addressed on that one.
Thanks. Based on my recollection, admittedly, a little fuzzier, of the conversation ecosystem committee, I think that would be useful. That the SSC's recommendation seems like it would go a ways towards helping clear that up. The other area that I recall some discussion, and you did discuss this fairly extensively in your presentation, but there was some concern that there was potential for bias being introduced by use of some data from unsampled, or just by the amount of unsampled hauls in the data sets that we were working with, as well as some concern that the lack of DMS requirements for some fisheries might also lead to introduction of some bias too. The SSC treatment on that seemed like it was fairly expensive, but I didn't see in there whether the SSC was concerned that there might be bias that needed to be addressed, or whether it was just more a case of appropriately characterizing the uncertainty that's introduced by that.
Through the chair, Mr. Toy, yes, we did have extensive discussion on that, and I think the only reason that we didn't ask for it to be addressed during this 5-year period is because of the amount of time that we thought that it would take, sort of like the amount of time looking at temporal and spatial changes in maps would take for the SDM team. And so I think what we ended up with was trying to come up with some, I'm obviously switching through slides to see if I can find this. I think we had a number of recommendations for this period to try to address that and to try to address that lack of information and any bias that it might include. And that would be the recommendations, I think, on these first two recommendations. That was sort of our best shot at trying to address it the best that we could in this 5-year period, recognizing that the unobserved trips are going to be key.
Thanks. That's really helpful as well.
Mr. Meekum. Picking up audio, Mr. Meekum.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry. I guess I had a question on process. I'm not really familiar with where we've been and where we're going, other than coming back to this issue in October. Is that correct? Perhaps that's to Mr. Witherell.
Through the chair, Mr. Meekum, that may be a question for Mr. Witherell. I know that it's currently scheduled to come in front of the council in October, but I don't know if that's set in stone.
Okay. Well, then a question for you. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I was trying to figure out how to assess the situation for myself. Yeah, I know that there are some of these concerns, but I appreciate the fact that the SSC has looked at this, and I think I keep coming back to this. But where we are right now is a significant improvement on where we were, and we're talking about general concerns. But it's my understanding that of the 229 maps that have been developed through this process, there's basically a few, like 8 of the maps where these issues of we need more information, it's not considered best available science, there may be bias. So it's perhaps significant, but it's a small subset of the total. Is that correct from your understanding?
Through the chair, Mr. Meekum, yes, my understanding, and I was trying to reflect at the beginning that yes, a vast majority of these are improved, and there's only a small handful that sort of dominated our discussion of how to go forward.
Okay, thank you.
I think we are ready to proceed, Dr. Dressel.
Great. We received marine mammal updates at this meeting under D6. We've received these updates since 2017, and we find these reports valuable as new fishery relevant information is presented relative to the Council's strategic and ecosystem-based fishery management efforts. This is an opportunity for us also to receive information on research that's not yet published and is currently the newest research existing. So the SSC also, we've recognized that it's challenging to condense information from over 20 species in multiple regions into an update. And so the SSC has started to rotate topics so that we don't hit every topic every year, but that we will get, updates in time. And so the SSC supports, you'll see in our minutes that we support receiving these reports. We also recognize, however, that as council meetings and timing is evaluated, this was one of the highlights that some members thought should be cut down on these informational reports. And so the SSC is supportive of evaluating the frequency and the timing of these reports as we go forward. This year, in addition to presentations from the Marine Mammal Lab, we got some new information from the Alaska region on broad, direct, and indirect interactions with fisheries, from UAF researchers on monitoring mercury in Aleutian Islands food webs, and from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on walrus. The Protected Resources Division highlighted outreach efforts to target the fishing sector to minimize interactions with marine mammals. So for many species, presently there are minimal interactions with fisheries, but for some species it was noted that interactions may increase in the future as fisheries move north in concert with changes in water temperature. And so the SSC was supportive of the upcoming virtual workshop that is being hosted by the Alaska region. They're hosting it, I believe, regionally in Alaska and nationally on effective methods of deterring marine mammal interactions with fishing operations. Also, and we've got subheadings on here, this is still under direct and indirect interactions with fisheries. The Marine Mammal Lab is identifying killer whale stocks that are involved in depredation of catch from fishing gear and looking at the temporal and spatial scope of those interactions. The Alaska Fisheries Science Center is also currently re-estimating depredation rates from sperm whales using existing data. Obviously, we hear about this considerably in sablefish assessments. The SSC looks forward to hearing the results of those analysis and noted that it would be informative to know how depredation is changing over time, including spatial changes in occurrence. We then moved on to a section we called it Ecosystem Links, and that was the SSC received a report on a study of mercury in the Aleutian Islands food webs. We heard about this, and the council heard about this in 2021 in the Aleutian Islands Ecosystem Status Report. It was one of the noteworthy sections. And so we asked, it was Dr. Lori Ria that came and presented to us. We asked for some additional information. Relatively high total mercury concentrations have been observed in the Western Aleutian Islands, both in Steller sea lions and fish. There are several ongoing and planned projects that include Steller sea lion diet modeling, quantifying concentrations in invertebrates, and temporal spatial patterns in mercury I have trouble with that word apparently, mercury in fish, which Dr. Ria talked with us about. The SSC continues to strongly support efforts that take integrative approaches to studying this ecosystem. That was one of the things that we mentioned in December, that in the Aleutian Islands, there aren't many approaches to looking at the Aleutian Island region in an integrative way. And so we encourage further efforts also towards co-production of information, outreach, dissemination of research to local communities, especially for items like this one where there's a potential human health implication. We then moved into population trends and distributions, and we received current population trend updates for a number of different species, as well as updates on the information on survey timing. So for Steller sea lions, in 2021, there were surveys and non-pup counts were increasing, and pup numbers were constant in the eastern and central Gulf of Alaska. And we were told that surveys are planned in 2022 for the Aleutian Islands. For northern fur seals, surveys were conducted in 2021 and in past years. And 2021 surveys were limited in scope, but if you put that together with 2018 to 2021, they showed a 3.84% decline on St. Paul Island. For whales, abundance estimate for sperm whales are expected to be updated in 2023, and there are a number of other updates for certain timing that I've got in that bullet. For walrus populations are currently considered robust, and the population stresses are currently low, but the stresses are expected to increase in the future, and a decline in population abundance is expected over time. We heard with this presentation about advances in technology, and we include some of those in our report, and the SSC supports efforts across species to incorporate new technology to improve population monitoring. I apparently have the same issue as Mr. Mesereau. Come. All right, sorry for the interruption. The next section is B7, economic safe. And the SSC wants to recognize and note the high quality of ongoing work that's occurring to provide clear and consistent data summaries and analyses to address economic conditions. We noted that the groundfish safe continues to evolve nicely and is a useful, accessible reference for the economic status of groundfish fisheries. The crab safe also provides important information, and the SSC supports continuing efforts to increase the accessibility of that document and its consistency with the groundfish safe. One note that we did have is that the draft dashboard indices that were presented to us will be a useful addition in future years. The SSC found that both safes provided useful information related to COVID impacts, and given the unusual impacts that COVID's had on this time series, the SSC recommended developing a narrative that summarizes these impacts that can be carried forward in future safes. The SSC was informed that, or told in the presentation that Amendment 91 EDR data had been dropped from the report this year, and we did express some concern. We recognize the data that's collected for Amendment 91 does have limitations. But we also recognize that, since this data is mandatory and is being collected, we felt that it was important for transparency to summarize for the public what this data is. And so we suggested sort of a possible middle ground where possibly authors could present the data and yet highlight the limitations of what that data does and does not show. This slide actually is a little bit of it's just background for one of the recommendations that we made in this meeting. So in October of 2021, SSC acknowledged the outstanding work that's been done to collect social and economic data and indicators to address National Standards 2 and 8. And I listed out the different places where that's being done. In October and December of 2021, the SSC also suggested that it might be worth undertaking a review of how socioeconomic information is incorporated across the full range of evolving council decision-informing products. And this is to facilitate efficient reporting, indicator development, and to reduce staff burden. So the recommendation that we had in this meeting, we had discussions regarding the relationship between the economic safe and let me get this acronym, the Annual Community Engagement and Participation Overview, ASEPO. We received the economic safes at this meeting, and I believe that we're going to receive an update on ASEPO in June. And the SSC made comments that under National Standard 2, the SAFE provides the councils with a summary of scientific information, including social and economic conditions. And it can be in a document or multiple documents like the ASEPO and the Econ SAFE. The SSC discussed how this information is presented, though, and if it's presented in different documents. And our discussion was really, if it's presented in different documents, how can we provide the council with a holistic review of social economic conditions? And so the SSC recommended continued discussions around sort of where this information is included, and also the timing of the publications so that we can give the council a holistic view. And the concern that was brought up was, having this Econ SAFE at one meeting and the ASEPO at another might not give a full view to the council. And so we recommended considering revising the timing. A SEPO is new and it's in development, so this is a recommendation for the future. But that we look at the timing of the SAFE. And if they're going to be at different meetings, including a few paragraphs at the beginning of each econ SAFE to cross-reference the availability of the information in a SEPO, and then also to provide a brief summary of social and community status, which may be from the SEPO, during the presentations to the SSC. I believe that's the last slide of my presentation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gressel. Are there any additional questions on the SSC report? Okay. Great. Well, thanks so much for going through that with us.
Yes. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next up on our agenda is C2. We've been going about 2 hours though, so go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we will start up with C2. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to move into agenda item C2. And I think we have Dr. Diana Stram, along with Katie Paloff and Mike Litzow, to present this agenda item to us. So with that, good afternoon, Dr. Stram.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. We're on agenda item C2, and with me are the co-chairs of the crab plan team, Katie Paloff and Mike Litzow, and I will turn over the PowerPoint to them. Just so you know, the information is posted to your agenda item. The crab plan team report is posted to your agenda item, as well as the introduction to the Norton Sound State Report. Again, this is an action that you take up at this meeting to set the OFL and ABC for that stock, and the co-chairs will walk you through that stock assessment as well as the additional information that we went through at the crab plan team report, including snow crab rebuilding, even though we will also be taking that up as a progress report afterwards as well.
Great. So this is Katie Paloff, co-chair of the crab plan team, along with Mike Litzow, our newly elected co-chair that we just elected at this meeting. Before we get into our introductory slides, we'd just like to acknowledge Martin Dorn, our outgoing co-chair, for all of his work as co-chair, and he is still on the crab plan team, at least for another couple meetings, so we will still be able to get his expertise that way. So before, I have a couple introductory slides, and then we'll get into the meat of what we report from our January meeting here. So just to orient us all to our Bering Sea Aleutian Island crab stocks and the management timing, we're in our January-February assessment cycle, and at this assessment cycle, we assess the Norton Sound Red King crab stock, and we'll do final specs for that. That's an action item at this meeting. In addition, we'll also see proposed model runs for Aleutian Island Golden King crab, which is a stock that we assess in our May-June cycle. So the other stocks here that are either assessed in May, June, or on September, October, just are listed there for your reference. In addition to, some of these stocks have been moved to bi- or triennial cycles, so I indicated here too when we would expect to see those full stock assessments again in that cycle process. Just a reminder here too, the crab stock assessment is a tiered system. As with groundfish, we have 5 tiers. Most of our stock assessments are all of them lie between tier 3 and tier 5. This is based on the amount of information that we have available to us for the specific crab stocks, with 5 being this tier and 3 being those stocks that we have the most complete life history, survey, and just general information on. The ABC buffers that we discussed usually have some relevance to the tier because they're based on the amount of information that we have available to us, although there's not a direct linkage that we automatically assign an ABC buffer to a tier, but those buffers do range being larger with those assessments that we have less information. So with that brief introduction, I'd like to get into what we covered in our January meeting. In this slide, similar to those we presented in our last few meetings, it's kind of color-coded for the information that you'll either receive in the oral report, which will be in the black text here, and then the information that's in the blue text are stuff that is in our written report that we're not going to present to you today. Many of these things you will either see in other reports, such as the crab econ safe was in the SSC report, or they're items that we will bring up in future meetings, so they were just mostly a progress to the CPT or informational to the CPT. So with that, I'll get started on our action item for this meeting, which is Norton Sound Red King crab specifications. So just a refresher here, the Norton Sound Red King crab model is a tier 4 model. It is a male-only assessment and has 7 size bins. It fits the NIMS bottom trawl survey from the Northern Bering Sea and the ADF&G trawl survey data that's from Norton Sound. The model has a fixed natural mortality for the length classes 1 through 6, and then a higher estimated natural mortality for length classes 7 and 8. And this is just a refresher. That's what the base model that we've currently accepted the last few years has. And we'll look at one of the things the authors did this round was look at sensitivities to this natural mortality assumption. Additionally, you see fishery harvest that occurs in both a winter and summer fishery. And the models presented here, which I'll get into a little bit more detail in a few slides, encompass updates to standardized CPUE calculations from the summer fishery and then explorations on natural mortality alternatives. So what's new data-wise going into this model? There was a small winter fishery. This is number of crabs, so fairly small, very small commercial and subsistence fishery. There was not a summer commercial fishery for Norton Sound due to lack of a buyer, in addition to some conservation concerns by the fleet and the community. So the total harvest for Norton Sound is much less than the ABC that we set for last year, so no overfishing is occurring. Two other data points that we have going into this model this year are both the ADF&G Summer Trawl Survey in Norton Sound, and NOAA did complete the Northern Bering Sea Trawl Survey in 2021 also. And just something to point out, you'll see this in the figure that I'll have in a few slides, but the estimates for these two surveys for the number of crab in Norton Sound were actually very similar, which has not always been the case when we've had a year where both of these surveys have occurred. Sometimes there has been a wide range of difference between them. So that's a good point here. So I won't get into the nitty gritty of all the models that we saw, but just wanted to kind of summarize what we did see. We saw some updates to the standardized CPUE from the summer fishery. So those updates are enclosed in model 21.0, which I did bold here as that is the model that the CPC and SSC did endorse. We asked the author to put together a couple models, that's 21.2 and 21.3. There are bridging models, kind of how we got from the base model to model 21.0, which he did provide for us, which was greatly helped to see how we can step through those changes. In addition, there were three different variants on natural mortality presented. One model that had a constant fixed natural mortality, a constant estimated natural mortality, which was model 21.4, and then model 21.5, which had estimated natural mortality for kind of two groups, those less than 124 millimeters and those greater than. Really, none of these modeling variants were that much improved to the kind of proposed endorsed model, which is 21.0. It was an improvement over the base model, but none of the other variants in natural mortality were that fit the data that much better. In addition, none of the models really reduced this misfit with having lack of larger crabs in the data, and potentially having some issues with how many old shell crabs we're seeing in the data also. So as far as models fit to the data, just wanted to kind of provide you guys a couple slides here for a summary. This, just for overview, is the crab abundance data from the two surveys. So the ADF&G survey is in red circles and the NIMF survey is white circles. This point here indicating the point for 2021 where those two circles were pretty much the same overlap. Most of the models fit the data fairly similarly. The one model that you're seeing that fits the data differently is the model that has a constant fixed natural mortality of 0.18. And that's a pattern you'll see in the next two slides, that model definitely is not fitting the data well compared to the other models, which you'll see here too. This is the summer CPUE. The last data point for summer CPUE was in 2019, since there has not been a fishery in 2020 or 2021. So no other data for the model to fit to past that 2019 data point, which was some of the lowest CPUEs that we've had for this fishery. As far as mature male biomass estimates, please excuse this vertical line here that shouldn't be there. Sorry about that. All the models have a pretty similar mature male biomass estimate for the last 2 years, which is trending upward, which is encouraging for the stock. We are seeing some recruitment in the smaller size bins, although we do caution that this model does have a fairly strong retrospective pattern for mature male biomass, which basically means that we tend to overestimate the amount of crabs that are there in the terminal year. In addition, just wanted to point out that since we haven't had a summer commercial fishery either in 2020 or 2021, we don't have that data to fit the estimates in 2020 or 2021 too, and that may bring down those estimates some if we had a CPUE and it continued to be low like we saw in 2019. So just some added caution to that larger MMB trajectory. The author recommended either model 21.0 or 21.5. The CPT recommended going with model 21.0. We had concerns with the model that estimated 2 M's. We felt this might be an overreach for the depth of the data that was available to this model. In addition, I think that the SSE report covered this briefly, but we did have a discussion on how the OFL is being calculated for the stock, since we do have two natural mortality estimates, one that's fixed for the lower size bins and then an estimated natural mortality for the top two size bins. We have used a length independent OFL calculation, and we will continue to this year. The author proposed a length dependent, so basically incorporating that higher natural mortality into the OFL setting as an option, and we encourage the author to do a more thorough analysis of this to see if it's something that we can consider in the future, but it's not currently how our Tier 4 stocks are kind of set up, so we're sticking with the length independent OFL. In addition, we had a discussion on our buffer considerations. We have a very detailed table of this in the CPT minutes if you'd like more information on it. We adopted a 40% buffer. That's the same buffer that was in 2021. We found that there were similar, concerns and sources of uncertainty with this model as there were in 2021. There was some improvement that we saw in some aspects, but that wasn't enough for us to endorse a reduction in the buffer from last year. In addition, one of the big sources of uncertainty for the stock, which I believe the SSC report touched on, is the fact that we're estimating a total catch OFL. So the OFL includes both retained catch and discards, but we don't currently have an accurate way to account for discards because we do not have an observer program. The author has done substantial work on looking at a couple different ways to kind of estimate discards from the years that we do have observer data, from survey data, and those are detailed in the appendix in the SAFE report, and the CPT encouraged some further work on that. But that's like an additional source of, it was an additional source of uncertainty last year in 2020 that does carry, 2021, that does carry over into 2022. So with that, I think our final specifications, this is the table from the SAFE intro. So the final OFL and ABC are up slightly from last year in 2021. So I think that's all I had as far as slides for Norton Sound. I can pause if there's questions, or kind of can do that either way. I'll just pause and see if there's questions specifically on Norton Sound.
All right. Thank you. And but before we do move on, I should let the public know that if they wish to sign up to testify, to please do so prior to the end of this presentation. I don't see any questions, so I think we are ready to move on.
Great, thank you. So the next couple slides depict some of the other topics that we covered at our January meeting. One of which is during our January meeting, usually the latter half of it, we hold a modeling workshop. And this is open to the public, but mostly stock assessment authors and others that are involved in the modeling, crab modeling world and process are involved with this. I just wanted to update you on some work that we have towards adopting GMAX for some of our crab stocks. And so just a reminder here, GMAX is kind of a general model for either all crustacean stocks or Alaskan crab stocks, depending on which acronym you want to use. But it really is a good step towards universal, transparent, multi-user code that we can really review a lot more efficiently among our stock assessment authors. So substantial work was done during the modeling workshop and also in an earlier December meeting between the stock assessment authors and Dr. Andre Punt on moving Aleutian Island golden king crab to GMAX. And we did do a substantial bridging model to show that the population dynamics can be replicated using GMAX. The population dynamics of the current model can be replicated. And so we will see GMAX options at our May meeting for Aleutian Island golden king crab. So that was good progress in that respect. In addition, we were introduced to a postdoc that's working with both Dr. Andre Punt and Dr. Cody Swolski at the Science Center down in Seattle. And he will give us a progress report in May, but his goal of the work that he's doing is to unify the GMAX version that's being currently used for king crab stocks. Currently, St. Matthews blue king crab, Bristol Bay red king crab, and Pribilof Island red king crab use GMAX for their stock assessments. In addition to, we're hoping to adopt GMAX for snow crab. So there's some changes that had to be made to the base code because snow crab and tanner crab are terminally molting species. So he's working on unifying the code for those two branches to have one unified set of code, which is the ultimate goal for this type of modeling framework. In addition to much improved documentation so that when new authors or take up GMAX, they have some references there to refer to. And then finally, some improved output and visualization packages for the coming out of GMAX that we can use in R to make some more universal outputs of our figures and tables and things like that. In addition, substantial work was done, some GMAX improvements on the base code, in addition to testing some options that have been present in the code but were not fully tested, such as jittering and retrospective options. And then, most importantly, there was substantial work done on updating the projection module to allow for differing conditions. And this was done with, knowing that we're going to be using this, hopefully, using this projection model for our snow crab rebuilding. So wanting to be able to have a wide range of options going forward as to how we project the population into the future. So with that, the next topic that we saw were proposed model runs for Aleutian Island golden king crab. And just at any point in time, if you guys have questions, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll try to monitor that and pause if I see a question, just letting you know. So we saw proposed models for Aleutian Island golden king crab. We will see those again in our May meeting, your June meeting. Just a reminder here too, this is a male-only, length-based integrated assessment using fishery-dependent data and CPUE data. We saw a couple different models for the Eastern Aleutian Islands and the Western Aleutian Islands, which I'll get into what those kind of encompass in the next slide. In addition, the authors covered many of the CPT and SSC concerns, and these included, I saw Dr. Dressel's SSC report, so she kind of went over a couple of these, but we looked at some new maturity data. The authors looked at kind of a preliminary look at Aleutian Island trawl survey data, potentially if it could be used in any way to inform on this stock. There's no size or sex data that was collected for the crab in the survey, so it would not be able to be integrated into the assessment, but there was some talk as to looking at the CPUE of this data versus the fishery data to see, there is some spatial overlap between the two data sets to see how they compare over time and temporally and spatially, in addition to some improvements on CPUE standardization for the stock. So the models we saw in January included updates to CPUE standardization that included your area interactions, parameterizations of catchability, some differences in that for fish ticket and observer CPUE time series. In addition, there was a sensitivity analysis that was done for the Western Aleutian Islands fleet as part of the CPUE standardization process, and this was in response to some requests from industry to Fish and Game and the assessment authors to kind of see how sensitive the CPUE standardization was to one of the members of the fleet, because it's a fairly small fleet when it comes to CPUE standardization. So that was a request that was done as a sensitivity analysis. And then finally, updates to seismic maturity using new data. So from that, what we asked the author to bring forward in May was, of course, the base model that we accepted last year. Some models that update the base, which include some changes to catchability parameterization, changes to the CPUE calculations, including that your area interaction, and then both maturity options as far as the previous maturity estimate and the new maturity estimate with new data. In conjunction to these models, we also asked the author to bring forward a couple different, figures and analysis to look at these changes and the data that's going into the model. In addition, we asked the author to put together GMAX versions of these models to the best that they could do for our May meeting with the hopeful progress towards adopting a GMAX model. And if we don't get to adopting that model in May, at least we've made substantial progress so we can potentially do that in the near future. And with that, I'm going to actually hand this over to Dr. Lissau for the next few slides.
Thanks, Katie. So the plan team received presentations on two possible changes to protocol for the bottom trawl survey in the Bering Sea. The first of these had to do with a potential change to the threshold for Bristol Bay red king crab females that have not completed a molt mate cycle, and that would then trigger a resampling event. Currently, the threshold is set at 10%. we saw a presentation about increasing that threshold. CPT gave the following feedback. First of all, that the survey group distinguished the two goals of the resampling effort, evaluating female reproductive status versus evaluating changes in mature female abundance as the season goes on. CPT also suggested that the survey team evaluate the impact that a different threshold would have had on resampling decisions in the past, and also evaluate the effects of change in threshold on reproductive status and abundance data that are provided to the stock assessment model. And the plan team also suggested that the survey group look at standardization of the station selection process for resampling events. And finally, the plan team invited an additional presentation in May with an eye towards a possible decision on this change in May. We also received a presentation, an analysis on the potential effect of dropping corner stations from the survey grid around St. Matthew and the Pribs. These corner stations were originally established to provide higher density sampling of blue king crab populations. The presentation we saw showed, minimal impact on the abundance estimates that would come out of the survey from dropping these stations. CPT feedback was very helpful, and particularly there was a lot of concern expressed about the value of a continuous time series going back to 1982 in this case, and that we should be very cautionary about abandoning that continuous set of methods that we've relied on for so long. The CPT asked for an analysis to be extended to size composition estimates from the survey, and also to run survey estimates without corner stations through the stock assessments to evaluate the effect on the stock assessment model output. And an additional presentation was requested for that analysis in May as well. And then the plan team also received an update on the 5-year review for essential fish habitat, both the model descriptions and then the fishing effects assessment. CPT had specific comments about the fishing effects model. First of all, there was a request for a flow chart for evaluating fishing effects on overfished crab stocks, similar to the one that currently exists for groundfish stocks. The plan team also requested the SSC to discuss the merits of the 10% core EFH area threshold for mitigation of fishing effects on overfished crab stocks. And then the final comments from plan team had to do with EFH models themselves. There was a request for further research on contact adjustment and gear footprint estimates. There was a request to consider non-fishing effects, and the example that was brought up was the potential for mining effects on Norton Sound red king crab, and also a request to consider Alaska-specific gear effects in the models. And finally, there was a request from plan team for the EFH team to break out their products by management area, both for Bristol Bay, or I should say for all red king crab, and also for Tana crab in the Bering Sea, these stocks that are managed in different areas. And that's all I've got for my report, and I'll turn it back to Katie and Diana for snow crab.
Thanks, Mike. So the next topic that we're going to cover under C2 is kind of what we discussed at the plan team meeting for progress on snow crab and just some rebuilding updates. And so I think before we get into what we covered at the plan team meeting, I think Diana has just kind of a brief slide here to orient you to where we are in this process.
Thanks, Katie. This is Diana again. So in terms of what we presented what we discussed at the crab plan team, and I know that we're taking this up as a progress report in the next agenda item, but one of the necessary items for developing a rebuilding plan is we need the projections for TMIN and TMAX. So TMIN, these are all coming out of National Standard 1 guidelines. So the TMIN is calculated by looking at, in the absence of all fishing mortality, how long would it take for the stock to rebuild with a 50% probability? If TMIN calculation is under 10 years, then TMAX by definition is 10 years. So when we were discussing this, and Katie will go through some of the considerations in the assessment, we basically, there's there's too many moving pieces right now in the snow crab assessment for us to have an accurate calculation of team min at this time. So we made the decision to postpone that while all these other considerations that Katie will walk through are considered for the assessment that we look at in at the May crab planting meeting. There's other things to be considered, and again, you'll get into this a little bit in your C3 progress report to follow. We look at bycatch and groundfish fisheries. Obviously, the trawl limit, the PSC limit is tied to the cobbles area, and that's at apportioned every year in your specifications process by target fishery per trawl. The actual limit itself, as John will show in his slides, is set as a fixed percentage, and there is no fixed year limit for snow crab bycatch. You also will consider potential habitat considerations. But the real main crux of this is the calculation of team min and team max. And as you just heard with your SSC report from Dr. Dressel, we did have discussions and considerations of what happens if the model that's accepted, the model that's recommended coming out of the May meeting that we hope to use in GMAX for projecting team min and team max, will also have our final stock assessment, including the 2022 survey biomass estimate that may have an influence or effect on the current consideration of stock status. So those are all different aspects that will be taken up when you discuss this again in June, and then when you have your final snow crab stock status in October. I think that I turn this back over to Katie now.
Thank you. So what we wanted to update you all on is where we came out of for snow crab in our October conclusions, and then what the work that has been done since October, and then what you would expect to see in our May-June cycle. So you may recall, and this is definitely detailed in a lot more detail, I just provided kind of a summary slide here in our October presentation and our October minutes, September minutes, I'm sorry, from our September meeting. But basically, we saw a dramatic decline, as you are all aware, of snow crab throughout the Eastern Bering Sea. And the hypotheses that we entertained at the crab planting back in September were that either the crab, had died, there was a large mortality event, or the crab were alive but had moved out of the survey area, or there was some survey misspecification. So I'm not going to get into all the details for that, but we definitely came to the conclusion that a large mortality event was more likely. There was more evidence for that. In addition to the fact that we didn't see any differences from the survey in any of the other stocks that we survey, such as Tanner crab or Bristol Bay red king crab. And we didn't, even though the males, industry preferred males, were congregated towards the northwest corridor of the survey station, and the fishery did find a lot of them in deeper areas outside of our survey station, the amount of area that they could have moved into in those deeper stations didn't really account for the loss of biomass that we saw throughout the Bering Sea. In addition to the fact that we saw a loss of biomass in all aspects of the population, mature, immature, female. So that really, some of those aspects of the population cannot move as great distances as the mature male portion of the population. So therefore, the evidence supported a large mortality event. And that evidence was increased predation, and you'll see just this figure in the middle here just gives an idea that the fact that we're seeing more snow crab in Pacific cod stomach contents, and this is not meant to be, this is just to give an idea that we are seeing more snow crab in Pequod. This is not a quantitative in the sense as to how many snow crab are being consumed either in the Eastern Bering Sea or Northern Bering Sea. The fact that it's broken down by those two areas is just a product of how the Pequod were sampled. We also saw an increase in disease, specifically bitter crab disease throughout the snow crab population, specifically in the last few years. And that's what this figure down here kind of represents, this increase that we saw in the last few years. And then in addition, there's potential for cannibalism within the stock. We saw, as you might remember, in 2014 and 2015, a large small year class coming through, and potentially the overlap spatially of the smaller crab with larger crab could have led to some cannibalism among the stock. So what has been done since October? Well, the stock assessment author, Dr. Cody Swolski, has done substantial work on looking at just different covariates. And so these figures on the right are not meant to be interpretive, just to give you an idea of the wide range of covariates that he's looking at. He's looking at a male-only population dynamics model to see what aspects that we concluded might be influential in this large mortality event may have some correlation between the snow crab population over time. And there's a couple different ways he's looking at that. He gave us an update on that during the plan team, and we provided him some feedback. That work wasn't quite ready to be presented to the SSE or to you, the council, but we hope to have a summary of that work at our May meeting to kind of just better answer the question of what happened and potentially, if there are strong covariate relationships, what does that mean for the population going forward into the future? In addition, the author has done substantial work on a GMAX version of the snow crab model. The GMAX version was adopted by the CPT in 2020, but the SSC chose to endorse the status quo model at that time. There was a wide range of reasons for that. In addition to the fact that, 2020, we did not have a survey data point, so that led to some additional uncertainty with adopting a new modeling method. However, since that time, the author has done additional work on trying to address the concerns that the SSC had, and we presented some of that to them. At this meeting, we will present a more thorough bridging analysis, so comparing the two models, really showing that the population dynamics in both the status quo and the GMAX model are the same. And so our hope is to adopt a GMAX model at our May meeting. Typically, our new modeling frameworks are adopted in our September cycle, but as Diana already stated, we plan to use the GMAX model for our projections. We have a projection module already coded into GMAX. It allows us to look at a wide range of different projections to establish team in and team in for the stock. And so our hope is that if we can adopt the GMAX model in May, then we can go forward using the same modeling, the same model for both the projections and the status of the stock in our September-October cycle. So that would be ideal, and that's one of our goals for our May meeting. In addition to what has been done, this graph figure on the right here also is just meant for illustrative purposes, not for interpretation. The author did run a few iterations. I want to look, so these examples shown here don't include all the variability that might be seen, in addition to all the different ranges in fishing mortality that could be looked at. But he gave us a couple examples of what we could do with the projection module using the GMAX model. And so those things that we might look at in projections, I think these were already touched upon in the SSC presentation, our expectations on recruitment going forward, expectations on natural mortality. One of the things that was brought up in the AP discussion is, potentially if we're seeing increased predation or effects of temperature, are those things that we would predict to continue on? Would we expect there to be a higher natural mortality for snow crab in future situations? So these projection modules allow us to look at a wide range of possibilities going into our May meeting. And so what should you expect to see in May, June for snow crab and the crab plan team? Officially, you would hopefully see a summary of all the analysis that the author is doing to examine the dramatic snow crab decline. Also, a summary of the work that's been done for a GMAX model adoption, so kind of a summary of the bridging analysis with the status quo model. In addition, what we propose to put forward for rebuilding timeframes are a wide range of projections. So we've asked the author to kind of give us the whole range of different expectations that we might have for the stock going into the future. And that will allow us to really get an idea of how much our team in estimate varies depending on our expectations of recruitment and natural mortality, and also different fishing mortality options. So hopefully coming out of our May meeting, we'll be constructing rebuilding alternatives that will fully encompass the range of team ins coming out of those projections. And I think, yep, so that's all we have for our report at this time for you. So we'll entertain any questions. I just want to briefly take this time to thank all our plan team members and CRAB authors for all their work. And also, once again, thanks Martin Dorn for his time serving as CRAB plan team co-chair. So with that, I can entertain any questions you guys might have.
Thank you, Ms. Paloff. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Great. Well, thank you for the presentation, and to Dr. Stram and Dr. Litzow as well. I think that concludes the staff presentation.
Yes, that's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, I don't think anybody signed up to testify. It looks like there is no public testimony. So that would bring us to action. Ms. Bush.
Am I unmuted? Okay, you can hear me then. I have sent a motion to, or we have sent a motion to council staff. I think that's going up on the screen now, so I'll begin reading. The council accepts, I move that the council accept the Norton Sound Red King Crab Safe Report and adopt the SSC's recommended total catch OFL of 0.3 thousand metric tons and an ABC of 0.18 thousand metric tons for Norton Sound Red King Crab.
Second, Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These final harvest specifications, as recommended by the SSC, are based on the best available science. Catch during the 2021-2022 season did not exceed the OFL, so the stock is not subject to overfishing, and the model results indicate that the stock is not overfished. I'd like to join Katie in thanking the assessment author and the crab plan team for their hard work and the SSC for their careful consideration of the science. I'd also like to echo the SSC and reiterate the council's support for continued efforts to move all crab assessments into the GMAX modeling framework, and in particular for those modeling workshops that are essential for moving that process forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Are there any questions on the motion? Any amendments? Comments on the motion? Okay. Well, I'll just briefly say thank you for the motion, Ms. Bush, and thanks to all the stock assessment work that has gone into it. We're seeing signs of good recovery in Norton Sound, and I appreciate all the efforts that has gone into this. We need a roll call vote on this, I believe, Mr. Witherell. Okay. I think we're ready to vote.
Okay. Calling the roll on Norton Sound Red King Crab specifications. Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Marks.
Yes.
Mr. Meekum.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Ms. Bush.
Yes.
Ms. Campbell.
Yes.
Mr. Down.
Yes.
And Mr. Kinane.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, 11-0.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Anything further on C2? Right. Well, that will conclude agenda item C2 then. Thanks again to staff. Let's move right into C3, and it would be we're quite a ways behind on the agenda. How are folks feeling about going late today to try to make some serious progress on C3? I don't see any objections. We'll plan on. Okay, let's plan on going late today. Maybe as late as an hour late to make progress on C3. So with that, I see that we have Dr. Stram and Mr. McCracken here to walk us through this topic. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, John McCracken, council staff. Dr. Stram will be here to help with questions if and when we get into the weeds on this action. So just a quick, so this is a progress report, and so there's no action required for this action at this point, and we'll get into a little bit of details on why that's the case. What you'll see today is just echoing what Katie provided in the crab plan team minutes for snow crab rebuilding. And so we'll just echo on that, and we'll just do a reminder of what is included in the Magnuson-Stevens Act, as well as the national standards for rebuilding the snow crab, as well as a brief description of stock status that was provided by the stock assessment author. And then we'll get into different sources of mortality. And then finally, we'll talk about the next steps at the very end of the presentation. It shouldn't take very long. We have about 20 slides. And so we'll just get started here. Okay, so as everybody's aware, on October 19th of 21, NIMS notified the council that the snow crab status has been changed to overfishing, and as a result, the Magnuson-Stevens Act Section 304 requires that a rebuilding plan be developed and implemented within 2 years of the stock being declared overfished. The council was scheduled to select alternatives for this analysis, but as is indicated in agenda item C2, the council lacks the necessary information to select the alternatives for analysis at this meeting. Thus, the decision to move the selection for alternatives for analysis to the June meeting. The first section of the progress report speaks to the Magnuson-Stevens Act Section 304 and National Standard 1 guidelines. Provides a sort of a brief summary of that information, and so the next couple of slides speak to that and just summarize it, just for a reference and reminder as we move towards that June meeting. So a stock is overfished if the mature male biomass is less than the minimum stock size threshold. In this particular case, obviously the snow crab came in at 50,600 metric tons, which is less than the minimum stock threshold of 76,700 metric tons. So this triggers MSA and National Standard 1 guidelines. Council must specify a time period for rebuilding the stock, which is called T target, and you can see there in that bullet, based on being as short as possible, taking into account several different factors: the status and the biology of the stock, the needs of fishing communities, recommendations from international organizations in which the U.S. participates, and finally, the interaction of the overfish stock within the marine ecosystem. The time period shall not exceed 10 years, except where the biology of the stock, other environmental conditions, management measures under international agreements dictate otherwise. So this is a summary of these next two slides are a summary of the National Standard 1 guidelines, and it speaks to the interaction of T-min with fishing mortality at zero and how it relates to or builds the baseline T-max. So the shortest building time, T-min, is calculated based on the time frame to rebuild the stock to its BMSY for 2 years in the absence of no fishing mortality, or F equals 0. If your T-min is less than or equal to 10 years, and the minimum or the maximum rebuilding time, your T-max there, is 10 years for rebuilding the stock to BMSY for 2 consecutive years. If the T-min for the stock exceeds 10 years, which has happened in the past, like the St. Matthew Blue King Crab Fishery rebuilding program, then one of the following methods can be used to determine T-max. That is obviously greater than 10 years. The first one is T-min plus the length of time associated with one generation time for the stock. The next one is the amount of time a stock is expected to take to rebuild to BMSY if fished at 75% of the maximum fishing mortality threshold. Or finally, T-min multiplied by 2. Section 2.2 provides an overview of stock status of the Bering Sea snow crab. This was provided by the stock assessment author. The survey data shows that spatial gradients by maturity and size for both sexes of snow crab. And in here we've got some bullets that kind of highlight where those gradients took place. So larger males have been more prevalent in the southwest portion of the shelf, while smaller males are more prevalent in the northwest portion of the shelf, and we've seen a similar pattern for females. The distribution of crab by size and maturity have also changed over time. In recent years, the mature male biomass was increasing as a large recruitment moved through the size classes, but that recruitment size has now disappeared with the mature male biomass of 50.6 kilotons in the 2021 survey. Figure 1 of the progress report on page 12 shows the biomass of mature male and female snow crab from 1982 to 2020. The next section speaks to...
Mr. Down has a question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. McCracken. My question is on the I think maybe even your first slide. You don't have to go backwards. I think you'll get this. The first slide you mentioned, the reason that the council is not selecting alternatives at this meeting is that we lack the necessary information to do that. And I certainly understand that. The modeling that's currently available does not provide for us does not provide a reliable T-min and T-max for us. So I understand that. But is there more information that's lacking other than that, or is that the primary thing that you're referring to when you say that the council lacks the necessary information to pick alternatives at this time?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Downs, I can take a stab at that, and then if I miss the mark a little bit, Dr. Stram can bail me out here. So I think that there is. I think that, as Katie indicated, not only do we determine T-min at F equals 0 with no fishing mortality to determine your T-max, but I think that you would also model in different levels of fishing mortality to figure out what the T-min is and whether you can include in your rebuilding alternatives different levels of directed fishing or different levels of fishing mortality in your rebuilding plan. So so obviously doing T-min with F equals 0 is very important for determining whether your T-max is 10 years or whether your T-max is over 10 years. And from what I understand, so far it looks like, and I guess I wouldn't venture out to say whether it will be under 10 years or not at this point. But and then you obviously build in different levels of fishing mortality. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that was a good answer, and it helps on my understanding of T-min and T-max. But that was not really the question, and maybe Dr. Stram can take that stab at this. My real question was, is there other information outside of the fact that we've got a model that doesn't have the stability to inform us on T-min and T-max? Is there other information that's lacking that the council should know about? In other words, because of your statement that the reason that we're not picking alternatives at this time is that we lack necessary information, I'm just curious if there's other information lacking other than this major modeling issue.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, this is Diana. I can try to, I think when we're saying that there's lack sufficient information, it's not that the model itself isn't stable, it's that there's a number of decisions that still have to be made within the modeling framework, and those are very influential on the perception of T-min and T-max. So looking at different recruitment periods, how the stock assessment author is formulating time-varying natural mortality, some of the other things that you just saw in the crab planting report. Those are all things that are still being explored, because normally what happens is that the author will bring forward the model in May, and we would be making recommendations on the different model runs that we'd like to see for the final assessment in September, October. What he's doing now is trying to explore all of these in a different modeling framework that we can then use for the rebuilding analysis, and he's trying to fast track a lot of that stuff so that we have more information in May. But because all of those decisions are really contingent on different modeling assumptions going forward, it was premature to try to say exactly what we thought the estimated T-min and T-max are. And so rather than going forward with that range, we thought that it was more appropriate to wait until we had more review of some of these different parameters that will be decided upon in the modeling framework that will be brought forward in May. Hopefully that gets to the question.
Thank you, Dr. Strand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Mr. McFray.
Okay. So moving to the next section. So this next section deals with the different levels or different types of mortality that we'll see in the snow crab fishery. And we'll first talk about natural mortality, which is provided in section 2.3.1. Currently the analysis, and this kind of reiterates what Katie provided in the crab planting meeting on the overview of the snow crab rebuilding, the modeling. So currently the analysis are underway to understand the feasibility of estimating both time-varying mortality and catchability within the model. The goal of the analysis are to provide evidence to support or refute the assumptions about the variations in mortality made in a stock assessment, specifically about elevated natural mortality in more recent years. As indicated in the crab in agenda item C2, HOP hypotheses are being explored that relate to include temperature, disease, bycatch, discards, cannibalism, and predation are all being explored. The next section is 2.3.2, which provides information on the directed fishery for snow crab. Then you've got some bullets here that are just fairly basic. It just kind of reminds you that the snow crab fishery starts in October 15th and ends on May 15th for the eastern subdistrict and the May 31st for the western. Obviously, it's a male-only crab fishery. Fishing is not allowed during mating and molting periods, which is in the spring. And the size limit is greater than or equal to 3.1 inches or 78 millimeters carapace width. Figure 4 on page 18 shows the directed snow crab catch, which is highlighted here in blue in the figure. It also shows discards from other crab fisheries, and that is shown in yellow. And then between the yellow and the blue, which you can barely see, is the trawl and the fixed gear PSC combined. In the groundfish fisheries, that's that kind of lime green. You can barely see it. It's a very small percentage of the directed fishery. Table 3 on page 18 provides the TAC of snow crab from 2011/2012 season all the way to the 2020-21 season. The table also shows retained catch inside and outside the coballs and discard mortality from that directed fishery. The table also shows bycatch and bycatch mortality in the directed Tanner and the Bristol Bay Red King crab fisheries during those periods, these several years of fisheries. Figure 5 on page 19 shows the retained catch of snow crab in the most previous year fishery. The directed fishery, where the size of the blue dot corresponds to the magnitude of the catch in each of the statistical areas. The shaded green is the coballs, just to give you a point of reference. This figure, figure 6 on page 20, shows the weighted center of the snow crab catch from 1984 to 2020. You can see there that the 220/221 season was far north of the centers of the other fisheries from 1984 to 2019. So moving to the next section, 2.3.2, starting on page 20, this information provides PSC mortality. So the trawl PSC accrues within the coal balls, and this area is closed to non-pelagic trawl directed fishing in the target / sector that reaches that specific PSC limit. Just a reminder that PSC limits are based on calendar year and not crab years. And there are currently no bycatch measures are currently in place for the non-trawl gear fisheries outside or inside the coal balls. This slide shows the coal balls snow crab PSC limits for the trawl sector, or the trawl group. It is set annually at 0.1133% of the snow crab abundance estimates, with a minimum and a maximum abundance thresholds, minus an additional 150,000 crab. In this particular case, if you multiply the 1.33 by the total abundance, and the total abundance of less than 4.5 million, then the minimum PSC limit, or the floor, would be 4.3 million crab, and the maximum or the ceiling for PSC would be 12.85 million animals. Table 4 on page 22 provides the snow crab abundance and the PSC limits from 2012 to 2021. Table 5 shows the snow crab PSC by the different gears inside and outside the coal balls from 2012 to 2021. Starting from the left, you can see the non-pelagic trawl, and it's in number of crabs inside and outside coal balls. And as you move across to the right, you can see that we've added the pot PSC and the hook and line PSC inside and outside the coal balls as well. Figure 9 shows the snow crab PSC, which is an annual average from 2012 to 2021 by stat area overlaid with the coal balls for each of the gears. So the top left shows the non-pelagic, and you can see that they have some concentrated PSC inside the coal balls, and you can see that the other gears are a little bit more spread out over the entire area, with the exception of pot gear, which is shows a little bit more outside the coal balls.
Mr. McCracken, I should, before we get any further, remind members of the public to sign up to testify prior to the end of this presentation if they wish to do so. All right, back to you.
All right, so finishing up the mortality section, I just want to point out there's a couple of more, 2 figures in a table. I didn't really have room to present them, so I figured I'd just point them out. So figures 10 and 11 on page 25 provides the number of male and female snow crab by carapace width and year for the 4 gears from 2012 to 2021. And table 6 provides snow crab PSC in the coal balls by gear type and target species from 2012 to 2021. The next 2 slides speak to unobserved crab mortality. It starts on section 2.3.4 on page 27. This section includes 2 types of crab mortality. The first one will be the post-release mortality of discarded crab. And then the next slide will speak to the crab that are never captured but died due to gear interactions. The post-release mortality, which we've already sort of talked about in the discard and discard mortalities in the previous slides, is that we see some sublegal crab, we see females, we also see non-target crab species caught in the directed crab fisheries, and then of course PSC caught in the groundfish fisheries, which were all required to be discarded. We have lots of research on the discard mortalities, so we've been able to apply those mortalities to the discards. And so for the directed crab fishery, the discards range between 20 to 32%, whereas for fixed gear, which includes pot, hook, and line, the discard mortality is 50%. And finally, for trawl gear, the discard mortality is 80%. This type of discard mortality is accounted for in the crab stock assessments. The second source of unobserved mortality is associated with fishing gear interaction, but again, the crab escape capture. This type of unobserved mortality is more difficult to study and understand. The mortality rates of crab do not take into account the unobserved mortality associated with crab that escape capture, and the extent to which crab populations are affected is currently unknown. The source of unobserved mortality is not accounted for in the stock assessments. There has been some research in the past, and that research results that of unobserved crab mortality rates of crabs swept over by trawl gear shows that the mortality rates varied by crab species, but depended mostly on the part of the gear system or the trawl system the crab are encountering or interact with. The research shows that altering the specific gear designs show that gear modifications such as sweeps can mitigate unobserved mortality. The last bullet speaks to a sensitivity analysis that the crab plan team undertook a couple of years ago that shows that the bycatch has been small enough that increasing bycatch to include unobserved crab mortality up to 1,000% resulted in only a 2% change in the terminal year mature male biomass, with the largest changes in the mid-90s to mid-2010. The last section is the next step, section 2.4, on pages 28 to 29, addresses, again, the next steps. As we've already talked about, both in the agenda item C2 and as well as this agenda item in the first couple of slides, without model projections, council lacks the necessary information to select alternatives. So as a result, selecting alternatives for analysis has been scheduled for June, and as a result, the initial review will likely be postponed to October of this year. Alternatives for analysis will include no action alternative as required, and then of course action alternative or alternatives for rebuilding snow crab that are consistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Act and National Standard 1 guidelines. Just a reminder that including a no action alternative is required, but selecting a no action is a violation of the Magnuson-Stevens Act under the rebuilding plan. The rebuilding plan alternatives must be as short as possible, taking into account the status and the biology of the stock, the needs of the fishing communities, the recommendations from international organizations, and of course the interaction of the stock with the marine ecosystem. In June, there is the potential that council may have a limited choice for selecting rebuilding alternatives that will allow some level of crab fishing mortality, snow crab fishing mortality. In the extreme case of T-min with no fishing mortality is equal to or very close to 10 years, then obviously the T-max is 10 years, but the council would have to select a rebuilding alternative, most likely with no directed fishing. Depending on the sensitivity of bycatch of snow crab on T-min, there is the potential that council may have some discretion to allow bycatch of snow crab in the directed crab and groundfish fisheries in the rebuilding alternative. In cases where the difference between the T-min and the T-max are sufficient, so they differ sufficient enough to accommodate some level of fishing mortality above zero and not exceed the T-max, the council could include some level of directed fishing in their rebuilding alternatives. And if that's the case, then the directed fishery would continue to be governed by the state harvest strategy. In June, also, with respect to the potential options for affecting the bycatch in the groundfish fishery, the council could include other options in the rebuilding plan. This could include changes in the existing trawl snow crab PSC limit in the groundfish fishery. It could include changes to the cobal's boundary, much like the council is considering for the Bristol Bay Red King crab, Zone 1. It could accrue PSC outside the cobal's towards the trawl PSC limit inside the cobal's, or establish PSC limits for fixed gear fisheries. All these options obviously would require an amendment to the groundfish FMP and need to be promulgated in regulations. Including these options would add to the complexity of the rebuilding plan and will necessitate additional analysis and more implementation time. Mr. Chairman, that concludes hopefully a brief walkthrough on the 20 or so slides of the progress review as a reference to help you prepare for the June meeting. And Diana and I are open for questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Okay, let's see. Mr. Meekum has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick one. It speaks to the next to last slide about having to consult or interact with international organizations. What does that mean?
Mr. Chairman, I'm kind of just reading what's in the National Standard 1 guidelines, but I'm assuming that if we are, I don't know if that applies in this particular case, but if we...
Okay. That's fine. I thought maybe there was something specific that had been called out, so it's just generic language. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, Ms. Bush.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. John, a few slides ago in your presentation, I believe I heard you say that unobserved crab mortality is not included in the stock assessments. Can you expand, and maybe this is a better question for Diana. I believe it's not specifically accounted for as a parameter, but that it is accounted for in terms of the stock dynamics and natural mortality and those things.
I will let Dr. Strang take that one.
Thank you, through the chair, Ms. Bush. We do account for the mortality in the stock assessments. We don't have an actual estimate of unobserved crab mortality, but we do run sensitivity analyses, as John referenced, and the stock assessment authors have run sensitivity analyses on what the impact of increasing bycatch mortality would be on the overall stock status, and so that would be taken into consideration in looking at those sensitivity analyses, and specifically looking at increasing, doubling bycatch, those kind of estimates. So that is taken into account.
Okay, thank you. I have an unrelated follow-up question. For the rebuilding, in the rebuilding plan at the time that's adopted within the 2-year time frame that the council has, do all the parts and pieces of that rebuilding plan have to be, do all the regulations for all the parts and pieces have to be in place as well? So if, for example, the council was contemplating managing bycatch differently or something like that in conjunction with the rebuilding plan, would the council need to take final action on all those parts in order to be in compliance with the 2-year time frame, or I guess that's my question. Can we take final action on the rebuilding plan that includes some follow-up actions, I guess?
Mr. Chairman, Dan, I guess
did you want to cover that, John?
Well, I'll take a stab at it, and then you could come in and add any more information. So I think the council, I believe, has several different options. As I've indicated there, they could have their stock rebuilding in this slide with different levels of fishing mortality depending on where Team N and Team X are interacting. And the council could obviously include these measures here in the slide, or other measures if they so choose, about changing the PSC limits, for example, for the trawl, or changing the cull balls, or they can focus just on building a rebuilding plan that has, like, for example, some level of directed fishing to allow the stock to rebuild to BMSY for 2 consecutive years. And then they could have separate action. For example, these actions here in this slide, they could include in a trailing amendment to adjust, for example, the cull balls, or whether to accrue PSC outside the cull balls, or even to add PSC limits for fixed gears, which would give the council the time to be able to deliberate and fully analyze the implications of those actions.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Downs.
Mr. Downs is going to have a question. I think Ms. Bush, you don't have any additional questions?
I'm sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. I did have a question there. I had myself muted, so I was well into articulating some. I was really dropping some pearls there, and was muted, unfortunately. So I'll try to pick this up. Going back to the sensitivity analysis, in your question, your answer to Mrs. Bush's question as to whether that was used, I wasn't really clear on that. This is a formal question. Just tell me if I'm right here. My understanding is that this is not used because we don't know what that is. And you mentioned that even when it was 1,000 times, it made only a small change in the terminal year MMB. But my recollection of this was that it was, we looked at 2 times, 5 times, and 10 times, which would be 1,000% is another way to say that if you wanted to make that sound larger, but it's still 10 times. And when we looked at that, it didn't make a difference. But what we don't know is what that actually is. In other words, it could be much greater than 10%. I think we've seen studies out of Nova Scotia and Norway that indicate that it's much greater than that. In other words, most of the snow crab, that especially when they're down in the mud, go under the foot rope. And we've looked at underbag studies that indicate that mortalities of those crab the mortality of those crab are higher than what's in the cod end, and the injuries are more frequent than what's in the cod end. So I'm confused as to what to make of this. I guess that's my understanding of this, is that is this being posed as saying that the bycatch is not a factor that we're going to be looking at here in the snow crab rebuilding, or is this an indication that we've already looked at it, or is this an indication that we just don't know what that is and it needs more research?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, I can try and take a shot at that if John wants. I think it's the latter. We don't have the ability to estimate that, and that's what we're looking to future research for, but that wouldn't be something that's included as part of a rebuilding plan. It's just that we look at the sensitivity of the population to differing levels of bycatch as an indication of how sensitive the rebuilding projections are to estimates of bycatch, but we do not have the information to be able to tell you that on the unobserved crab mortality.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Somehow I got disconnected from the audio. I think I probably hung up on myself when I meant to mute myself. But if it's okay, I would ask Dr. Stram to repeat that, just because I didn't catch just the very tail end of that. I'm sorry.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down. I was just trying to explain that this is a research issue. This isn't something that's part of the rebuilding plan. I believe that John was just highlighting that there is unobserved crab mortality. We do accommodate that in some fashion by looking at these sensitivity analyses to see how high bycatch mortality would have to be to have an impact on the population. But the actual information on that's still a research project, and that's not something that would be part of the rebuilding plan.
Oh, okay. That answer was actually very helpful. I appreciate that. I wasn't sure if this was going to be part of the rebuilding plan, was looking at this, or if it's not. And the answer is that it is not a part of the rebuilding plan, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Dr. Stram.
Any further questions? Ms. Bush, I think that's an old hand raise. Let me know if not. Okay. All right. Well, that will conclude our staff presentation then. Thanks again, Mr. McCracken and Dr. Stram. Okay. Refresh my browser here. Uh-oh. Did something wrong. We have one signed up to testify, and that will be Jamie Goen.
Good afternoon, Chairman Canine and members of the council. I'm Jamie Goen with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We're an industry trade association representing the majority of harvesters fishing with pot gear for king, snow, and barred-eye crab and the BSAI crab rationalization program. I'd like to direct your attention to our comment letter under this agenda item for more detail than what I'll cover in my testimony. Broadly speaking, we expect that the range of alternatives that the Council considers in June will include not only rebuilding plan parameters, such as TMIN and TMAX, but also alternatives that address the harvest strategy, bycatch control measures, and habitat protections as required by rebuilding plans. Regarding rebuilding plan parameters like TMIN, we appreciate the work being done so far to improve the snow crab stock assessment model, but we are very concerned that rebuilding parameters may be defined from a highly uncertain stock assessment model that will have big impacts on our industry. Recently, the state hasn't relied on the stock assessment model in setting our TAC for snow crab, instead relying on survey data. We recognize the rebuilding plan process uses the model as it must make projections, but we are very concerned given its instability and caution against adding too many complex variables at the same time the model is transitioning to GMAX. Regarding the harvest strategy, our understanding is that it is the purview of the state and the Board of Fish, not the council. However, we'd like to better understand how the state's harvest control rule will intersect with this rebuilding plan and our directed fishery. We encourage the council to include full consideration of alternatives that allow for directed fishing of snow crab as a primary consideration and bycatch as a secondary priority. For example, in a year like this one, where the bycatch allowance is about the same as our directed fishery TAC, the preference should be given to the directed fishery to operate on the snow crab ground. Regarding the other elements for alternatives and rebuilding plans, the bycatch control measures and habitat protections. The Bristol Bay Red King crab discussion papers from October and December were in the context of bycatch measures for red king crab. But given snow crab status and the current focus on developing a strong rebuilding plan, we see these same topics as important to include for snow crab, as we point out in our comment letter. We'd like to see those included in the analysis and among the range of alternatives for snow crab in June. We would like the analysis to explain the rationale for the current PSC limit floor and whether it is still appropriate when a stock is overfished or at low abundance levels. The survey abundance estimate results in a PSC limit of 1.45 million animals if left unadjusted. However, the PSC limit for snow crab is limited by a floor or a minimum this year of 4.35 million animals as negotiated decades ago. Given the overfish status of the stock, paired with concerns by scientists of multiple factors such as ecosystem changes, predation, disease, and climate change with unknown consequences, we question whether a PSC limit floor is still appropriate, given it's 3 times higher than the calculated amount based on abundance. Another important component to consider among the rebuilding plan alternatives for snow crab is how essential fish habitat plays a role for the various life stages of crab and how fishing impacts those habitats and the crab as a benthic species. The Council's EFH review, paired with the development of a rebuilding plan for snow crab, provides an opportunity to update our understanding of EFH and fishing impacts on EFH by gear type, time, and area, and to protect EFH that is important for snow crab. Some of the work being done for EFH through the fishing effects model could also be used to better understand bottom contact by each gear type overlaid on a map and displayed biennially or quarterly to help inform potential fishing impacts on snow crab, particularly during vulnerable life stages like molting and mating. See our comment letter on EFH under agenda item D5 for the SFC for more details. Where the EFH review and snow crab rebuilding timelines do not align, we ask that the updated snow crab EFH information be expedited to be included in the rebuilding plan as a tool to help mitigate and rebuild the stock using habitat protection measures. Finally, we recognize there's work to be done within our own snow crab fishery as well to reduce our impacts on the stock, and we'd like to highlight the work we're doing. We're testing longer soak times and larger mesh sizes to reduce bycatch. We're reviewing pot design elements to reduce retention of smaller crab. We're pursuing grant funding to outfit crab pots with environmental sensors to study catch-specific seafloor data in efforts to further understand environmental drivers that may influence crab catch and could therefore help us better target legal males while reducing handling of female or smaller male crab. The crab industry is working to continue to reduce our discards through better handling, refining fishing gear and fishing techniques, and learning more about environmental preferences by size and sex. Our harvesters care deeply about building a resilient crab fishery. We're here to be proactive and work together with managers and scientists to bring crab stocks back. We can't just sit back, scratch our heads, and collect more science. We need to adapt and take actions now using the information we have while we can continue to learn more. Thank you for considering our comments, and we look forward to the Council developing a range of alternatives in June to rebuild the snow crab stock and bring back Alaska's third most valuable fishery. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. Any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cohen, for your testimony. Two questions. The first one, the first issue you raised was the suitability or readiness of the model. And I may have just missed it in your testimony, but I'm not sure what you were suggesting the council actually do about that, or how you're suggesting the council should approach that issue.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for the question. I think the council is doing a lot, and I really want to thank the stock assessment author too. I know he has been working hard to listen to the SSC and the CPT input and improve the model. Our industry is just very concerned with the state of the snow crab stock assessment model, and I think that the council's role is encouraging for it to continue to be a priority to improve that model, whether it's through funding or time and attention. But the parameters that are chosen from the stock assessment model are going to have huge implications on our industry. And we need to make sure that we're confident in the model that we're moving forward with.
Thanks. And I think I just know that those parameters probably will have impacts well beyond just the directed fishery too. So I think we all do need to pay attention to that. My second question was really about your point that I thought was really interesting about the intersection between the 5-year review of EFH and the development of the overfishing plan. And I think I got out of that your recommendation that the EFH designation for snow crab should be accelerated so that it fits into the council adoption of a rebuilding plan. Does that mean that you're pretty confident about how well the new species distribution models, as well as the fishing effect models, actually depict the distribution of snow crab and impacts on snow crab?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I leave the confidence in those models to the scientists. I just want to make sure that we're using the best available information we can to rebuild these stocks.
I think Mr. Down has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Cohen. My question is in reference to your comments here today in the letter that we've all read, and the basic bullet points that you put in there are things that you would like to see in this analysis. But given that several of the things that you've asked for may fall in line with research issues that may not, going back to my question to Dr. Strand, the research issues that may not fit well in a crab rebuilding plan due to the parameters of the plan and the timeline that we're under. Is there one or two of these issues that you would like to I mean, what's the biggest priority here? Being that I would guess maybe your priorities would be something along the lines of bycatch, but what are your priorities here? Being that you listened to Dr. Stram's answer to what may fit well into this and what may not, and it would seem like we're not going to be able to maybe get to all of the points in your letter, but what would be your priorities there?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, that's a really good question. And I don't know that I'm ready to answer it because I guess the short answer is we want to see the analysis and what is going to be the biggest bang for the buck to help bring this stock back while still meeting the needs of fishing communities and keeping our fisheries open. So as far as which item to prioritize over another, I think we need to see the analysis and what's coming forward for what's going to help the fishery the most.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Cornell. I'll ask that second question, Mr. Chairman, and I'm honestly not trying to lob any softballs here. I'm really not. I'm just trying to understand that, Ms. Cohen, that we're all looking forward to seeing this back in June, and we're looking forward to seeing what the analysts come up with. But is there anything that you'd like to see in the iteration that we're going to see in June that's not in this draft that we've seen at the crab planting meeting and again here at the council meeting?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, I think it's going to be, I would really like to see what sort of habitat protections would help the stock the most. I think bycatch measures as well are important. I guess I would focus on those two things.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Golan. You're the only one that's testifying on this, so I appreciate you answering those questions. Those are tough things for all of us to grapple and get our mind around. Thank you.
Any further questions for Ms. Golan? Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, well that concludes a public comment on this agenda item. And as we heard, there is no action required of us today, but I will look to the council. If there is anything from council members on this. Okay. Well, great. If not, then that concludes our business on this agenda item, and we can go ahead and break for the day, come back in the morning, and we will start up and work on finishing our agenda tomorrow. So thanks. We'll see you. Let's come back at 8 o'clock Alaska time tomorrow, and we will continue in the morning.